game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
down to this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best at. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me eating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ayy, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you owe us that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me.
Can't stop, won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already, emotional, working devotion. We put in this time, look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Hey yo guys and gals, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, bringing you guys Wild Rift action here with League of Legends. My name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Contra, and we're gonna be your casters for today as we bring you this little playoffs, a little bit of a group stage right now going on here in this challenge group. So, Contra, how are you doing here today?
Well, I'm feeling really excited, and of course, this is the very first time that we're sharing the table together. I've been looking forward to this day for a very long time, and finally, today's the day. So, I just hope that we got some amazing games coming our way, and of course, for those of you guys at home expecting a whole lot of great action, all your favorite teams from Southeast Asia are here to contest once more. So, of course, if you guys are brand new to the entirety of the show, we'll break it down to you shortly on how things run.
Yeah, this group stage has been going on for several weekends now, and today is not going to be any different at all. Just like the previous weekends, we're going to be having our 4 matchups for today. But let's go ahead and recap how the journey has been for our players coming up to this stage. So everything begins with the open qualifiers, where 8 teams will qualify to the open groups and finals. This is where they're going to be playing a GSL best of 3 style bracket, and then that's where we're going to be able to find the winners of those open groups. And then following that, we're going to be having a round robin where the top 8 from the 4 regions here in this MSP are going to be playing a round robin format here. This group stage here, they want to determine their placements when it comes to that playoffs, because only the top 5 teams will be able to make the playoffs, and it will be played in a 5-team double elimination.
That's right, and we're definitely looking forward to see who's going to be the ones on top of the podium to secure the upper brackets for the Challenge playoffs. And I'm pretty sure that we're nearing towards that destination already, where we've only got perhaps a couple more matches to go over the weekend.
Yeah, indeed. So let's go ahead and then have a look at what's at stake here for our Wild Rift teams, as this is the prize pool split that's going to be for this challenge group stage. So numbers look a little bit weird, but that's only because it's converted to Singapore dollars. So the first place is going to have $14,625. Second place will be going home with $10,575. Third place will go home with $4,680. And fourth and fifth place will both be receiving $3,645. And 6th to 8th place will only be going home with 2,610.
Well, you know what? If you convert it to local currencies, wherever they're from, it's still going to be a hefty sum of money. And heading to playoffs, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a whole lot at stake out there. So, speaking of which, of course, we're going to be seeing our entirety of the leaderboards right now, where RRQ has been consistent throughout the whole stages, and of course, followed by that, Cerberus as well as Team Flash also tying the scorelines here, each suffering only one loss. Meanwhile, Enigma Galaxy, Buriram United as well as Evos Esports will have all 3 of them having a 2-2 scoreline. As for the Indonesian side, Echo Fortius as well as Persis Esports, they'll be on 7th as well as 8th respectively. Hopefully we'll see Persis Esports bounce back stronger for this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty much a very, very hard journey from them from this point on, because having that 4 losses means that, for the majority's leaderboard, they're going to be in a serious handicap here compared to every other team. So especially for those teams that are currently 2-2 right now, they'll be looking to try to get a victory here today to hopefully put them up into 2nd place and hopefully secure them a good chance of getting into that top 5. But especially for those who are already on the top, they're going to be looking to try to stay there as much as they can. RRQ, Cerberus, and Team Flash certainly been putting off some good performances so far in this group stage, and we're hoping they're going to be able to continue to do so with the rest of the group stage matchups coming soon.
That's right. Speaking of the matchups here, we'll definitely start off strong. I believe that RQ is going to be fending off against one of the heavy competitors out there, but of course, well, I actually haven't had a look at the bracket, so we'll have to recall on that until, of course, we see that on our screens.
Yeah.
But I believe that between all these teams here, today is going to be the day that they'll be breaking some of all these draw score lines that we have that on the table right now. So to kick things off, we have Echo Fortius going up against RRQ. Meanwhile, on match 2, it's going to be Buriram United going up against Persis Esports. Followed by that, it's probably the highlight of the day with Evos Esports versus Enigma Galaxy on match 3. And last but not least, Cerberus Esports versus Team Flash. This is going to be the local favorites of Vietnam, so I wonder who's going to be the one that will be on top of this table by the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be very, very interesting to see. And so, yeah, especially for that last match there, it's going to be Vietnam pride very much with Cerberus and Team Flash up against each other. But then Enigma Galaxy versus Evos Esports matchup, that's going to be a very interesting one, especially for you.
Why? Is it because I'm clad in yellow and stuff? Like, so you already assume that I've already got my predictions drawn out? Is that the case?
I did read your predictions, to be fair, so...
Okay, fair enough. So this is what we always do. We make this pre-prediction before we kick off our show, just to be fair, right? Like, we don't want to change things halfway through. So are you going against the grain, or are you just following the flow of the Kings? Like, how's this one going?
I don't know. Mostly I've been just doing it by feel more like. I mean, on the one hand, you know, coming into this before the group stage, I had to go mostly by reputation. But actually, having seen how some of these teams play, you know, I think my assumptions I had in that first week is completely been thrown out the window. I mean, seeing the way some of these teams have played right now has kind of like changed a lot of my opinions about certain things. But then what's kind of like consistent for me though is that the squads, especially from Thailand and Philippines, they're so dominating. And they tend to be very hard to fight against, and kind of feel bad for like the Indonesian squads because they tend to have, especially these early weeks here, they had matchups that were super tough for them. So you know, I'm really hoping to see whether or not the especially Indonesian squads will be able to improve, you know, as this group stage comes to a close. But then for the Filipino and like Thai squads, they've been absolutely killing it.
Absolutely, and of course, we do look forward to what they will display for today. And speaking of which, we do have a video for you guys to check out, so we'll be getting ourselves ready for our first match.
เป็น Destiny ของ Twitter Fate แล้วกันครับ
The ultimate of Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate.
เพราะว่าจะได้วาร์ปไปไหนก็ได้ตามใจชอบทั่วโลกครับ
I want to TP all over the world.
Ezreal third skill so that I can teleport.
I think I want Chrono Break Echo Ultimate
Đột phá thời gian của Echo.
Chrono Break, Echo's Ultimate, so I can turn back the time and make all my mistakes right.
Cái này mình muốn có ngoài đời chắc là màn hình của Timo.
Yeah, boy.
Lắc bụng gà gấp. Nhìn ví dụ.
Like them big, I like them chunky.
Đâu có đường son là bay khắp mặt luôn. Bay nên là không bay được.
Pasif skill duanya Aksa karena bisa ngidupin orang-orang yang gua sayangi.
I think the rocket grab of Blitzcrank, it's because when someone trying to get out of my life, I can grab them back to my life.
Get over here!
I think I would go with Action's third skill because I want to be Eren Diego.
Okay, listen to me. So I want Twist Fate passive, third ability, the roll dice and stack that. Think. Okay, you think. Follow my thought. So TF passive give you money every time that the minion dies, and the third ability is give you money when you hit enemy hit. Imagine I use a Uno card and I just hit my friend. Yeah. So I'll be creating my own money. Easily money generator.
You know, Supporter is not the most generic guy out there. He really think things through and say, hey, I'm gonna throw Uno cards and I'm gonna make bank by throwing it at my friends. Like, where's my cards? I wanna try it too. You know, like, that's absolutely genius. Now, if I can basically choose a skill, like, sure, it's kind of like a TP. I'll take Pantheon's ultimate. So I could basically teleport anywhere and destroy the ground like a superhero entrance. Like, that's the way I want to come in.
Oh man, that would be cool actually. You know, at first I was thinking that, yeah, the Blitzcrank out probably would be really fun, but then the supporters kind of like big brain idea of how to use the Twisted Fate, yeah, that completely convinced me now.
Yeah, it's like, no, I don't want a TP, I want money.
Money,
So,
yeah.
Speaking of money, these teams are fighting for money, and let's, of course, introduce the first few teams that will be playing their match. It will start off with RRQ versus the side of Echo Fortius, but of course, with the lineup here being displayed, we have Hyde, Chaz, Helios, Viper, as well as Exosin. So not too much of changes being made here. Of course, we do have Viper that does have a sort of a switch up between the other marksmen as well. And so far, they have been looking great throughout the weeks of play. And the fight against BRU, they have displayed once again great team fight prowess. And once again, all thanks to Chaz, who has been so good in the jungle. And man, they just play whatever they want and still have some really great synergies to be displayed. And with compositions that are so tanky, it's definitely hard to deal with.
Yeah, RRQ has been quite impressive actually through some of these fights, especially this matchup against Buriram United. I think this is some of their best work so far. It was a very close matchup between the two of them, to be fair, but then RRQ and Buriram had been going at each other like very, very hard throughout the series here, and RRQ eventually was able to overcome BRU in this one, and this really impressed me a lot because Buriram United, as you know, is a super aggressive team, and they love to be up in your face, but it seems like RRQ was able to kind of flip the card on the Uno reverse card, if you will, onto them because they turned out to be the more aggressive and a way more hard-fighting team. So featuring here a key player from RRQ is Chaz. He's the jungler for the team. He has a KDA of 4.7, kill participation percentage of 71.5, GPM of 766.3, DPM 786.8, and a DTPM of 683.2. So not very impressive stats, but nevertheless, he has certainly played a huge role in RQ's successes in this group stage.
I would definitely say so. If I would basically rank all the junglers, he still remains as my heavy favorite out there because of his versatility on all the kinds of pick that we could possibly get from the past weeks. Things like Renekton that you expect to hit into Baron lane or even mid lane. RQ says, I'm going to put in a jungle. And we've seen a couple of Morganas being played out in the jungle as well by the Filipino representatives overall. Same goes to things like Galaxy. But of course, going up against Echo Fortius, I believe that today might just be the day that they will be experimenting a whole lot more. And here we have Echo Fortius.
Yeah, hailing from Indonesia, comprised of Trizel, Serdum, Hunjaeger, Ulexite, and Ramli. They had their work cut off with them in this group stage here. Not gonna lie, it's been a very tough journey for them, but then they had some few standout moments here, particularly against them in the matchup against Evos here. They did manage to handle some of these fights quite well.
Indeed, and of course, Hunjaeger was on that cinch. That has definitely put a little bit more of an impact against Evos Esports, and they've been able to at least fight for all these objectives, stand toe-to-toe against the Tigers, and still show up with huge numbers out there. Though they may have actually struggled hitting into late game in most part, but when it comes down to them getting a lead, they usually can propel themselves forward, and just look at how aggressive they play. They like to basically get in the face of their enemies, and of course, look for those opening pigs out there. So for players that we really have to look out for, of course, Alexite as well as Hunjaeger. These two guys will be able to carry game if the cards were dealt right. Serdum have been able to also find great openings for the teams as well. But when we do compare the numbers though, you can already see Serdum, his numbers does stack up well against Chaz. Though, of course, they suffered more losses compared to RRQ, he still holds high value in the team.
Yeah, I think like one of the weaknesses though for Echo Fortius that I've noticed so far in these group stages, a tendency to be indecisive sometimes, especially when their opponents are ahead. So let's hope that they're going to be able to tighten things up coming into this matchup here, because they've already had the experiences of having fought against some of the best squads right now in this Snapdragon Pro Series. So hopefully they've learned a lot in their journey so far. So here's hoping that Chaz and Serdum are going to be bringing us a good show coming into our first matchup for today.
That's right, and you know, since I was absent for the past week, I've noticed that, hey, they got a brand new logo as well as a sick new jersey. I wish I could get my hands on that and just look at it being so fierce. Man, who doesn't love it, right? So when it comes down to these two teams head-to-head, of course, track records aside, I think that Echo Fortius are still really hungry to find some points back into the table, because they're currently at the borderline where they don't really want to be down under, where you've already seen them being placed at 7, only having that one win much early on the first week itself. But going up against RRQ, sure, it may be stack cards, but I think that there's still a lot of room that they could basically pull off surprises against the Titans out there.
Yeah, speaking of surprises, maybe you guys at home can surprise us a little bit by letting us know what your predictions are going to be for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Go ahead and vote in the Twitch chat right now. I believe the poll should be up. These are going to be our predictions, though. We predict that RQ probably going to be able to sweep this series.
That's why I sweetened things up, and you know, my name's Contra. I'm a little bit more contradicting that way. Yeah, as much as I've said like good things about the team, I think like RQ isn't really phased at all to whatever challenge that may come out of Echo Fortius, and time again, you see them going against Buriram United, Evos Esports, and usually they will still be able to bounce back up even if they lose one game in their series. So RQ, I think like this should be a clean game for them overall. 2-0 is what I expect.
Yeah, I mean, if you look even at their kind of performances, and especially where they're placed on the leaderboard, it kind of tracks. I mean, we're basically that's how I made my prediction. So I don't know about you, but nevertheless, though, Echo Fortius had never really backed down from a fight, as far as I've seen. You know, they still come in all guns blazing. It may not have like the right game plan or maybe even the most perfect draft, but they still try to fight tooth and nail, nevertheless. So here's hoping that they've learned a lot from their last couple of weeks there. There have been several moments I've noticed from Echo Fortius where they sometimes become very indecisive. They don't know whether they want to start the fight or whether they want to commit to actually doing the fights. And I feel that they need to have a little bit more confidence, I feel, in their game plans a little bit, because they do have potential. They do have very skilled players in Chaz and Sir Dum, and when things come together, it comes alive for Echo Fortius. So the thing is, RQ is going to be quite a tough nut to crack for them, not going to lie. So here's hoping that they will be able to bring their big guns coming into the draft now for our first game.
That's right, RQ will have the first champion to be selected, but of course, starting off with the first ban now. Also to note is that, there's so many brand new champions that's been released from the past few weeks, and just this week itself, we've got Gwen joining the Rift, but of course, sorry to burst your bubble out there if you guys are looking for Gwen games. We'll probably get it next week or so, since it's a little too fresh. We'll start off with the classic bans of the past few weeks. We've seen Jays being banned out a whole lot. From time to time again, Karma has always been that sort of selection, and we expect things like Morgana to still be a little bit of priority of a ban, but RQ could still leave it out in the open since they do play it in the jungle for most part. It's more of like having more options for them to work with. So RQ starts to take out things like Delusion. Sure, with even those new patches that have made certain adjustments, it still has high impact in the professional scene overall. So with that being said, Echo Fortius, I really want to see what those two bans are, because that will basically see how RQ would be drafting into this. With them banning that Senna, it will mean that there's no pesky Senna-Nasus combo over on the bomb side. And also to note that with the new patch, we might even see more of all these tank supports coming back into the game, where items like Imperial Mandate has been brought forward. So maybe a Leona could also put in some impact, but I don't think it's going to be worth the ban though. Yumi, another one on the block, which we have expected at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, these are very, very default bans. I can put it this way. The only thing that make it more default is if Kassadin gets put in the mix, but then obviously Echo's got a little bit different ideas. They ban out the Zed instead, and RQ will have the next pick. So the thing is that Zed is a really good counter to the Kassadin, but RQ instead, they're going to be going for the Nasus first, and Echo responds with the Nets pick.
It's definitely interesting to really see the Nasus here without that Senna. Who are they basically going to utilize to empower? Now, that set will be in consideration once again. 3ZL just switches over to the Riven, which will still at least give them a little bit more flexibility, where you can put it in jungle, you can have him played by Hunt Jaeger over a mid lane as well. Now, with the Gragas to allow them to have good engage and disengage potential, I think they're definitely onto something. Meanwhile, RQ does get a little bit more priority for either Hyde or Chaz on this Renekton, but with the Kha'Zix already being revealed, so very likely we'll see Hyde on this champion instead.
Yeah, it looks like quite likely. So we're going to be going into one more pick here from Echo Fortius' side. So with Renekton, Kha'Zix, and Nasus, what do you make of this combo so far though?
Wow, I really do love what Echo Fortius is coming up with, where you're just looking at high crowd control potential just to lock down on a single target, burst it down. Wherever it is, whichever lane that this Lee Sin visits, there's going to be a lot of tread. So RQ, if they don't make the first move, they're definitely going to suffer a little bit more. But then again, it's still going to be a very a sustainable composition that we're having here from both ends. So on the second draft, we're already seeing Akali being banned with the new Rift Maker item that gives her a little bit more of that power spike. I think that it's definitely necessary. And we're going up against RQ with Seed Helios pulling wonderful plays over the mid lane, of course, on the team fights where even on the Asia Invitationals, he just popped off on those grand final matches. So that's something to be respected. And RQ, they just remove safe options over on that bottom lane. So no Porky for Eula side.
Yeah, Nets will be banned out from Echo Fortius side, leaving one more ban now for RRQ. So I want to see how like RRQ is going to try to use that Renekton to, you know, give that early game boost there and hopefully allow the Kazakhs to be able to pop off by the time they get to mid game. And I think that's going to be quite crucial to RRQ's game plan here. But they will ban out the Ahri though, so that's a very targeted mid lane ban there, I feel.
Yeah, of course, removing a little bit more of a safety net from Echo Fortius, forcing them to pull off some big plays, and there's still a possibility where we see this Gragas as a support instead, and therefore they're just hoping to invest that ban, forcing Echo Fortius to perhaps put this Gragas over the mid lane, and that could be an unfavorable matchup when you're going up against a Renekton up mid. I wouldn't say it's the worst, but it's definitely still doable. But what's interesting to me is that they go for Jhin is going to be giving them a little bit more of that firepower. But I'm looking at a team here for Echo Fortius. They're going to be really strong from the early to mid-game skirmishes, but heading to a late game, there's definitely going to be a cap. And to my surprise, Echo Fortius had so much room to ban out the Kassadin and RRQ. They got it in hand. And they're definitely on a timer here. So the clock will take, counting down from 0 to, I don't know, by the time we hit 18 minutes of play, I think RRQ should have it in the bag.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting here because, you know, the thing is that Echo, like I said, it's going to be a race against time for them, right? So they're obviously going to be wanting to be aggressive right out of the bat. But the thing is that I'm a little bit skeptical about the Jhin pick, though, because I don't think he's as strong as he used to be. Now, perhaps like he'll be useful in certain situations, especially fights where, especially the knock-up and CC that Echo Fortius can bring with the Riven, Gragas, and Lee Sin. Perhaps that could bring in a factor, but they're going to have to time it very, very right. And I fear that if RRQ can literally, once the Kassadin starts to be able to pop off and be able to target some of the valuable targets here from Echo Fortius' side, that could make it quite hard for them to actually pull off this combination.
Well, it's definitely interesting to see this comp all together because Ramley will be the one on the Riven instead. Support Riven, something that we don't really see every day. I mean, some of my ranked games, sure, there's just somebody that wants to run it down for the bottom side, but now I do see why they do put a little bit more value with that Riven to hit over the bottom lane, if ever the case, or it could be role swaps hitting into this very first matchup. So you just treat Nasus versus Riven as your traditional Baron lane matchup, and you remove that ADC aside. Naturally, Riven does win that duel. So with that being said, there's just very high pressure on every single lane coming from Echo Fortius side. But once again, need to remind everyone out there, there's a timer out there. You hit the late game, you have this Renekton that's going to be diving into the backline. Along with that Kassadin with the Rift Walk, it's going to be absolutely annoying to deal with for Echo. So with that being said, for RQ, they fall back to something that is still really comfortable for them. But with an Ashe that also supplements them, they definitely have a good front-to-back fight. While Chaz on that Kazakhs, need I say more? Probably one of the best Kazakhs player that we have here in the league.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, let's jump in now to our first game of our first matchup for today. RQ from the Philippines up against Echo Fortius from the Indonesia. So let's go ahead and see how it goes. We're just only jumped into the Rift right now, so we do see Renekton and Gragas going to be laying up the top. It's going to be Riven in the mid, laning up against the Kassadin. So this is going to be a bit interesting, but I expect that they're going to be keeping a close eye on that Kassadin, especially in these early phases here. here because, again, if they can keep that Kassadin suppressed very, very well in the early game phase and make sure that he's behind in the farm, that could perhaps delay the amount of time that it's going to require for RQ to get online, fully online, that is. And hopefully they'll be able to take advantage of that to be able to get some good objectives in the early game and hopefully snowball their way to victory. But nevertheless, though, this is going to be a very, very crucial laning phase here for Echo Fortius.
That's right. And I definitely got to correct myself once again. So Ramley, yes, indeed, they're just going to be having a little bit of a interchange of roles where they're sending this Riven to deal with Kassadin, which does not allow Helios to really practically go up ahead to farm, just denying a lot of all these gold. And you're already seeing Echo Fortius given that sort of priority to get that scuttle over the top side of the river. So they definitely have a little bit more attention being drawn to Helios. Not that he's allowed to actually get some dive. Now getting a little bit more intel of the whereabouts of the junglers. Surdom just have to tread lightly, not to really go deep for an invade, but he's still gonna try nevertheless. Hopefully scouting up ahead. Chaz, who's slowly moving in towards the blue.
Yeah, Graga's going to be making a recall back in now while Lee Sin joins Riven in the mid lane. Again, want to keep someone on that Kassadin at all times, especially in the early phases here. You want to be able to interrupt his farm, but so far he's been able to keep up very, very well, up to level 4 now. Alongside with the Riven. Riven now is going to be forced to recall. So Lee Sin going to continue to try to roam mostly around this river here, just collecting information more like, and trying to see if there's any kind of openings or any kind of opportunities to gank here, and at least keeping himself in a very very flexible position, let's put it that way. Well, Ramley now comes back into the fray here. That's going to force Kassadin now to back out, but then he's already up to level 5, so he's pretty much on pace at this point.
Yeah, one interesting thing to note about RQ is that with this Nasus coming in, we actually have Exosin who's playing the Ashe as a support role instead. So basically, all this farm is going to be funneled down to this Nasus stacking up that siphoning strike and essentially being the substitute to the Senna. Although it doesn't really come with heals, but you basically have permanent CC when you're going up against the RQ bomb lane, where you're just going to be slowed up, especially with the Wither on top of every single auto attack that Exosin does. Yeah, they will definitely make Echo Fortius think twice before making any sort of a drastic measure. But going up against a Jhin as well as Nami, naturally, you just have loss sustain, good poke damage as well, so it's just going to be neutralized overall. A lot of priority over on the top side of the river, as we currently see. But we won't expect any sort of commotion until the very first objective spawns. So, meanwhile, as we look into some of the items being purchased, we've already had the Gragas on the way for the Rod of Ages, of course. And gold seems to be heavily in favor of them. Well, with a Enchanted Crystal Arrow not really hitting anyone out there. A little ambitious to try to hit to hide, I assume.
Hang on a sec. It looks like they're piling up into the top lane a little bit, but no, it looks like a recall is coming through here for both Lee Sin and Riven. So I thought it for a moment there they might be making a move onto the Renekton, but seems like they're going to be trying to reset a little bit, especially now that the objective is going to be coming out in just a few moments now. So Hyde, Trizel still continuing to lane up in the top here. So far, it's only the top tier 1 on the RQ side has sustained quite a bit of damage, and I think that's a lot of effort from Trizel end in order to be able to make that happen, but they really need to try to make a concerted effort, I think, later on. But nevertheless, though, it's still very much status quo at this point. I mean, Riven, Ramley, it's done so well to keep himself in pace in farm compared to the Kassadin, but haven't really done much to suppress his farm, really.
Yeah.
So the thing is, he's already up to level 7, and he's pretty much still on track as far as the Kassadin timer, let's put it this way, goes.
Yeah, and we're definitely looking at some good improvisation into the new patch as well when we're looking at this Ashe pick up that Relic Shield, where as a support you just generally need to find ways to earn gold, and that's definitely one of the good ways to do so. As both sides looking to trade objectives. Echo Fortius starting off with the Drake, and we'll have an arrow sent away, almost stealing it away. Did they get it though? Not at all. Fortius still has it in the bag.
Yeah, the timing was just a little bit off there, but it would have been super fun
Outside shove, though.
if Shaz actually nailed that. So looks like Rift Herald will be sent up to the top here, and Trizel Hunyeager will be in place here to defend. While in the meantime, bottom lane, First Blood is getting picked up onto that Lee Sin there. So Surdam is out for a count. Alexite's probably going to get traded, but he is able to get away just in time though. Hunyeager able to keep Chaz at bay for now. So RQ has already scored 1 kill so far. They've almost taken down one objective here in the form of the tier 1 turret, but then still haven't been able to take it down completely though. So that turret is still standing for now. Riven now having to defend by herself is taking a lot of damage in that bottom lane right now. It's the Ashe and Kazan and Ilios making his life super hard here in the defense of the tier 1. Rami now tries to jump in there, but that might be a little bit too far ahead of himself there. But Surdam is going to come in nevertheless to clean things up. Does get a kill on the Kazan. Now chases after Exorcism, but unfortunately he has a back off there. He doesn't have the health now to dive that tier 1 tower.
At least he forces a flash out there, but man, that was a risky play being brought forward by Ramley. Now at least getting a few plates off Surdam will be able to get a little bit more gold back for the team, but here comes Viper. Now, lucky enough, Exosin doesn't have the enchanted crystal arrow, or else he's pretty much done for. So just falling back into some of the dives that happened top side and bottom side. Like Surdam definitely committed a little bit of a vital mistake there, just diving into that turret range and hence just having majority of the RQ side to be absolutely ready to take him on. And once again, Chaz showing up in the perfect place at the right time. Was hoping to get that pick against Yuli's side, but Lee's forcing some of his timers off and could have actually taken out Yuli's side with a little bit more of a burst, but thankfully Hunyeager was around to give him a little bit more healing. As it stands, just 2-1 for now, but the more kills you give to RQ, the faster the time it goes. So Helios definitely looking to have a pretty solid, clean game, though he did falter once. They're setting up another dive, and Surdam is ready to take it on too.
Yeah, Surdam jumps in. He tries to target Viper. Viper is pretty low though, but the Ashe is going to be able to keep them at bay. They do finally get the kill onto the Nasus, but they're trying to chase for a little bit more. Fortunately, Jin's ultimate will run out, and Kassadin is still about half health through, but they really want to try to get a kill onto him to try to suppress his leveling for now. But then focusing the attention onto the push now. Looks like Exosan is going to try to get a trade on from the form of Ramley here, and it will get the kill done because it has a 1v3, but that will be in trade for that first turret being taken down on our RQ side.
It's still going to be in favor of RQ. They managed to not only get a turret from the bomb side as in change, that's basically a freebie up mid. Ramley forced the flash as well. There's absolutely nowhere that he could basically get out of that sticky situation. So Fortius, I do like the implementation of how they've been able to react on time, especially that sort of setup over the top side where you looks like have also committed with that curtain call and managed to at least snipe one back as he's slowly building into some of these heavy artillery weapon hitting into the mid game. So far, Fortius is still looking alright with only 2,000 of gold deficit, which is still very much doable with a team fight to switch things around. So Fortius now battling for a little bit more of a map control where vision has been set up. Chaz figures out that ward, but oh boy, Surdam.
Yeah, he's gonna get caught out there. Nevertheless, he is able to get back into his team, and RQ I think will have to back out unless they find an opportunity to take down Surdam. He is very low. Whoa, what a hit there though, but Kassadin. Helios gets the kill done, and then now they will back out there, and that pickoff it's really crucial because the Rift Herald is already up. That opening now is given opportunity for Kha'Zix to go ahead and solo that Rift Herald now. And then this is going to pay dividends now to RQ because the tier 1 turret, they pretty much should be able to take that down very quickly. Renekton is already on that way, so they will send a Rift Herald to the mid now to try to deal with this mid tier 1 turret.
Oh boy. I felt like Surdam is feeling the morning sickness for now. Like, a couple of times he's been caught out in very crucial timings where the Herald was just spawned, and they definitely need this Lee Sin to be able to contend, and the moment that they shoved him aside, there's just no chance of Fortius to basically trade back with a
Oh, so dumb. Getting good look up there. They will get the kill on the Ashe here. And hopefully they will open things up for them a little bit in this mid lane. But nevertheless, the Drake is coming up soon. And we already see Cassidy moving in. The ticket is going to be an Infernal Drake coming onto the Rift now. And this is going to be a very, very critical one here for Echo Fortius. They already have the Mountain Drake in hand. And having the Infernal Drake as well is going to be very, very valuable for them. As Chaz can only watch. Came in a little bit too late there to go for the steal. So Echo Fortius will pick up the Infernal Drake. And in return, though, Renekton trades it for the Tier 1 turret up top.
Yeah, at least having Party straight right out there for Echo Fortius. And that was an amazing pick coming from Surdom, knowing how to basically find an easy target to work around with. Exosin as an Ashe. Honestly, even with the flash committed, sure, he might actually walk away with very little health if given any chance at all. So I guess that's the problem where you basically assassinate him, but for top side.
Ramley caught up a little bit, but is able to duck down into the Tier 2 turret, and Nami, Jin, and Lee Sin are around the corner, so if they want to try to pursue the Ribbon, that's going to force out a big fight indeed. Chaz and Viper now keeping the distance somewhat, but it looks like Chaz might be going for the move there. Good stun there, good arrow onto one. Now they're going to be able to follow it up onto two. Alexa and Jaeger able to back out, though, as no major damage there is able to nuke them down quite a bit, but this certainly is going to force them to try to respond to this now, as we do see Ramley trying to bring chase and see if he can try to catch up Chaz, but Chaz already long gone, now goes ahead and picks up a blue buff for himself.
Yeah, and it's still pretty important for RQ to always burn the flash that's available from Jin, so he's not going to be prepared for another 2 minutes at the very least. While Echo Fortius, I think that a lot of all these scrappy fights that they're taking have been a little bit costly, but they've been able to at least neutralize it with some of these objectives secured. Of course, getting both of the Drakes that was spawned up much early on will allow them to at least handle the late game a little bit better. So RQ would eventually brute force their way into the next objective. That's what we are looking forward to. Now, just looking at some of these items out there, we are already seeing a Raleigh Crystal Scepter already being set up by Viper. So perma-stun, well, perma-slow that is.
Invasion, major invasion here for RQ as they try to steal away the buff, and then they find themselves caught up into a 5v5. First one falls going to be Gragas, while they try to chase down Hunyaker. They do take down Anami. Now they focus onto Ramley the Ribbon, and it will take her down as well. Melting apart here is Echo Fortius as they will catch Surdom a little bit, but then no, he is going to get taken out by Helios. Oh my goodness. A full wipe on Echo Fortius' side, and RQ still has 3 members to bear, and that's certainly going to allow them now to go ahead and get some good priority on this mid lane.
That flip of a switch happened so quickly, and RQ just overwhelms them, diving so deep into their base. They don't even care if this arrow hits anybody at all. They will just basically get the turret of their own. So far, RQ have found their way into a snowballing lead. Almost hitting 10k of a difference. It's about 8k for now, but they've made enough room to create space, and Echo Fortius this time, man, seems like the time is starting to run dry, and they're running low on options into finding ways to pick people off into some of these team fights as well. The only way I see them winning team fights is where RQ get themselves into a really tight spot into maybe the enemy lines of the jungle and just get clipped out by the tidal wave. And that's the only chance that I'm talking about here. And we haven't really seen that full 5v5 potential coming in from Echo Fortius.
But Giselle gets to jump onto Exosin. Jin is going to be bringing out his ultimate. A bit of a timer here. Well, Viper picks up most of the damage there. He's going to be the first one to get taken down. Good stun there into Chaz, but he's going to be busted on the wall, but hooked up by Helios. He comes through the back line, gets a double there. Renekton getting the kill done as well. But Jin able to shut down the Kassadin though, so that does prevent him from doing any more damage. So it does end up being a 2-for-2.
My goodness, like RQ, they know that they really want to pick a fight, so they'll bring the fight to them regardless of that. And here goes their arrow, but they're going to be a little bit too far behind. But at the very least, they will basically send the rest of Echo Fortius back into the base for a quick reset. Next dragon spawning up real soon though, so they really have to prep for that, while topside just absolutely getting shoved high, giving constant pressure into the side lanes, while items are now stacked against some of these members of Echo Fortius when we're looking at Chaz. he may not have that highlight reel moment where he just got himself 1 kill, but he's basically helping Helios to snowball. Now it's basically 5 kills channeled to this Kassadin, where he even bought that Rift Maker. Well, he is the null void. Am I even making sense here? But Helios, he's definitely gonna be a monster that will be unleashed.
Oh, why did the Jin put the ultimate out there? Now it's going to be a bit wasted here, as now looks like RQ will have all the advantage in the world as they try to turn things around onto Echo. Ramley's going to be first one to get picked out here. Oh, rather, actually, it's going to be the Nasus going to be first one to get picked out, and Ramley finally does fall, though. But the Trizel Honey again, just so much damage there thanks to the Kha'Zix. And then now Kha'Zix is completely popping off. Helios trying to get one last, Hyde trying to get one last kill, but one pop there by the Ashe will end Sir Dumb. And look at that, 3 people already taken down for 3 on RQ side. Hyde still able to stay alive, but only just as he will be backing off there as Jin and Nami falls back to the fountain.
Not gonna lie, these fights are giving me a little bit of anxiety where you just see all these members dropping so low underneath the turret, but RQ, they were a little bit overzealous, right? Like, we see them basically going for deep dive. That has cost Chaz his own life. But at the very least, picking up 2 kills in some of all these skirmishes out there. Now, they did have Ulisai here investing in a Quicksilver Sash. So with that said, whatever arrows being thrown at him, sure, he can clear it, unless if he goes toe-to-toe against Viper as well as Exosin in a close-range battle, then only you'll have him permanently slowed down. So it definitely will be a little bit iffy on the next fight. Probably contesting for the Elder Drake or even the Baron. We see it paying on to Baron already. Echo Fortius doesn't seem like they have much vision set up over on the river, and this might just be costly.
Yeah, I think Ramley almost got into caught in a bit of a pincer there. He was definitely keeping an eye out on that Baron lane there, but without any vision here, Echo can't really do anything if RQ decides to try to move in. So RQ already sets up vision for themselves onto the Baron pit. Well, Echo still keeps their distance somewhat, still thinking about how they want to try to approach this. Renekton is still around inside the pit now as they are going to be popping up a little bit. A revive is going to be coming out now onto Chaz. He's going to be coming back into the fray, gets bumped out into the Baron pit now. That's going to be a good disengage for now as RQ continue to back out of this. Echo not going to be pursuing them, while Gragas going to be in a bit of trouble in that bottom lane though, as he has to stay on the Helios by himself.
Yeah, at the very least, Helios won't be able to pursue much longer as he's already running dry on mana. And this is the problem that they will face in the late game for Echo Fortius. Sot lane shoves, Hyde as well as Helios. They can constantly just come in with split pushes, and somebody's got to answer, right? So that's where RQ could just basically force and call for objectives and congregate once again. If they do have teleport enchantment, even better, rejoin that fight, where we expect things like that to come out of Rex Ring of Keon. But for now, of course, it's down to that coin flip of a decision on who calls the shot on the next objective, and they're basically trying to bait and switch on this Baron, as RQ has already got 4 of the members in there.
Yeah. Oh, talk about the bait and switch there to get a jump onto the river and take her out. And that should be the opening they need in order to try to take this Baron here. But then we do see Lee Sin still around. They can still try to go for the steal, but it's RQ. They're going to be swinging around here, forcing the fight out onto Echo's side, forcing them to back out of it. Hyde does sustain a lot of damage there, unfortunately, though. So the next fight may not be that well for RQ, but at the very least, they know that they have Echo kind of get the backs against the wall a little bit here. But RQ does sustain quite a bit of damage. The helmet's a little bit low. Jin is going to be bringing out a curtain call now, and that's going to force RQ to back out of the zone.
But I just love that Echo Fortius, they're still relentless. They still want to hold on to this. 30 seconds from now, there is that Elder Drake. So this is what they will be fighting for. So Surdom got to quickly go in for that reset, and RQ still pressing on. No vision whatsoever, but at least with the Squire's Bloom being popped up, they know that they'll be falling back once again. No point of taking too much of a risk here. RQ now handles those waves. So Echo Fortius, if they do win this team fight though, they can definitely come back from this. Now, heading to the late game, I think it's definitely not going to matter all too much. Echo Fortius, throughout the span of this past 20 minutes, have been showing strength of their own that they've been able to trade back and still go for a 1-for-1 at the very least. Now, it's going to be the rest of Echo Fortius initiating on that Drake instead.
Yeah.
Now, the ball's on their court. RQ, they're about to answer.
Gotta go to jump straight in. Hyde comes in front there. He's gonna be taking the brunt of it. Oh, they do get the kill the Dragon though on Echo's side, so they will be very, very happy with that. And it's RQ only managed to get the kill onto the Lee Sin, but not much else than that. Oh. So now they will be backing out to the mid lane there. Trizel, UXite, and Hunyager still on a pursuit, but then they are going to be focused on taking down this mid-tier turret. Oh, but the Ash gets caught out on the side there by UXite. Good shutdown onto her, and that certainly will secure them the turret, maybe even 2 here as they continue this push.
And this is what we talked about, just coming back into the game with that Elder Drake being secured now. Pressure is on towards RRQ. They can't even get anywhere close to that Baron, despite, sure, no vision being set up for now. Now, that definitely wasn't necessary with the tidal wave, but at the very least, Echo Fortius, even if they don't do much with this Elder Drake, they bought enough time for them to come back into its neutral state. Sure, 80k of gold onto RQ. Doesn't matter all too much by now, where you see all the 4 items already coming into effect, and this Jin has already stacked up every single item possible, so he's definitely going to hit like a truck. So far, Ulixal definitely has been stepping up to the platter, and Echo Fortius looking stronger as compared to the weeks before. I just love the implementation that they've brought forward as they're fighting for their tournament lives.
Yeah, so Hunyager, and looks like keeping an eye on the Baron. Hyde and Chaz are still in the bushes around the top side there. Oh, watch out. Ooh, good arrow there onto Lee Sin, but unfortunately no follow-up. But at least they know that Echo's already making the move onto the Baron now. What will Chaz and Hyde do? Oh, they'll be spotted though. Oh, that's going to be one right in the middle there as Sir Dumb jumps onto Hyde and Chaz, trying to get some lockdown, but not really having any good crowd control. Tidal Wave comes out, doesn't quite catch anyone from RQ, as looks like the Echo is going to be forced to back off from that Baron. No sense for them to continue fighting that, as you can see all of RQ already pushing that priority to the mid here, all piled up. But then now with Echo actually backing out, this has actually given RQ a good position here to secure that Baron, but maybe they're going to be going ahead and just taking away all the buffs inside Echo's own jungle here, trying to starve them out a little bit before this next take.
Both sides playing the chess pieces perfectly well. And here goes.
Sir Dom onto Hyde. A lot of damage done. Good brute there. Revive's going to be forced out. Now they're going to try to focus on the Viper. In the meantime, though, ooh, he was so low. Will they be able to kick him out? The Nast is still able to survive for now. And another Revive is going to be brought out here. That's this time going to be on the Helios. But then Reza Echo still able to stay alive, even though their health is super low. But Chaz and Hyde, Chaz still very much in health here. Tries to go for the jump. Can't quite catch anyone, though. So it looks like Echo will back out, having taken 2 for 2.
Yeah, it was really a close call. Helios jumped in a little bit too early, trying to force a pick off all the way towards the back line, but none of the RQ members were basically prepared to take them on. And it's really a huge risk that Zerdum did right there, because Hyde, he had his Guardian Angels available. So even if he does get that pick off, there's still going to be him available in the next few minutes, and that gives RQ enough time to trade right back. Found themselves Hunyager as well as Ulixal, but it still stands. Both sides of the jungler still have the Guardian Angels available, and here comes the next Elder Drake. Well, we don't see this too often, and this is one of the best ways to kickstart our very first matchup. Just drag this game to 30 minutes, and I'll still love it.
Oh yeah, baby. It's going to be a long one here as Chaz looks like it's going to be taking a catch on the Ramley as Hyde coming on top. But watch out from the back line. Sir Dumb and Trizel comes in to try to save the day here. They weren't able to save Ramley, but at least they were able to avenge him by getting the trade onto Hyde.
Both Baron laners are out, but keep in mind, you see a split push heading over the top side there where he can't commit towards this shove to take that inhibitor and just force their way through, and they're committing to this fight.
Yeah, they're committing in this one here. Exelson does get a stun, but there's not much she can do by herself, though, as Red Team does pick it up. But look at Helios, though. He is split pushing him top, and they should be able to break down the tier 3 turret.
Recall.
Then, oh my goodness, the recalls are coming through, but the Echo is a little bit low, and look, oh, they only caught out one. Oh my goodness, Helios, he went straight for the Nexus. He went straight for the Nexus and took it out.
The backdoor from RQ have been able to seal the deal for game 1. And this is classic RQ. They always have a plan B. And, well, we didn't have to wait for 30 minutes because it's done and dusted. 20 over minutes is where we're at. And That was exciting, man. That got my nerves, my blood all pumping. And I want more. Like, Echo Fortius, they got 2 Elder Drakes and they still can't do it. They're just a little bit too squishy, and it definitely was problematic when we hit into so many of all these fights after fights after fights that RQ just wants to take them on. Like, all they have to do, delay it for the Cassidon, and Helios definitely landed that killing blow.
Oh, I mean,
beautiful game.
It was a bit heartbreaking though, because Echo had to commit a lot into that final Elder Drake fight, and it's just a bit unfortunate that they completely ignored Helios trying to do the split push. And Helios actually had been doing that split push very much throughout this game here, as we've seen from the bottom lane pushes. The side lane pushes really is where he's been focused on, and it did seem like if Echo was had actually been able to counteract that, maybe they could have extended it. But nevertheless, what a master stroke of a play there from RQ.
Yeah, this sort of front to back have seen RQ dominated the early game skirmishes, but heading into the mid game, we've seen proactive approaches coming in from Echo Fortius to be able to snatch a couple of all these major Drakes that has been able to buy them enough time. And time aside, they're still losing many of all these trades out there. It's all due to positioning. Just look at RQ's front to back, just having great measures to cover against one another. And of course, by the end result, Chaz still had almost a perfect game, and Helios definitely was that lethal machine throughout majority of all these team fights. And even without him being in that team fight, you saw how much damage was being dealt by the team itself. Basically, Echo Fortius was relying on hopes that Ulixide becomes this one-shot machine if he could basically get into the face of Chaz or even Exocid to begin with. But it definitely was a tough hole for themselves. They were forced to buy Guardian Angels to buy time to turn the tides around. But all in all, Echo Fortius, they still matched fine. And when we look at the results overall, you see Ulixide just having a spectacular game, basically having better results compared to the RQ bottom laners. But that really didn't matter at all. It's down to how they control the map overall. The macro plays from RQ was magnificent.
Yeah, and certainly helped them a lot in some of those fights there. But you can see even from this even this one here, what Ash had 100% kill participation there. that's really cool. But you can see even from this graph here that, you know, RQ had been having the lead in both gold and XP for the most part, but Heko had actually been putting a few chunks actually out of that graph there, which goes to show that, you know, if things had gone well for Echo Fortius in the earlier stages of the game, perhaps it would have been a much closer, maybe even a much longer fight. Yeah.
And overall, I think that for Echo Fortius, their plan is like, let's put them in very scrappy scenarios where it's just going to take a lot of all these scrappy fights, and hopefully they'll fall prey to all these sort of antics. But it's like RQ takes it another walk in the park. Like, they've faced teams like this before multiple times, and they do it again, just surprising them with that backdoor. But with that being said, of course, we're going to be pretty much getting ourselves ready for our upcoming game. But of course, we definitely have to thank everybody who's been able to make this possible. Of course, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters, and this one was a beautiful win for our RQ.
Yeah, indeed. And RQ hopefully will be able to continue on unleashing the beast here together with Monster Energy. You can go ahead and check them out at monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, if you guys want to join in the conversation when it comes to the Snapdragon Pro Series, join our Discord. It's over there, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join in the conversation with us, with members of the Snapdragon Pro Series as well, and as well as the fans of Wild Rift in general. So game number 2 is going to be coming up, but before that, we're going to be taking a short break. So my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra, and we'll be right back after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Hi, I'm Exosen, and I am the team captain for RQ from Philippines. For the Open Finals, I think we did pretty good. Besides that, we are playing with our new roster, and I think we have a lot to improve. My teammates are very funny and they are very competitive. They don't want to lose every single game, so every game is serious for us. Thailand and Vietnam, they are very good team. We will have a very hard time, and I think it's gonna be challenging for us. I hope that we will get our win against them. Actually, our luck in this tournament,
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like wall. Time's right, and I know they see us walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. Might drown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Don't step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
And let's do it together.
And
welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series League of Legends Wild Rift. You're here with me, Contra, as well as Victor Cax. So far, we have a phenomenal first game that has been won by RRQ against Echo Fortius. So we've seen great back and forth going on, but it was that backdoor from Helios that took the win.
Yeah, it felt like if that hadn't happened, I think Echo could have possibly forced it into a much longer game and maybe even eked out the win there. It certainly looked like they were on track for that, but then that last minute backdoor completely shut them down there. So it could have been like a 30-odd minute match there, but it just ended at 24 minutes because of that Kassadin backdoor. So let's go ahead and have a look at the key player. That last one there is going to be Exosun. KDA of 11%, a kill participation of 100%. All the kills for the RQ has done, this Ashe has been at it the whole time.
And you were just highlighting after we went on break, like, oh, this guy is everywhere on the map. And yeah, truth be told, just like you said, he called the shots every single time that they go in for that enchanted crystal arrow. They're ready to basically come in with a huge takeoff, especially Chaz as well as High, just making sure that they're just permanently stunned ever since that they've got locked down with the arrow. And, well, every time he throws a volley, probably it's another kill in the back, you know? Like, the perma slow from the bottom lane is something to not be underestimated as Echo Fortius definitely had a little bit of a tough time finding their way through this huge front-to-back type of composition that RRQ has been fielding.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's very rare we see Ashe being played as a support here, but it really worked out well for them in this instance, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think this is one of the best MVP titles because supports in general, they don't really get that sort of limelight, and Exosun once again proving that, hey, he can play basically anything. It's not always about that Galio. It's not about, you know, coming up huge with those recon plays. Now, even with Ashe, who basically like needs to sit all the way to his back line to get things done. Sure, it wasn't also about the sort of damage, but just having pure utility for the team. That's what he provided throughout that course of the battle, and 100%. Like, it's... Yep, he's basically everywhere. Every single kill. Like, we've even seen him attempting, like, cross-map arrows, sending it towards the top side in hopes that he would connect towards, well, either the ribbon or so over the mid lane. But overall, I think it's not just about Exosun. It's great coordination coming from every single member of RRQ. We've seen some really good attempts with those sort of setups to enable Helios to propel up ahead. But now, heading into the second battle here, I'm definitely interested to see how would Echo respond to this second matchup's draft in particular, because on the first game, they let through that Kassadin on the second pick and ban. So this time around, I don't think they're ever going to allow it to go through again, unless if RRQ decides, hey, if you guys want a little bit of a challenge, maybe take that Kassadin and we'll show you what we've got.
Yeah, so far, it's going to be only Jace has been banned out here. So, this time, though, it's our Echo that actually is going to be getting the first ban/first pick on their side. And they're going to be starting on the blue side as well. So, bit of a change around, definitely, from the first game, as RQ bans out the Yuumi for their end.
Yeah, and we do expect picks like Karma to still be axed away, and Echo Fortius might actually want to invest in a Kassadin ban much later on. They still want to weigh in their options here. The same bans are being brought forward. I believe that Lucian was one of the champions that was taken out in the very first draft. I think that Echo could use it for their own if they were looking forward to its a safe laning phase, but RQ says, no, we're not going to allow you to play it safe whatsoever. And if they're going to stick with this sort of Ashe Nasus composition yet again, I think it will still work out for RRQ. So banning that Senna is not going to make too much of a drastic difference for the side of RRQ. But this time around, it's interesting to note that Echo, they choose to basically take out any assassination attempt coming out of Helios. So no Zed, and in response, RRQ want to open up more doors up ahead, take out Olaf. But bear in mind, yet again, we still have that Kassadin that's still left available. I'm still hoping for a similar game.
Yeah.
I'm just keeping my fingers crossed that somebody out here would try to go in for that, but at least it's off to a good start for Echo with the Karma. But in response, RQ goes in for 2 of their picks that they've been bringing forward in their very first draft.
Yeah, it's Nasus and Renekton with all it's just literally the same pick that they did in the first game there. So Echo may have a slightly different game plan here now that they're bringing in the Karma, but obviously making a Karma as a first pick does make it a very, very flexible draft here. So Echo could be poised to just do anything that they want to at this point. The question is, will they be having some good counters, or they be going with the same game plan as the first one? Because it looks like Riven is picked up here, and they will have another pick. This time it's going to be the Corki, so at least it will have a lot more damage this time around, and perhaps maybe not playing Riven mid this time around.
Yeah, I do believe that with this sort of picks, we have a lot more stability for Echo. Fortius overall, if you want to send it down towards the Dragon lane, it still will be a decent synergy with that Karma, unless you want that Karma over in the mid lane. So RQ side, still very flexible. We expect this to go either side, with the Nasus being most likely a support. So on the second draft, they can opt to, I don't know if I'm ever going to make sense. Hear me out. Ban Ashe. Okay. No. We still have that Accident, so I think that definitely is the heavier priority.
Yeah.
And therefore, back towards Echo Fortius, they just got to pick their poison here. So exact same draft ran by RRQ, but Echo Fortius feeling relatively confident after those sort of fights that they've taken. And I believe now with a little bit more of a range advantage, they can actually find a better alternative. And hey, they heard what I said.
Yep, that's definitely a targeted ban there. So the Ashe is going to be out of play there. So poor XSN is going to have to play something a little bit different this time around. But they still will have another ban on their side, at least on ARQ side. They've also banned out the Kazakhs, and it will ban out the Garen. So one last ban to go for Echo Fortis.
And Echo Fortius definitely have to consider this ban very heavily. So, like, do you want to take out the Cassidin? Yes, they will. So, without a shadow of a doubt, they will just continue on with this. RQ, they found Plan C. Okay, Plan C is to bring this Soraka and give infinite healing to Nasus. So, they're going that indestructible route. And this is going to be absolutely annoying, but good counter to this is to bring maybe some Ignite on board, and of course have things like the Mortal Reminder, Morellonomicon if they're running a mage for Echo Fortius, which if it hits the late game, this Karma, if it's going to be support, then it's not going to come in all too early. But if it's on the mid lane, sure, why not bring it forward? Shyvana though, along with Galio. Okay, this is going to be exciting to watch. Huge AoE damage, and you expect Ramley to once again go on this Riven. So if they do land all these chain knockups and just basically club them all together, it's going to be a good time for Echo Fortius. But RQ, they want to stand toe-to-toe, and this time around, we're seeing their special. Helios possibly on it, Akali still having second thoughts here. So Fiora or even the Akali, I think is still going to be a great pick overall. So they locked it in. So with that being said, we expect either Hyde to go on this Fiora and have Chaz, to pass this Renekton over onto Helios. Still going to be a decent lane overall. And what we're expecting to see here is to have either both the Corki as well as the Galio over the bomb side, and Karma to just play it cool over the mid lane. And we'll just fare absolutely fine against a Fiora.
Yeah, so it's going to be Riven versus Nexon in the Baron lane, Fiora versus Karma in that mid lane. I'm definitely going to be watching out for that Shyvana's in this game here. Ramley, of course, will be on the Galio, and oh yeah, the Soraka as well. I mean, there's a lot of really good things going on in this draft here. So
Exo's just flexing it, like, okay, go down that rabbit hole. Like, what other supports do you want to throw in? Like, yeah, we're not gonna go with all the mainstream stuff right here. RQ just showing all kinds of hands that they have right now, and I don't know how much more is there on that deck, but if Echo Fortius push it to game tree, we're going to see even more stuff to come. So what are the chances to push it to game tree?
I mean, again, like, I would think it's pretty high, given that, you know, if Echo actually managed to nail this this game down, I think it could be a very close one. So yeah, I would say there's definitely a big possibility for that to happen in this one here. So let's see whether or not they were able to be able to put all of this together here, because Karma, Riven, Corki, Galio, and Shyvanas, that's a very, very interesting lineup here. So RIQ, they did bring in the Soraka and Vera, and that's mainly the two things that have been changed from their lineup in the first game there. So really, really curious to see how Soraka is going to play out.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this is one of the most underrated picks overall. But when you do have a Soraka who not only offers a lot of heal when it comes down to team fights, sometimes you just ignore this whole zone where she just basically lay down in silence. I'll go back to that skill name eventually, because I haven't seen enough Soraka games to cast too much myself, but it can basically lock them into this zone if they're not careful enough, and especially for Riven, like, she will basically dispel of her usual combination where she just wanted to jump all the way to the back line. So Echo Fortius still have to be very careful on these team fights. And here we go into Game 2. You're currently watching the Snapdragon Pro Series League of Legends Wild Rift Game 2 between RQ versus Echo Fortius.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, back into the Summer's Rift. And of course, Echo starting on the blue side means that it's going to be, currently it's going to be Galio that takes the mid lane there, while Karma sticks to the to the Dragon lane down in the bottom to support the Corki. So bit of a switch up here. Perhaps just maybe facing that threat of that Fiora, they thought that maybe it might be a little bit better to use the Galio against instead. But what are your thoughts, though?
Yeah, my thoughts is that Baron hasn't spawned, so he can't be slain. That's the first thing.
True.
Anyways, of course, this sort of matchup does not really favor the Galio in the early game, but he's going to be able to stabilize eventually. So for the early game, Ramley's just going to be harassed for a little bit. Got to be careful about that proc. He doesn't even care about some of all these vital stats. And just keep in mind, like, he cannot afford to soak in so much of that damage. Every time that sort of passive appears, he just got to reposition. And every time you see that over the front, reposition towards the back. That's going to reset that passive, so he doesn't really have to take too much damage. So Ramley maybe tries to bait and switch for a little bit. Helios tries to go for a repause, but you won't expect to see much kill potential for now. But what's spicy to see is that the first Drake will be an Infernal Drake, so we expect some good fights to happen on that part of the river.
Yeah, it's going to be hot and spicy down in the Dragon Pit very, very soon. But yeah, I do fear for Ramley in this lane matchup, though. But then he is doing quite well, already hit up to level 4 so far. The harassment on Helios having done quite well so far. Well, Riven has already gotten Renekton pushed up quite well. Lee Sin going to go for the recall. The moment Giselle very, very low, though. It's kind of brave for her to still stick around here, but she does have to back up the Galio and Sir Dumb around the corner, but unfortunately Ramley is going to have to back out there, having taken quite a lot of damage there, taking out those jungle minions. So it looks like it's only going to be Shyvanas around the corner to try to support this Trizel, who is extremely low, like one tick of health there. Oh, tight, guys, jump. That's going to be the cue for Sir Jump. Sir Dumb to bring the jump. He's trying to focus on the Chaz, but Helios comes in from the mid. He's going to be jumping straight onto Sir Dumb. Trizel now tries to turn things around, but unfortunately not much Riven can do. Sir Dumb's going to get caught out completely now as Hyde comes in, gets the kill done on the Shyvanas. Honeyga now coming a little bit too slow, a little bit too late as RQ peels away successfully after having taken the first 2 kills.
What a great rotation coming out of RRQ to respond perfectly in time, and that grand challenge was enough to secure the second kill overall. And honestly, Echo Fortius was being very hopeful that they could basically land a dive onto Hyde, but keep in mind, it's never easy to dive a Renekton, so I felt like that was a little bit of time being expended without any sort of fruit of a labor, and we can't really fault them all too much. Speaking of which, another pickoff happens.
Yeah, Trizel now getting caught up again. Sir Dumb yet again has to come in and try to save the day. Ramley, though, he is able to jump in here, try to free with the interruption, but unfortunately isn't able to save Sir Dumb. And now the Galio gets caught up as well. Oh my goodness! We barely even started on the first objectives, and RQ's already scored 5 kills.
And all the plot that they had slowly crumbles in front of their eyes. Like, that sort of contest, just for skulls or so, honestly wasn't really worth it when they're already behind. Now they basically give Chaz the edge to have priority on any lane he desires to gank. With 2 kills ahead, 3 assists, he's everywhere with 100 KP. Oh, Helios going with a further extension, but Ramley will be able to do all too much. Just a little bit more of a time you will expect to see this Buriram coming up strong with a Trinity Force coming up online shortly. But as for Echo Fortius, I guess they just really have to find ways to band-aid this sort of bleeding that they had. The only sort of call that I do see them doing is probably put a lot of priority onto this Drake where he's chasing Helios behind. Resecure his stat, Scuttle, that's all that they want to do.
Yeah, thinking about trying to pincer Helios there. They do have the numbers, but not necessary to catch up. Hanyega does get a little bit slow, but that's not quite a lockdown he's looking for, and Helios easily picks up the honey fruit and brings her back up to speed. But in the meantime, though, RRQ focusing on that tier 1 turret up in the top there. Riven, the only one who has to defend here, as the Rift Herald is going to be coming on a few moments, though. I think RRQ was thinking of maybe clearing out this turret here, making it a little bit easier for them for this Rift Herald take. But it seems like they weren't able to take it down completely, though. Trizel now keeps an eye on that pit, while the Renekton up in the top continues to keep the priority going. They really want to try to take on this turret here, it feels.
Keep in mind, though, Chaz should be in range to come in for a steal attempt. And here comes the rest of RQ, finding a little bit of an opening. But there is.
Next side, Helios on the back there, and then it looks like has jumped back into the pit there on the side. Dragon is going to be taken by blue team, though, so Echo does successfully take it. Now RQ is going to try to get some good kills and trade. They're already taken down the Corki so far. They do take down the leg side as well. Ramley also getting caught out. Hanyega caught out there by Helios. That's going to be a shutdown straight onto that Lee Sin on Chaz. Well, the rest of Echo continues to peel away. They lost 3 members so far, but at least they managed to take down Chaz, so a little bit of a consolation prize, perhaps.
Yeah, but currently they're working on 2 objectives at the same time, where Hyde, sure, it's only 1 minute, but he's gotten enough plays. Now they do have that priority over on that Rift Herald. So as much as Echo Fortius fortified himself with that Dragon, that will be able to amp a little bit more firepower for this Shyvana to skill. However, RQ just calling the shots everywhere they go. It looks like almost finding a little bit of exchange.
Oh, one shot didn't quite have the range there to hit Chaz, and the barrier obviously will be able to keep him alive. Rift Herald's going to be called down to mid, though, so they're going to have to try to defend this. Well, RQ's Exosen a little bit low at the moment. He's going to have to recall at some point here. There's no honey is out there. Actually, there's a honey fruit up there, but Exosen not going to pick it up so far. As Viper may need it a lot more, but both of them nevertheless will recall, though, as they will be backing out. While in the meantime, Ramley Surdum trying to keep this tier 1 turret alive. Helios now in position here to try to take priority on this lane now. But yeah, it's going to be quite hard to take up against a Fiora who is currently on level 9 and doesn't seem to have any signs of stopping that momentum anytime soon.
And just want to quickly highlight that both sides of RRQ's Dragon laners are actually utilizing this new item, the Red Shield, to its full effect. Passage of their goal, that's what they need to. So I guess the rich can only get richer. And in fact, EXO, once again, just showing up in almost every battle that he has participated in. And we also do see that he's picking up a new enchantment. So, of course, that's something that we haven't seen all too much from. So, of course, I'll do a little bit of reading on that. I'll give you all the details that we need on what could this possibly provide for the rest of RQ.
Oh man, RQ is just on a roll right now, taking down 2 tier 1 turrets in a row now, and Helios still keeping an eye on that tier 1, which is still heavily defended by Riven at the moment. Riven or Trizel, obviously. Exosen staying a lot of damage there from Honeygaru leg side. It might be finding an opportunity here if we can just only catch him right around the corner as Trizel jumps in there. Is he going to get a stun? Yes, he does get a stun. Now Surdum jumps in, pounces for the kill. Can't quite keep him in lockdown though. The root does come true and that forces Trizel and Ramney a little bit behind. Trizel does find Helios though, so now they're going to be focusing on that Fiora. Surdum now coming in position here. Helios forced to flash in order to try to get away. Chaz now jumps straight onto Surdum now, trying to to keep it away, but Ramley comes in, gets a good catch there. Trio the RQ taking a lot of damage so far, but is still able to keep himself in relative safety there. Now Renekton comes in there, immediately takes out a Karma. Now the things have kind of fallen apart here for Echo as they will be forced to back out.
My oh my, that was long extended from both ends, but RIQ still storming in though. They're about to get the catch. Zerdom, he doesn't really have much resources left. He just have to back away.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to back out. He doesn't really have a lot of things to run with in his tank, and fortunately that will be the end of the tier 1 turrets on Echo Fortis side. So RQ definitely are on a huge power spike right now, and it really shows in the level of objectives they've been taking so far.
Yeah, and RQ, they definitely did a lot of homework here on the new patch, and I'm just gonna give it a lowdown of the Soraka enchantment, right? So Ionian Meteor does a whole lot of damage. It can deal up to 25% of each enemy's maximum health as magic damage. So that's the reason why you see EXO, he's not gonna go in for that typical support build. He's basically building a scaling mage out of Soraka. More heals, more damage.
Oh, Ramley gonna get caught up here, but then the Helio's gonna be in trouble now because the Reza Echo was just literally in the jungle and has a very, very dead Fiora. So maybe a bit of a revenge there. Overkill maybe, but then again, might be worth it in the end.
I'm not too sure. Like, I see a bunch of ultimates being popped right there, and we got a few objectives coming up. I guess it's not too bad after all. It's just Giselle that needs his ult back up. But the rest of RQ trying to get a little bit more of a heavy priority over the mid side. That opens up that option for both the Drake as well as the Rift Herald. So package now being picked up. This is going to be a game-changing fight for Echo Fortis if they can win it though. It's 10,000 deficit for them. Still pretty hard to come back from. Even with them finding a little bit of stabilizer after 1 or 2 pickoffs, it still didn't really matter all too much because Cyrodiil, he's not really the tankiest unit. He's only got that Divine Sunderer. Sure, you do a little bit of damage, but he's not even close by. You're just opting for a handshake of an exchange, but Zura is not having it.
Yeah, she's just basically trying to stop Echo from taking this Rift Herald easy, but unfortunately loses her life as a result. The Reza RQ comes in, but a little too late to stop Echo from taking the Rift Herald. So nevertheless, though, the Lee Sin alone will be able to finish off the Ocean Drake himself. So it's just going to be objective for objective, but that's the second time that Helios got himself caught out there.
That's right, and at least now with a different sort of approach, they do congregate over the top side, but they're looking for exchange from RQ. So they're trying to brute force their way down bot, but Hanyeger, alongside with Ulixite, should be able to tend to this, but not too much can be done right there when you have 3 units just basically crumbling that turret so quickly. But with 2 charges onto the top side, I think it's still well worth it for Echo to try to get in shape, just slowing down a little bit of that sort of damage being dealt from that early game that they've suffered from. So just going into the mid game though, just this whole idea of having that huge AoE of a team fight isn't going to be all too easy for Echo Fortis to come by, because you expect RQ to attack from all angles. Sure, you have Viper that has been a beefy mid-chill over the front line, same goes to Hyde, but they're also mobile. Cal Exosin inside, right? Like, it's gonna be hard for them to even reach this Soraka with that sort of infinite heal. I don't think they are prepared for this fight. They're just giving away all this turret because they know they can't afford to commit entirely. And Echo still having 2 members split over the bottom side. They're not gonna be able to yield too much though, so it's gonna definitely take a while. So their hopes is to hit into the late game, that Ulixite will find himself more items to stack upon, and still, you have to find target priority. Who do you really want to take out first? Because you would expect the Wish to come in. Exo is just going to have a ton of healing, so Ignite from Hanyeger is crucial to pick that first guy up.
Oh, Trizel gonna get caught up a little bit in this top lane here as Hyde attempts to try to extend his dominance here over this Riven, but not able to follow up on that, just really just trying to keep him intimidated, but unfortunately the Renekton had his armor broken, so he wasn't able to keep that aggression going. But nevertheless, we can see him regrouping with the rest of his team. We can see Viper and Exosun now scanning the jungle yet again. They've been doing this. They did this previously, trying to scout out and see if Echo was trying to set up an ambush. But so far, Echo is just literally too busy trying to stem the bleeding that's happening on their end to really try to set up anything else, I feel. So right now, Echo is just desperately trying their very best here to just stay on the edge here very much. I mean, it just really emphasizes how precarious the position is when they can't really commit to defending these tier 2 turrets, which are so important at this stage. But RQ is just literally rolling them over with it. So there's only one more tier 2 left, as that's going to be in the mid lane. But we see RQ already invading the jungle on this side here. So it looks like they're trying to secure this bottom lane. They feel that if they can just maybe catch Echo a little bit off guard a bit, that might be the opening they need in order to snowball straight into the base.
That's true, and Ramley has already utilized his hero's entrance, so they know at least one element is down. And therefore, if they were to commit to this Baron bait, it's not going to be looking all too bad, where plan B is to always have Helios as well as Hyde to still shove into the side lane. Sherdam goes in, drops a ward, but have it cleared out very quickly.
Oh, that's good jump there. Dumb is able to flash away, but then now they're going to be focusing on the leg side. He is able to flash out of there. RQ still trying to find someone to lock down here. They do find one in the form of Ramley, though. Ramley does bring out a barrier to keep him alive a little bit longer, but unfortunately, the Galio only had just a little bit longer there to live. But the rest of RQ continue to try to count over here, because with the Galio down, it will be able to clean up the rest. It feels like the Shranas is down, Karma is down, leg side almost gets taken down. Oh, he does get taken down. Triple kill for Exosun as RQ looks like they have the opening they absolutely need now to take the Baron buff.
AP Soraka is the way to go. EXO is looking for another MVP title, and now with everyone cleared out, this is going to be an easy Baron for them to seal. My oh my, EXO, yep, he doesn't care for his life. Yep, just getting the Baron at the very least for the rest of the team should be done in a jiffy. But that team fight in the jungle, Echo was just overwhelmed, too much damage overall. Like, you saw what happened, like, Huntaker did to the chance. Zell was fending off against 2 to 3 members in the middle of it all, at that juncture. And it was just positioning overall that didn't really favor Echo, even though they were on their own jungle. Now, I don't know. There's no way of killing Exosun right now. He's got that Imperial Mandate along with this Warmok, infinite healing. Sure, every time you get a heal to your teammate, she bonuses health. Does it matter when she could just regen it after a few seconds? Not at all.
Yeah, Echo right now having their backs against the wall a little bit here, desperately trying to keep this tier 2 turret alive, but 276 points of health. It's literally only a couple of hits from Exosun. They will be able to finish it off. So now they're going to be focusing on the high ground. Gotta watch out for the Shivanas in the background, though. Serdum is going to be getting the jump straight onto there. Good taunt there. That's a lot of damage done to Exosun and Hyde. Is it enough to take out Soraka, though? Soraka's still alive. Still able to get away. The rest of Echo, unfortunately, not able to hold their own, though, as they lose out the Riven and the Galio. Now RQ has them on the run, as they are going to be coming in strong here with the Baron buff. So aiming in on that tier 3 on the mid, aiming on the tier 3 on the top. Both of those turrets will get taken down in record time here by RQ as it continue to steamroll the rest of Echo inside their own base. Now look at that. Watch out for Helios. He's just coming in there, just keeping Serdum on his toes, keeping him locked inside the fountain now. RQ completely overwhelms the entirety of Echo, and now they will take down the Nexus to secure the series 2-0.
Back-to-back win for RRQ to start off this beautiful weekend, and of course, more games coming your way, but RRQ just showing exceptional drafts, especially on that support role. Like EXO, man, oh man, he definitely has been doing splendid work throughout this whole matchup. So later on, if we just talk to the boys, I definitely want to ask, like, where did this idea come from? Like, you know, they have so many weeks that they could basically pull this one off, but I think that the deep level of understanding to this brand new patch has definitely given them so much creativity involved. Like, you saw the amount of healing in that final fight. That was absolutely disgusting. Like, Nasus, he was brought down to 10%, and it just got this into the hill, but we just got to bring it all the way back. Of course, with the highlight reels coming your way,
it's a little bit of an iffy situation. A lot of risk being taken from Echo just to try to get themselves this scuttle, and they were set back time and time again. Like, it's about 10,000 gold deficit in less than 10 minutes, and this was that fight where we saw, okay, it looked like they had a chance till everybody dove onto Ramley and just have them all clumped up. So, I don't know. It definitely tastes like Ramley Burger for the rest of our team.
And that's the thing, because like RQ definitely had a much stronger like early game phase here, not least thanks to Echo's kind of like risky play at the initial part there that kind of like practically handed them the lead, you know, from the get-go. So that already put them in such a tight spot that I felt it was way harder for them to try to fight back in this game compared to the last one. Even though they don't have the threat of the Kassadin necessarily, it was just the threat of the Soraka, the threat of the Lee Sin, the threat of Fiora was just too much for them to bear.
Yeah, and overall, like with the Equinox, the spell that I was trying to bring up, where you just basically render the front lines unable to react so long as you drop it onto either a Shyvana or a Trizel on that Riven, they're just going to be backing away where you just can't stand in the zone. So far, RRQ just had this game plan going on where Helios, sure, he's going to have a little bit of struggle in between, but against Kama, honestly, isn't exactly the highest level of threat that could possibly bring to the table. And therefore, Echo Fortius, once they have fallen through on that early game, that game plan of having that perfect 5v5 it just didn't seem feasible at all. As we look at the charts, majority of these objectives have definitely went on trades from the early to mid game, but it was just RQ dictating the tempo from start all the way to finish.
Yeah, and that's certainly a dominant display here that RQ has pulled off against Echo Fortius here. So very well-deserved win here in our first matchup for today. So all you guys back at home there enjoying the show so far, I'd like to give a shout out to some of our sponsors here, because this Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by ESL wouldn't have been possible without the support of our sponsors in this event. So first off, let's go ahead and give a thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters, it matters the most here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And of course, our second sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast with them over on their website at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And also to remind you guys, if you guys want to join in the conversation at the SPS, join our Discord channel here. It's at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can join in with all the fans of SPS as well as us casters, because we're all in there, all having fun, all having a good time, and just waiting for you to join in with you guys. So let's go ahead and jump in now to an interview with the main man from RQ himself. Let's go ahead and say hi to Exoson. How are you doing, my man?
Hello.
Hi. Hey, we see a cutie at the back as well. Can we have the name of the pupper?
His name is Milo.
Milo.
Oh, that's cute.
All right. Yeah, that's like the 7th member of the team, I assume. But of course, we got questions for you, EXO. So in game 1, you were playing Ashe, and you had like 100% of participation in all those kills. And on game 2, you came up with Soraka, which we don't always see heading into this whole league itself. So I want to ask, like, was it your decision overall, or was it like Taigu that has planned this all out?
I think for me, it's because of the patch. They bring out the new items for the support, and I think it's a big help for the support players out there. And about the Ashe pick and Soraka pick, I think it's not new for us because we've been practicing Soraka and Ashe ever since.
Ever since? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that definitely was a splendid display overall. And speaking of the new patch, right? Like, we've already seen so many changes being brought forward, and literally a new patch dropped like basically 2 days ago. Was it a lot of prep that you guys have to go through, or you guys already feel, hey, this is kind of comfortable because you might have actually seen ways to work around it?
We tried the new items, and I think right now it's really broken. The relic.
Okay.
Yeah. It gives a lot of gold for the bot lane.
I see, I see. And I also do notice that you also purchased that new enchantment as well, that meteor, and that you equipped it on that Soraka. Do you think that item is broken as well?
I think it's fun. That's why we're using it.
Definitely was.
You see some meteor falling out of the game. I mean, of the sky.
Right, right. And I think that was a great look. Like, you basically abused the brand new patch and a clean 2-0 win. Any questions from you, Victor?
Not really much. I mean, you've pretty much covered most of the bases, really, that I really wanted to ask on the Exosun side. So I guess, like, my question really for you guys is, what's going to be expectations going forward from here? I mean, now that you guys feel it looks like you guys have this patch pretty macked down. So do you think the chances of you guys getting to the playoffs is going to be way higher now?
I think for us, it's still 50-50 because many teams are still strong out there.
That's right. And of course, there's still many battles up ahead, but we know that you guys are in at least a good spot heading into the playoffs. But of course, I want to ask you this. Who do you think is the MVP for the entirety of the series? Yourself? Or could it be somebody else?
I think it's support meta right now.
Oh, yeah. Support meta. I love what you just mentioned, and of course, let's see if that is true. So here we go. You're absolutely right. The man himself, EXO. 2 games in a row. Man, you've been offering a whole lot on both the picks overall, but I definitely would love to see what else would be brought to the table. Now, I do want to ask you this as well. Like, sure, we see a little bit more of that utility support coming into play. That you've said that, sure, it seemed a little bit broken. What about tank supports? Do you think that they're still in trend? Is it something that you guys want to try and test coming into future games?
I think tank support is still there. And I think many tank support can punish some utility champs.
All right. So, of course, we do look forward to other surprises from you in those upcoming games. So, any words that you basically want to share to, you know, fans back at home that's tuning in from the early morning, just cheering you guys on?
Thank you for our supporters and also to my family and also to Suzy and my little one, Eri. And also to RRQ organization, to our boss AP, boss Ricky, and boss Nano.
Yep, shout out to them. And of course, thank you so much, EXO. You've definitely been a pleasure to be on this interview, and I just love spending time with you here. Hope to visit you guys someday in the Philippines, though. So, of course, till then, let's hope for the best for the entirety of the weekend, so we don't want to hold you for too long. So, have a good break, and we'll see you soon.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right. Always welcome.
Yeah, it was so fun looking at how how enthusiastic the team was in the background, just constantly poking around there, and of course the cute little mutt there. And
I'm trying
Milo.
not to be distracted by all the cute pets that they do have. Like, yeah, I wish like I could just have one to cuddle with here.
Aww.
And possibly we won't end up casting anyway. So yeah, we'll keep it this way.
Yeah, so nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first matchup of the day done and dusted. We're going to have another matchup coming, but before that, we're going to be taking a break here at the SBS. So my name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Contra. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
down to this. Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see me beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Cause my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Love, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me.
Scenario, win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, ooh, us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we doing dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, right now. Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh,
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Join me here is Contra. We're here to bring you guys our second matchup for today. So earlier we saw RRQ versus Echo Fortius. This time around, it's going to be Thailand versus Indonesia. Buriram United versus Persis Esports. So Contra, coming into this second matchup here, what's going to be your expectations for this one?
Well, so far we've already seen a whole lot coming out of Evos Esports. Initially, when he started off the entirety of this whole challenge stage, we've seen them on a shaky note at the start of it, but they've definitely come into shape and have been performing relatively well. But let's take a look at the leaderboard real quick, as RRQ have managed to take the win against Echo Fortius. So nothing much has been changed except for the fact that RRQ now will be on top of the table. So later on, it will definitely be a deciding match between Team Flash as well as Persis Esports to see who will join along the ranks of RRQ. But Evos Esports definitely desperately need this win in order to propel up ahead. But yet again, Persis Esports, I think they're definitely feeling the heat. They have not won a single game thus far. So with this new patch, hopefully they've been able to concoct something that we've not seen before, just like how RQ did in that previous matchup.
Yeah, this is really exciting things though, because with this new patch kind of changing up the meta now, going from like, you know, our previous skirmisher meta, now according to RQ, we might be in a supporter meta here. So this could be a real opportunity here for Persis Esports. But nevertheless though, if they do lose this one out, they're going to be sinking like a stone here in this group stage. So here's hoping that that won't come to pass. So nevertheless though, for Buriram United Esports, having that win here is only going to be able to secure them that third place. So they're not exactly in the most ideal position either. But, you know, if Persis does manage to pull up an upset here, that would certainly do dividends there for their position on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and I do have to apologize as I sidetracked, because like there's two Thai teams. I highlighted the other one. Buriram United so far has been looking to be the team that has been on the cleaner note of team fighting, and we've already seen a whole lot of what they could possibly offer, and of course they've been showing up to strengthen. Of course, speaking of supporter meta, we're going to be having a look on what the Jess, what he offers. Usually, yeah, he's known for his Galio, for his Rakan, and all the flashy sort of plays. And with this sort of patch being so interesting, possibly this matchup is about what the Jess could possibly offer on the table. Of course, you still have the old reliable Noel co-defeat Arshini that will be always kicking things off to start off any sort of team fight. With Bank being added into the team, this team has been looking to be stable, but when push comes to shove, I think like heading to the late game, sometimes they do struggle against great teams like RRQ, where we take a look back into the past matchups. We've already seen a little bit of glimpse of this sort of clip on that RRQ match, but usually when it comes down to the early game, they play it a little bit slow and steadily until they scale up. And speaking of scaling, sure, Noel is that guy to always wield at stake, and just having a lot of back and forth going on. They always have this front-to-back sort of lineup, which we see them standing toe-to-toe against RRQ, and that series definitely was neck and neck.
Yeah, and Buriram United, of course, very, very well known for the way they handle these fights. So here's hoping that, you know, up against an Indonesian squad who also is known for their scrappy fighting, hopefully you'll be able to pull something good. So here we're going to feature our key player here from Buriram United. It's going to be Bank, having a KD of 9.6, a kill participation of 68.5%, GPM 736, DPM 1135, and damage taken 712.
That's right, and we do expect Bang to be having a lot of different types of things to bring forward to the table, as we've recently seen quite a number of mages to be brought forward into the Dragon Lane instead. So maybe a little bit of a high priority on things like the Morgana, the Ziggs that was played on the previous week. So let's head over to Persis Esports. And of course, we have Tubbs, Jurl, Techmaturgy, Dewa, as well as Tobu. So these faces, of course, have been making their debut throughout the entirety course of the league. So far, as much as they have not been able to find that sort of win, they've been improvising every step of the way. And they've definitely had a lot of tough matches, especially against teams like Cerberus Esports, but they've definitely had stellar performances where when they do go in for those 5v5s, they look hella good, especially when they do have some picks to start off the game with. But heading to the late game, once again, they do have similar problems as well as what we've seen from Echo Fortius to adapt to those sort of scaling and, of course, heading into certain team fights. If they're being segregated, that's where the problem will somehow persist.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that when things come together well for Persis Esports, it comes together super, super well, especially with a star player like Dewa on their side, literally giving Bang a run for his money. Now, his KDA a little bit lower, but then, you know, his Lux plays absolutely brilliant, and it's certainly forced a few teams here literally just to ban out the Lux out of respect, because knowing that what Dewa can do with Lux in hand, he can literally be a force to be reckoned with, especially in those early games. So, let's see how this is turned out though, because up against a team as strong as Buriram United, this is going to be Persis Esports' biggest challenge yet, I feel.
Yeah, and I feel like out of all these things that they've been playing so far, at least they have finally found themselves in a little bit more of a comfort spot where they're not really in the stage where, okay, I'm just going to feel beat down every step of the way because I've lost a couple of matches. Like, this time around, Persis Esports have this mindset that they have nothing to lose at all and everything to gain. So I think like with this new patch, once again, revitalizing hopes with all these sort of new things that can be created over the bottom lane, especially playing around Dewa, will be one of the few key factors of Persis Esports to attain success against the rest of Buriram United. But this is definitely a tough nut to crack. I still believe that Buriram United will still have a little bit more of an edge against Persis. If they do take a game off, I'll still be happy for them.
Yeah, I think like overall, I still feel that Buriram is a stronger team. Persis still hasn't really found, I would say, haven't really found things to mesh together quite well yet. So you can see even across the board here from the rest of the other casters, they're also putting their votes onto Buriram United.
Yeah, and seems like everyone's on the same page for today. I believe that on the final two, we're going to be a little bit divided, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Or maybe the third match itself. Like, my heart says Evos. I mean, like, Enigma Galaxy is always in my head. Like, I know, like, some of these guys will be tweeting against me in a short moment in time, but I'll check my phone much later in the day. I don't mind it. So,
yeah.
I'm not going to reveal it yet. So, we focus ourselves into this matchup at hand. So, Evos Esports, of course, since they added Tipper back into the Baron lane, I think they've been looking a lot more stable. The past season, they've been experimenting with Lloyd, their coach, to join back in. He was a legendary player playing back in the PC era of League of Legends. And now, of course, that definitely is for Evos Esports, but for Buriram United, I think that they've been able to create this legacy for themselves, heading into international tournaments as well. So far, Noel has always been the backbone of the entirety of the team, where he can play tanks, he can play bruisers, he can be... Well, we haven't seen him much on Assassins, but some of these core picks that Persis Esports will have to take note of is, do you want to target Golden Feet? Do you want to target Arshani? Or What the Jess, who's currently in the hot form as well? So, in terms of the bans, we'll expect the same mold to be drawn out overall. So, starting things off, two supports axed out. It's both the Senna as well as the Karma, and BRU comes off with the first pick advantage though. Interesting enough, they take out Fiora, so it will definitely leave a few options left on the table. Now, do Persis Esports want to leave Jace up for grabs?
Well, nope, doesn't look like that. But yeah, it's no surprise that the Fiora is banned out. I mean, Golden Feet has been an absolute beast on that Fiora the last few times that he's played it for Buriram United. So that's certainly a targeted respect ban for him specifically. But that does leave, you know, one slot already up on the table there. So, oh, another ban here. That's gonna another respect ban, really. That's going to be on Lux for Dewa. So that's no Lux for Dewa this round here. So again, PSO, they can still handle things. I mean, not having a Lux is still not the end of the world. Dewa can certainly still play well in his marksman role with any other heroes, just that if they had a Lux, definitely had a much better time for sure.
You know, I just love taking a glimpse of their gaming houses. Like, everyone's just so focused on the side of Buriram United. Meanwhile, the guys from Persis Esports just having a little bit of a fun out there. Buriram United opts to snatch away Lucian, a heavy priority pick, but that also leave options on the table, such as Renekton as well as Morgana, now taken away by PSO. But what's interesting to me, we're seeing Bang going on a possibly of having this Tristana over on the bottom lane. Or could it be Archony to cheese his way through the AP mid lane Tristana? They took all my hopes aside and they say, you know what? Give Noel his Juggernaut tank. We're just gonna keep it a lockdown. So it's a natural answer for Renekton overall.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton Morgana can be very, very difficult to deal with, but then again, going for the Garen this time around, that does give them a lot of like early game kind of like strength though. But instead they're going to be going with Kha'Zix to pair up with the Garen and Lucius. So what do you make of that?
Well, I do believe that Golden Feet has always been a key member of Buriram United to be able to have that heightened sense to go in for those jump scares and stuff. And speaking of jump scares, man, we got the Kassadin online for Persis Esports, so that's a great pick for them overall. So it's going to be tough for Buriram United if they extend this game to the later phases of the matchup, because they're going to have a cap, including that Lucian as well as the Kha'Zix, and Buriram United further putting all the eggs in the basket onto all the possibilities of a pick for Jurl in the jungle. No Lee Sin, but what else would they actually have to remove? And I expect that Buriram United, they still have a few things left on their sleeves right now. So they haven't really shown their support pick overall, as well as a potential mid-lane matchup. So they can definitely make life harder for the Kassadin with Thaumaturgy, who might go with possibilities of facing maybe a Riven over mid lane. We don't really see that too much out of Archony. But PSO, they want to keep BRU a little bit on an arm's length. So with Caitlyn having a little bit safe space to farm. Oh, mind my tongue. I'm so sorry about that. But it's not too different when they switch it up to a Varus, so they can have high poke damage coming in from a far range, and then once they choose to commit, they could do a whole lot more. Now, question is this Ashe going to be a support? Seems like it. I mean, you've already got that Lucian, so very likely that what the Jess wants to take a page of the playbook of, well, Exocin.
I mean, no surprise. We saw how effective Exocin was in that role. So Buriram United may be on the same page here because, you know, great minds, they tend to think alike. So pairing up with the Ashe is going to be the Nasus here. So this is going to be a very interesting lineup here from Buriram United. And to round up the draft here for PSO, they will be bringing in the Olaf. Oh, okay, that's a different one.
Okay. Now we have the traditional Hunters game into the matchup with Kha'Zix versus Rengar. So the hunt definitely is on for this particular game of the best of 3. But I would say that the Olaf consideration was something that they could also be utilizing very well if they really want to. But I think like there's no complaints overall when we take a look at the dynamics. You want to jump right into the back line, which is absolutely squishy. And it's a Senna Nasus combo, sure. Wait.
No,
we saw an Ashe, so don't trick us. Okay. Yep, looking like it's going to be easy for them to actually jump on the Ashe as well as Lucian. But the front line, though, if the Garen as well as Nasus become a little bit beefier, then definitely looms trouble ahead for Buriram United. So early game, this Kassadin is going to have a tough time. Tell you what, because if you pair this mid lane matchup, Lucian versus Kassadin, he's not going to be able to farm all too safely, so you could hinder and bring the timer into the later stage of the game, or even better yet, have a dominating start and not even give late game opportunities for Persis Esports.
And that would be the name of the game for them, because obviously with a Kassadin in the squad, you want to keep him suppressed and prevent him from having a good time in this game. And hopefully if with the if the Kha'Zix and the Lucian is going to be able to scale up well enough, and if Kassadin is able to meet up the challenge, then perhaps Buriram might have a good lineup here to deal with this. So let's see how it's going to unfold though in the game, because it's really the performance in the Summoner's Rift that matters at the end of the day, as we await Buriram United and Persis Esports to get started with their first matchup for today. So in any case there, Lucian, Garen, Kha'Zix, Ashe, and Nasus on Buriram's side. Persis has Renekton, Morgana, Kassadin, Varus, and Rengar. I'm very curious to see how the Rengar will play. I've not really seen Rengar actually being played throughout this challenge groups. Yeah, so this is going to be something
rare.
Yeah, very, very rare. This is going to be literally the first time I'm going to be casting with a Rengar in the game, so this is going to be a lot of fun. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 of our second matchup for today. Buriram United from Thailand versus Persis Esports from Indonesia. Let's go.
And of course, with the focal point for both sides basically being the junglers on who makes the first move to get those pickoffs. And when they do get kill opportunities, they're going to wrap up so quickly. So far, I'm hoping to see PSO come up with some early ganks overall, because bottom side has so much kill pressure. And now with the Ashe accompanying a Nasus, sure, you have a lot of poke damage, a lot of from the slows, but there's not too much sustain as compared to when you pair the Nasus along with a Senna. So you already see a little bit of damage being done towards what the chest. More and more arrows being sent out from Dewa, so we'll just have to see when they do hit level 5 with one good Dark Binding and Chains of Corruption, they can assure that they could just assassinate a player out of Buriram United. Meanwhile, what we say that is true, Archony, now on the Lucian in the mid lane, is just going to be shoving waves after waves against Tecma Turgement. What's happening over top side?
Yeah, tops are very, very low here, it looks like. Both of them are still on level 3, and Noel, Garens can be very, very tough to deal with in the early game stage, and that's why they're usually a very, very good matchup against a Renekton, as Tops is finding out the hard way here. Fortunately enough, he does have enough health to get a recall, but that's certainly going to be setting him back a little bit, at least in terms of farm. But Jurl coming into the lane now. Got spotted definitely from Noel, but Colin Feet comes in here, so I think Jurl may be in a bit of spot of trouble here as Noel comes in, gets the silence on him, swing it to win it. They do get the first blood onto the Rengar.
Well, that definitely took a turn real quick. And Noel now owns a red buff, so Tufts definitely having a tough life here, only for a matter of minutes though. So far, I think like it was a decent read coming from PSO, but I felt like the fallback plan wasn't really as clean as they hoped it to be. So Jurl, suffering a little bit of a deficit here, might even lose that bottom scuttle if they were not careful enough, but a lot of pokes settling in. Dewa will have to rely on some of these summoners. And I thought that the trade over the top side was favorable for this Renekton, because we last saw Noel committed an Ignite, a Flash, and Tufts kept his Flash. Just have to pop that exhaust and just dash away with the slice and dice. He's A-okay, but I guess the kitty cat got caught out for being curious.
Yeah, in any case though, at least in terms of this early game farm right now, Buriram is doing so well here. So Noel already up to level 5, Takamerji already level 5 as well, Tobu just got to level 5 here, so they're just on a roll at the moment here, with 3 minutes into this game. Now seeing where the rest of Persis is going, it looks like they're bringing the Morgana and the Rengar down the river. Rengar now going to the mid, going to be kicking the Skull of Crab.
Archony's here. Oh, arrow!
Oh, that's a good arrow. A lot of damage done to Jurl. He's going to watch out. Unfortunately, Archony jumps in, gets the kill done. Now going to try to turn things around onto Tekametry, literally diving down the turret here in order to take down the Kassadin. Buriram United scores 2 kills in 1 fell swoop.
So unfortunate, where you see the rest of Buriram United so ready to basically catch him off guard on its scuttle. This is what I was talking about, like, Jurl, the moment that he was caught out, they could just figure out the rotation. Sure, he'll spawn up, he'll go to the blue side, and then attack on that scuttle. So 4 members congregate and just basically landed that perfect arrow. What the chest definitely deserves great round of applause with that good catch. But you saw that knee-jerk reaction as well, right? Like, he tried to move back in for a smite just in order to sustain, because inevitably he'll be falling short in that exchange, in hopes that they could basically turn things around for Hector to perhaps respond. But Tecma, he just reached level 5. No items available before Ralph Aegis or even other secondary items to come about. You will expect Kassadin to even have that sort of burst damage, so PSO has their jungler now severely behind. Another arrow comes through.
Arrow getting onto Rengar, I think. And yeah, he's stunned up completely. Golden Feet was literally just waiting for the arrow to land. And he finally gets the kill done anyway. So 4-0 right now at the 4-minute, 40-second mark here. I mean, Buriram United certainly set themselves up for a massive, massive lead, even before the first objectives already come out. So this is looking like a very tough game now for Persis, because with the objectives coming on 5 seconds, they're not really having the strength right now to deal with this, as Tufts facing a bit of pressure here. And Noel is going to try to turn things around onto Noel here, though. Flash. Even though Tufts does have damage, does have his armor broken, he does dive straight into the turret here to take down the Garen. And looks like he's going to commit completely to taking out this tier 2 turret, just not caring that Golden Feet's coming around to kill him. He thought that, oh, I'm going to be dead anyway, might as well do some damage.
Take some plates, get some money, it's alright. And Persis accepted their fate overall, but I think like it's still dire to them whatsoever. They do get a knockout blow onto Noel. It's going to be their very first kill, and you expect Tufts to not be pursuing that so practically from Buriram so far. Buriram United definitely have been able to react and respond, and What the Jess seemingly have a third eye, or should I just say he has that talk shot, so he can just throw it where he feels PSO is going to be lurking around. And speaking of PSO, they're going to be eyeing on their first break. Meanwhile, Buriram United secures Rift Herald for their own. Yeah. Now they are still contesting though.
Yeah, they're still just in time for that. Oh, that arrow just nails down Tobu. So saying lots of damage, but it did get the kill. Look at that execute straight on the Kassadin. He's out for the count. There was going to be the next one to fall here. And just like that, Buriram takes away the dragon from Persis United. They took both objectives here, man.
7 kills. This is basically, I don't know, 1 kill every 40 seconds to come by. Like, this game is storming rapidly, and PSO doesn't seem like they have answers. And I hate to say it, but they're just getting jungle diff right now, or should I say support diff? Because What the Jess is just, well, he's not everywhere on the map, but he's making himself known.
I mean, let's look at that. I mean, Buriram now taking another tower here, so that's going to be the mid and the bottom lane both balled out on the tier 1s here. And Tecma, I mean, not really in a position to do anything. But then again, this is probably the best way for Buriram to start things off, you know, put PSO behind on the scaling and just really force them to kind of like be passive for these early phases here. So that's only going to allow Buriram now to just keep priority on all these lanes, and furthermore make it a lot harder for Persis to actually contest the objectives.
Yeah, at the very least, PSO now would be able to stall for a little bit more time, as they've been able to switch up some of these lanes, but now they're sending the Kassadin up top. Look at the rest of Buriram. They're ready to take them on. This dive is about to happen, and you'll see Gerald, he's just not ready for a fight. Here comes the arrow.
Arrow lands it onto one, and they're just going to jump straight on the Gerald, takes out the Rengar. Tecma dives straight away, but then that's going to be mostly a trade, I think, for the tower in the bottom lane there, because the blue team, they were already down there, just taking it on. Only the Garen was there to defend, but Garen alone wasn't going to be able to deal in a 1v3, even though we're at the 8-minute mark and he's already on level 9. Tufts is still sticking around though, so Noel might have an opportunity to just put a bit of hurt on him. Gets a slam, a silence, not much to kind of keep him under control, but then wait for it. Ash and Nasus are coming in here, so Tufts might be in a lot more trouble than he expected though. He's taking a lot of damage. Execute straight on the Renekton, takes him down. Then look at that, Ash now trying best to stay around to keep Noel supports it. But then Persis United not really, Persis Esports not really going to try to turn it around here. Instead, they're going to be regrouping down by the mid.
Buriram United just gatekeeping them off any sort of goal in their own jungle. PSO just bleeding out too much too early. Hitting into the 9-minute mark, we're already seeing them trying to strike down tier 2. Buriram United absolutely in pole position right now. set the correct time, and oh, Devil United, what is he doing there? All the way up mid. Not even accompanied by Tobu. This is being left out high and dry. But Banks, we're extending it for a little bit. PSO will be held back ever so slightly, but Buriram United, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, they're going to be taking the entirety of this jungle right now with none of PSO's Tier 1 towers, Tier 1 turrets up and alive. They have pretty much full impunity, just wander around. But Drill now tries to get a catch on the Cold Feet, didn't quite land a net though. So Cold Feet is still able to slip away as Lucian now recalls back to base. Kha'Zix still sticks around though because I think the Baron's coming up in about 15 seconds. So I don't know, he's going to be recalling back anyway. They want to try to reset for this next Rift Herald that's going to be coming up soon. So, but then again, with Buriram United being this strong, I don't know if Persis is going to necessarily be able to counteract any attempt to try to take the Rift Herald at this point.
Yeah, and just look at how huge this Kha'Zix is. So over 3 kills in, 5 assists. He's just swimming in money. And of course, we can't make comparisons against Rengar that has been absolutely bullied off the map. Now, what's interesting to me is that there's 2 Meteor enchant on the game itself, and it's Renekton that's actually building the meteor instead. Here comes Kobe.
Yeah, lots of damage done to Persis. They do attempt to try to target down Bang, but not enough damage done here in order to try to take down that Nasus. So instead, they're going to have to back off, get a recall, and that's going to open up the opportunity now for Buriram to just straight up take this Rift Herald. No competition here, it looks like. As Persis, all they could do right now is just watch out for Garen's split push, because Garen literally took down their tier 2 turret on the bottom while they were just distracted by this. So right now, with a split push, as well as Buriram being this strong and just constantly taking objectives, the amount of pressure on Persis' side must be immense.
Yeah, I thought that there will be a little bit of a retaliation, but it's going to be PRU just once again hopping on top of them.
Yeah, right on top of them. Rift Herald already taken down. The tier 2, her job is already done. She's going to retire for the next few moments now. Yep, Dragon's going to be coming up in just a moment, and already Buriram United just straight away goes and takes it. And there's nothing really that Persis could do. I mean, they're not really in a position to fight. They're not really in a position to take towers. They're only just trying to push it out, but then it's not quick enough before Buriram finishes off the Drake. So right now, Buriram, they're holding all the cards. Persis just literally desperately trying to cling on for dear life.
I don't even know how do I paint this picture right now, because PSO seemingly to be in the Titanic kind of situation where they start off with the draft looking mighty fine. They've got themselves a Kha'Zix, and yeah, the ideas look great, but there's a lot of holes that are basically punctured all across this boat, where once the side lanes were basically breached, you can see that they're just scrambling. They're not even finding ways to trade right back, which we saw on the Rift Herald call. They all fall back. They understand, okay, there's the well pushing, but they said the whole team, they don't really have to. The arrow's not going to result in all too much, but yet again, Buriram, if they want to force this, it's doable, but with the Morgana around, it's a little bit of risk to take. And Buriram United have Golden Feet. You're trying to make the call Meteor.
Yeah, they're going to have to stand the ground, but unfortunately, that's a jump from Golden Feet to take down the Varus. Taos still able to stay alive, but without a flash, he's not really in a position to actually continue this fight here. So he's going to go back to the fountain and hopefully heal himself up. Whereas Buriram now have balled up the base, balled up the lower ground. There's no more turrets left. Only objective that's going to be coming up is this Baron, and Buriram is already in position to take this. And I think they pretty much should be able to take it, and they will go ahead and take it.
Well, even if they don't take it, they could still basically fade it out. But the risk here is that Golden Feet is going to drop low to 50%. And if they do have Thrill of the Hunt being utilized, Gerald, if he does get that pick, is definitely going to look pretty good. But it's a little too late, though. Or can he?
Oh, can they, though? Not quite. Not quite in time there, but it looked like it was just on the edge there for PSO. But having failed to take that, looks like they will have to back out of this and recall back to base. So now with the Baron buff in hand here, Buriram United looking very, very strong. Strongest they've been so far, but they've been strong all game, I have to say.
Yeah, and Buriram United just not showing any signs of weakness thus far. Just having a very methodical style of play. So for now, they could just basically roll with the 1-3-1 formation and just shove the side lanes all together, or just
going with 4-1, we expect Noel to just be an unkillable monster truck, I would say.
Yeah, little monster truck trucking his way up the side lane while the rest of BRU pushes up the mid. Thanks to the support of the Baron buff, PSO trying to hold their own here on the high ground. But then Buriram is now knocking on their doors. Minions now rolling in here. There's going to be Q for them to start taking damage onto the turret. But not quite finding an opening. They do manage to put a bit damage onto Tobu though. As Gerald now moves in front, soaks up the damage.
Chain.
Doesn't quite get the initiation they need to, but then they fall back to the fountain only to find that the tier 3 is going to get taken down in the mid, and the tier 3 at the bottom will get taken down as well, with Garen now back into the mix. So it's going to be all 5 members of Buriram now pushing this Nexus. They're going to be trying to find a way to catch PSO. Just need to find an opening there. Maybe even one pickoff. Tech Emerging taking a lot of damage. They're forcing him to get his barrier out, but it looks like the revive is going to be coming through. Stasis actually catches out of an exit. The Melgana gets taken down. Oh my goodness, the rest of them just collapsing straight to PSO. No way for them to hold their ground here. The Nexus will fall. And with that said and done, Buriram United takes the first game.
One of the cleanest games that we've ever seen from Buriram United. Every single cards that they've basically shown have basically gotten them a royal flush by the end of it all. So far, it doesn't seem like there was any sort of dent that was being struck by the rest of Persis Esports, and it was just one minor mistake that has snowballed into something that they could not control any further. We see all smiles on Cold Feet's face, and he's just definitely feeling great overall, and just loving the entirety of the atmosphere that we have from the rest of BRU. And I love for the fact that one of their players basically plays on an iPad instead, from what it seems. Or maybe that's just, I don't know, just a screen for him to take a selfie or so.
I mean, it could be advantages, really, of using a larger screen. I mean, that's certainly going to allow you a lot more range of motion, especially when you're
But you gotta spread
targeting.
your fingers, you know, like, it's also a little bit of disadvantage, like, you kind of want to slide sometimes. But
Yeah,
so long
true,
as it's
but
comfortable, right?
I mean, when you have a tablet like that, you can literally use all 4 of your fingers on screen at the same
10
time.
if they
So
want
yeah,
to.
10, yeah, in fact, 10 if you wanted to. So I mean, it's interesting the kind of setup they have there. But what's definitely very interesting is the way that Buriram just basically dominated this game from the get-go. I mean, getting those early kills was one thing, but you know, just stomping the entirety of Persis even through the mid to all the way to the late game is just unbearable to watch, I think, for Persis, because they really didn't have a lot of ground to stand on, you know, especially once that the Kazakhs and the Nasus came online. It was so tough for them.
And I just love how they basically lay out all the layers all together. They usually start with an enchanted crystal arrow, then you have Golden Feet hopping right in so that he gets those isolation proc if it was just a soul member being targeted. And there was no time for Kassadin to even find that sort of opening, nor, of course, Gerald was so far behind, getting punished from the get-go since that Scuttle battle. And after that, it's just crumbling ship, as I've described it much early on. So, of course, a lot of things for Persis Esports to consider heading into this next draft, but still, perfect play. Sure, they managed to take 2 takedowns. That's just about it. Bank feeling absolutely comfortable going on this Nasus duty, which we've seen a whole lot from majority of all these marksmen that has been playing throughout the course of the tournament thus far. Arshani basically wasn't even a challenge throughout this battle so far. I think BRU, they didn't really have to reveal too much of what they could possibly offer. The only new thing that they've introduced was that Ashe support that has been working out pretty well. It's all clad in blue here from here.
Yeah, you get the sense that, especially after you see the player cams after the game, that it wasn't a hard game at all for Buriram. You know, they're just literally going through the paces, and at the end, like, literally just came out on top just by virtue of that. So, again, Persis is going to have to be looking for something really good for this next game, because they're going to definitely going to need it. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Snapdragon Pro Series has been brought to you by our sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for when winning matters. And Snapdragon has certainly provided the best platform here for our WoW Wild Rift group challenge group stage players here to show their talents. So we also like to give a thanks to our second sponsor, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast over at their website www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. Last but not least, if you want to join in the conversation here at SPS, join our Discord servers at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series. So with Game 1 already done and dusted, you know what that means. Game 2 is going to be coming up, but before we can do that, unfortunately, we're going to have to take a little bit of a break. So my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We'll see you guys after the break, so don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
And welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, League of Legends Wild Rift. You're here with me, Contra, alongside with Victor Cax. We're in the series of BRU versus Persis Esports. So far, BRU just having the cleanest game of their lifetime and basically just shoved the enemy jungler aside. Like, what, Rengar who? Like, this is the reason why we don't see Rengar anymore, man.
Yeah, I think it was, in the end of the day, it was kind of a sketchy pick there for Persis, but you know, it was looking like Buriram was completely not stressed at all in that first game. Golden Feet, of course, taking top marks here, 14 kills, 14 his KDA, 87.5 kill participation percentage, playing that Kazakhstan Magic GPM of 824.3, 1,045 damage made, and only 285.4 damage taken, so that tells me that he has been staying out of trouble very, very well.
Yeah, he's got basically the best stats of all junglers, and just look at that badassery, man. Like, he's got big boss vibes going on. He doesn't even need to show his face, so Golden Feet, keep doing it. Love the photo shoot, man. Like, this guy was on fire on that Kha'Zix, like, from that early catch into securing those back-to-back objectives. Not only did he get the Herald, just went in, challenged the Drake, got both of them, and everything turned downhill for Persis very quickly. It's all due to his presence all over the map. Like, this is why, like, sometimes in your games when you see a Kha'Zix, like, it's either on your side, sometimes you get bad pub on your that couldn't really snowball, or you just get this monster that just stomp everybody out. And Golden Feet just feeling at the top of his game for today. Of course, heading into game 2, perhaps Persis Esports has a better draft heading into the blue side. We don't expect too much of a change heading into the draft itself, but Persis might need to consider different types of options, either for their own jungling opportunities, or maybe consider a ban on that Kha'Zix. So far, Joel definitely didn't have a good time and had barely any impact being put behind. And honestly, I don't think that it was a fault to be blamed on that Rengar pick in particular. It just felt like it's a little bit of a disconnect when it comes down to how they've been handling some of all these team fights. And of course, there's a lot of things that they will have to fix in a very short matter of time. But Buriram United, they can basically stick to a similar draft and not really have too much of an issue. Persis Esports off the ban away. What we've been seeing very frequently in the ban list, the Senna as well as the Jace.
Yeah, so far bans here have been the Senna, the Lucian, Jace, as well as Karma. So one more ban from both sides here before we get into the picks here. But so far it's looking, yeah, quite consistent with what we've seen in the bans in that first game. So we're not expecting too much different, but here we go. Persis already putting something a bit different now in the form of the Cinch ban, whereas Buriram continues to ban out the Lux.
Am I seeing this correctly? Well, he hasn't locked it in yet.
Yeah,
I hope not.
Let's go straight for the Misfortune.
Oh, it's gonna be a Caitlyn instead. Close enough. Close enough.
Close enough. Close enough.
Yeah, definitely a lot of better options on the table. They opt to secure themselves the Nasus. They themselves have banned Senna, so maybe they want to land their hands on that Ashe instead. Buriram could easily snatch it away, force them to maybe pick that Soraka. Everybody's trying to learn from Exosin, perhaps. I wonder what else would be great for this new meta of support, because so far, what the Jazz have been showing great presence across the map with that Ashe that he just played out, and Buriram goes ahead to secure an early 14 priority, which is rather interesting, which could still be given over to Bang or have Archony to go with it. And wow, we've never thought about this. There's a couple of games that Yuumi was let through, and this is the first time we're seeing it for our Saturday run of the SPS, and here we go. PSO quickly locks in that Ashe without even thinking twice. So once again, giving a little bit more opportunity for BRU to continue on with securing themselves tanky approach heading into the top side. So Noel, on that previous match, he was unchallenged on that Garen. Okay, maybe he was challenged for once, right?
A little bit.
With that first blood going over, but that took everything out of that Renekton. So yeah, they could still ban it away. So no Renekton, you don't really have high kill pressure on that Garen, so he's just going to have a smooth cruise from here on. And further banning out Zed as a respect ban on Techmaturgy, so no assassins here. So it definitely will be much harder for PSO to take out Buriram United, especially in a team fight where you have this Yuumi that just cuddles onto any unit and just giving consistent healing opportunities.
Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, Buriram has taken over the Kassadin, maybe? They're definitely thinking about it.
Would this be considered a little bit greedy? I don't think so. But what I could basically foresee from Persis Esports is that they have a game plan here. So it's all about landing that Enchanted Crystal Arrow and follow up by that Lee Sin's Dragon's Rage. So you can just basically single out a target and quickly let that burst, try to find even more of the other members of BRU. And they're basically doubling it down. 2 global ultimates, Twisted Fate. Definitely an interesting pick here to go up against BRU, taking Archony's favorite pick overall. And look what we have, kill! Okay, they're definitely onto something. And I just want to highlight this for those of you guys who may have just downloaded the brand new patch. Like, Rift Maker is definitely a go-to item that could basically give even more sustainability, some good damage output for either, say, even if you want to build on the TF or that kill, it's going to work wonders. So Buriram says, hey, I can play the late game. PSO says, sure, but can you play it better than the kill? They don't think so, and this is one of the things that they can use to shred whatever front line that BRU holds.
Well, you said it was going to be a bit greedy for Buriram, but they decided to go for the Kassadin anyway. So that's going to be paired up with the Shyvanas, with the Garen, Yuumi as well as the Corki. So, man, I mean, I really hope PSO knows what they're doing with the Twisted Fate pick, but with the given that they do have an Ashe in hand, perhaps they will have a much better time around, especially when you have a roaming Lee Sin. That will synergize very, very well, especially if Ashe could just spot out targets, get them stunned out with the arrow, and then allow Gerald to just go ahead and clean up house, practically.
Yeah, and I just love the adaptation coming in from BRU as well. Now, Archony takes over the Garen role, swaps it over with Noel, so that when it comes down to matchup in particular, he will have a safer laning phase, meaning to say that, sure, you want that kill to skill? I'll have that Kassadin to be unfazed at all. Like, usually what the Kassadin does is like, you just put level 1 on the second spell, and you can just safely farm from a distance anyway. So until he gets basically the Rift Walk to roam all across the map to start creating plays. So you see, PSO, they're kind of feeling it. Like, they're onto something here. So what I can tell you about the PSO comp is that they're playing for time. Like, this is the ultimate scaling comp. You got that Nasus, you got that kill. Sure, opposite end, you got a Kassadin that's a little bit pesky to deal with. But, hey, I think there's really good answers here. So, there's a possibility that PSO, if they can extend it to 25 minutes of play, it's entirely doable.
Yeah, but again, a bit dubious when you consider the fact that we already have Buriram still having a really strong pick in the Garen as well as Corki, and then of course got Kassadin coming in the mix. So once he hits at level 13, he can be so difficult to deal with, especially with him being in the hands of Buriram United Esports. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our second game of our second matchup for today. Persis Esports starting on the blue side, Buriram United on the red side. Let's go ahead and see how this will unfold now as they hit the Summoner's Rift.
A deep ward being placed onto the blue buff there, so it's just a little bit of scouting too coming in for Persis Esports. Not that they're going to be planning up that invade. A little bit risky though. Sure, level 1 doesn't look that strong for Buriram United nor PSO, but it's an interesting start. We're seeing Golden Feet onto the Crux instead of, you know, the red buff, but it's still going to have a full clear heading in towards the bottom side as a priority. And that could be a good approach so that they could give a little bit more of an edge for Bank as well as what the Jess. So you would expect this lane to have a lot of good range of poke. As you see, this Corki will just handle himself fine. If anything happens, you have the package of Valkyrie to just fall back on. It's just like an extra flash. And Gerald's going to be having that pathway in towards the bottom side if he wants to secure that scuttle. It's entirely doable. We see a ping going down. But what I could basically foresee, we'll see a little bit of a unintuitive lane going on in the first couple of minutes. But for some reason, Noel, he's actually out trading Tubbs. He has slightly of a better range, which he could basically perform, and you could already tell like he's struggling to make ends meet.
Yeah, Tubbs is really, really struggling hard here. I mean, Noel's already gotten pushed up so well. It's already up to level 4 now. So he's really going fast. Oh, looks like it's going to be a big fight right off the bat here. I think Bang got himself caught up a little bit. In the middle, Arcanine now swinging it around, trying to keep PSO at bay. Dewa taking a lot of damage, but the first blood will be landed onto the Lee Sin. Tobu very, very low, still able to pull away, thankfully. But that's going to be first blood taken by Buriram.
A really botched attempt hitting into a attempt on the blue, or should I say they're just feeling rather adventurous, I would say. Going with such an early invade, I don't know what to make out of it because honestly, they don't really have any sort of burst spike, and Golden Feet just prowling upon them.
Yeah, no way Dewa is going to be getting out of that, especially his health being that low. So Buriram now having full priority over this lower lane. Nasus now only just arrives onto the scene now to try to defend. But Bank quite a bit low. He's going to be pulling back to the turret. Garen in the meantime still continuing to do quite well against Twist of Fate, though he is only just entered into the 5th level. Now Yuumi is going to be joining him in the lane right now. Hopefully give him a bit of support and definitely try to keep him on par with this Twist of Fate in the mid.
You know, Victor, the day have just started like not too long ago, but it already feels like a long day for PSO with such a start, right? Like, honestly, I wasn't too sure what were they thinking, because like there's no good that could come out of that sort of scenario. You're expecting to skill for the bot lane, like that dive into the jungle. I mean that sort of invade will not basically bear fruit anyways. Like, I think they really have to rethink of what they need to do for the next step. You know, like, this could be a good reference for future games, like, if they really want to go for risky attempts like that. Sure, you have a Lee Sin that excels in invades, but not when they all stack up all together. Speaking of which, he tries to go ahead to scout out once again, and just gets cleared out by Arshini just paying a visit. So, I don't know. Nothing's working well for Gerald for the past 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, they really need to try and get themselves together for this game now, because if they lose this one, I think it's pretty much going to be lights out for them, I think, as far as this challenge group stage goes, because it's going to be nigh on impossible for them, I think, to get 5th place with 5 losses on the card.
If I'm wrong, where only 16 would manage to make a cut, but here we go.
Arcanine caught up a little bit. He's going to be forced to fall back, but then Gerald keeps out the chase. Good stun there for Tech Emergy. That allows Lee Sin to get the kill. And now PSO will be able to continue pushing towards this Tier 1 turret. Now they will spot out Golden Feet. Golden Feet is alone. He's only on Shyvanas. The Yuumi and the Corki are coming in from the river, or are they not? It looks like they will be backing out, though, because looks like PSO ran out of minions for this push. But they did do quite a number onto that Tier 1 turret. Now, the objectives are going to be coming up. First one is going to be the Ocean Drake, it looks like. Yeah, it is. And Rift Herald is out as well, as Buriram United are all in position here. It looks like PSO, though, going to be focusing on taking their first Rift Herald for this game.
Yeah, Golden Feet has already started his zone as well on the Drake, but they're willing to let go because Shyvana is basically, the more dragons she takes, she gets stronger and stronger with amplification onto each respective spell according to the dragons that she takes. Meanwhile, a little bit of a challenge going on top of the well won't be hindered at all. And you can already tell that Tubbs wouldn't be all too worried, but quick dives, but no follow-up whatsoever. I felt like that was a knee-jerk attempt once again coming from Gerald, but all they wanted was this.
Corki coming in here. He has the Yuumi in his pocket, though, and he's already exhausted Gerald completely, getting himself so low. Now the Yuumi is going to be coming out here. Hopefully he's going to be able to pick up someone, but then Gerald just literally slips right past their fingers. So even though they got a good jump, they weren't able to find a kill.
That was intervened. That could be a good kill for Buriram United, but all thanks to the kill, dropping that ult just in the nick of time as they managed to neutralize the situation. Both sides still on equal foot, but BRU, they're just going in for some deep dive into the jungle once again.
when you do have what the Jazz attaching into somebody out there, it's still going to be pretty tough. They will eventually secure their first turret, though. Not much that they can basically answer back with this. They try to rinse and repeat. PSO's only effort is to have Techmaturgy coming in with a gold card with the Destiny Gate. And not even connecting this one, though. Oh, there we go.
Stun onto Bank, and now he's going to be forced to try to fall back. Waterjets does come out, and look like that. They were not able to lock him down completely. And now the tables are turned on him completely as Joe gets picked up. They will pick up the Dewa as well. Techmaturgy's next one to fall. And just like that, it's going to be 3 kills now for Buriram. And it looks like they're going to be able to take the mid-turret as well.
Boy, oh boy, the final chapter was held back. What the Jets pull the trigger perfectly in time for the rest of Buriram to just have a huge wraparound against PSO. So far, it looked clean till that brute force attempt coming in from PSO just absolutely got it all falling in reverse. So far, PSO just got to try again with a little bit of a cleaner take this time around. So far, I like the ideation overall. Oh, Great Buff's still online though. Okay, he's gonna die.
He'll get it.
Yeah, and back to what I was saying, right? Like, we saw that quick attempt over the bomb site much earlier on where Techmaturgy was involved in that gank. But you're looking at, like, what? Every 2 minutes, you try to get one pick, and so long as Buriram United is stick all together, you're not going to be able to get that same opportunity. And the core target they're opting to pick off definitely has to be Bank, because Noel, he could easily just walk away. Here comes another one.
Yeah, another one. Bank just nuking down Tobu as well as Dewa. Dewa already taken down. Tobu should be next on the card. And yes, the Nasus will be taken out. But Techmaturgy, another victim here of Buriram United in its mid lane as they continue to dominate right now over PSO. This is looking so bad for them. I mean, shades of game 1 maybe, but then certainly Buriram is not having as quick of a game compared to that first one. But then certainly they're no less dominant than they were in that first game either.
And this is the very reason why Yuumi has been banned in so many of all these matches, where it's really hard to deal with, especially when you just have this instant heal ready to go, and it could basically channel a couple of times in a certain team fight. On top of Staff of Flowing Water, as well as Ardent Sensor, it amplifies what the Jazz can offer. So no matter how much burst damage that PSO expects to basically put out, they have to drop an Ignite, which they don't even carry into this matchup. I mean to say, they have to invest in some of all these anti-healing items out there, and if I just quickly take a look at the itemization, they don't even have that ready to go, except for Lee Sin. Not reliable at all.
Well, they're going to try to contest with this blue buff right now, and Noel takes a brunt of a damage there, but Bank turns it around, gets the kill on the tops, and that's going to force them into remission now as Buriram continues on, takes the objective of the Rift Herald here, and they're just going to go ahead and try to roll as they, Gerald, Tobu continues to try to fight, continues to try to keep them down and suppress it, getting him very low. Cold feet almost getting taken out. He's still alive, but only just. Finally, Tobu comes in, finishes him off, but Waterjet still comes around. There's a Buriram still around here. They do turn the tides here on the PSO, taking out almost entirely everyone here, save for Tobu here. And finally, Tobu does fall. So, wow. Practically a team wipe from Buriram's side, and that netted them not just a blue buff, but also the Rift Herald.
Knock, knock. The SWAT team comes in to clean up shop. Well. That took longer than what it intended to be. So, PSO, they saw that opportunity to strike, but once again, what the Jazz came up clutching many of all these instances where we saw Tufts also seeking that eye on that opportunity. Noel rip walks away with 1 HP. 1 HP, I say. And what the Jazz, yep, I got these heals for days, and yep, it's just a huge struggle for PSO. Like, they couldn't basically have enough DPS to even book out. But hey, they got a few takedowns, but now they need to challenge Drake. Can he steal away? Gerald going too early though. Can he split it off? Oh, not enough.
Yep, not enough. Buriram still gets the Drake anyway, so that was a bit of a waste there for them. But then, nevertheless, that's going to give so much advantage now to Buriram. I mean, again, still shades of that game 1. And Noel just bursting down Tufts as if his armor was made of paper, practically. Now Shelly already in mid, helps him take down a tier 2. It looks like it's only just a matter of time before Buriram will be on that tier 3. In fact, Shelly does get another charge, charges down to tier 3, brings it down less than half. That looks like Buriram continues to pummel them all the way through. Golden Feet rolling around, trying his best, does get a couple of kills done, and in fact does get the turret down as well. Buriram wasting no time, moves into the bottom lane. The minions have already pushed their way up here, so it's just in the nick of time here for Buriram as they continue to pile down this tier 3 turret. Technology and Churl doing their absolute best here to try to defend, but still the damage coming from Buriram just too much to bear.
And look at this. 20, well, I want to say 20,000 gold. Okay, it's not as bad as it seems. Okay, 11K. Or close, right? And this is like, what, 12 minutes of play. PSO, I think like they jumped the gun a couple of times on some of these opportunities. Oh, Talos forcing a flash. Not really necessary though. It's still a candidate that you don't really have, you know, a good chance to assassinate. I mean, this guy is just too slippery. You don't really want to invest all too much of an effort overall so far. Members of PSO just gotta start hugging all together and, I don't know, comfort each other at this point. Like, I just look at this raid, like, hands down, BRU. Just slowly wither them down. And guess what? Archery doesn't even take that much damage from turrets. Like, they can set up dives if they want to. Baron coming up very shortly, while BRU might just actually set up a little bit of a bait here. As they lurk around in the jungle side, there's a couple of wards that spots them out. Yeah. But PSO, they just can't move out of that base right now. They just have to let go of some of these structures and perhaps even allow BRU to just secure that Baron, because it's looking rather grim. Haven't found a single answer to all the aggression coming in.
Oh, but then they tried to go out just as Buriram pulled back, and it looks like it's just coming to bite them back here, because look at Golden Feet just focusing on the Tobu here. Just going to continue to try to roll on the rest of Persis. They already lost 3 members. Only Dewa and Jurl are alive right now, but then they're going to have to defend against all 5 members of Buriram United who've already pushed their way up here. It looked like they were going for the Baron, but it was only just a feint because they just really wanted to get them a little bit of time here to get a kill done here. But Noel literally gets himself, sacrifices himself to the fountain here, but it's all just for naught, because Persis Esports loses their Nexus and Buriram United takes the series 2-0.
And you can see the joys in their face. This is basically what they have been prepping themselves for overall, and BRU just showing that they are still the top team here to beat. Sure, they had their fair share of struggles in the past few games, but Persis Esports won't be one on their list though. So far, just unhindered. Now they do get their opportunities to chase up against the rest in the competition to hopefully secure themselves in a better bracket overall. As BRU have been sticking to the usual, doing nothing too different from what they've been offering so far, but of course having good adaptation to play into how they've been approaching the game, and just having Golden Feet tearing through every single unit of members of PSO, and man, they're just chilling right now. Like, they deserve to take a break as much as they want.
I mean, it's so chill because like it wasn't really a hard game for them to be honest. Like, the combination of the Corki and the Yuumi made it very, very hard in the bottom lane, and when the Yuumi came online, just basically she was just basically providing the hell for Arcaneve, Golden Feet, just enabling them to just constantly pull all these dominant kills and plays. And Persis just left out in the lurch a lot. They really couldn't handle the damage that's coming in, and even if they do deal the damage, Yuumi immediately brings them back up to speed and just makes it so hard for them to sustain these longer fights. So yeah, no matter which way they cut it, Buriram just completely dominated Persis in this series here. And right now, it looks like they are certainly the team to beat.
That's right, and PSO, I guess the only opportunity that they have was on this river fight that they had. And this whole composition of BRU just allows them to just jump the gun, call whatever shot you want, and you will always have immediate backup coming in the way from all the members of Buriram United. So far, I think we have to see how PSO wants to execute this, right? They have an ideology where, okay, you just basically want to go for pickoffs. But when you don't really time it well together, like we see that sort of desync coming in where Destiny was pulled off preemptively, but where's the follow-up? We expect Dewa to land a lot more of these arrows to be able to assist all these sort of pursuit. Jurl had his fair share of struggle in the early game, which didn't really allow them to have all too much of a good time. And what happened over the top side is that Tubbs just getting basically shoved back with the presence of cold defeat for a couple of times. And Noel, after that, just have a smooth cruise where he could just basically 1v1 this kill any given moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Colton Feet and Noel show very much on the BRU side. I mean, PSO, even though they've really tried their best here, I mean, Gerald just couldn't pop off at all. I mean, that's kind of like the sad thing here, because if PSO actually played things right, if they didn't go for some of those early game sort of like risky moves here, perhaps it could have keep the balance a little bit better. But look at that. I mean, BRU, you know, they were just holding that slim lead from that like 2 to 7 minute mark. So the thing is that if PSO is actually did well during that phase there, they could have made it a much closer match, I feel.
That's right, and of course, with that said, we have concluded this series, and I believe that we'll be talking to one of the members of Buriram United eventually. So I'm definitely looking forward to see who's going to be joining us eventually. So, of course, thanks to all of our partners involved for making all of this happen. Of course, we start off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming that's been with us for all the games that we have throughout this whole tournament. And of course, when winning matters, Snapdragon's always there.
And of course, we're going to give a shout out as well to our second sponsor, Monster Energy. Unleash the beast with them. And check out their website. It's over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And last but not least, join the conversation here at the Snapdragon Pro Series by joining our Discord over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for more information about upcoming events, more information about upcoming games, and even just to meme around about all the things that have been happening in the SPS. Upcoming next is going to be Evos versus Enigma Galaxy. Don't want to miss out on this one because it's going to be coming up after this break here. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We'll be right back after these messages.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Look at my shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like boss. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high rises, high tide. My crown if you come to my side. I pledge allegiance for lifetime. My squad connected like Wi-Fi. We grind and you see the highlights. This my life. It ain't a game now. Me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way. You wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play. I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me. Then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Yeah, yeah. Out of the way.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. We're here to bring you guys our third matchup for today. It's going to be Evos Esports versus Enigma Galaxy. This is going to be a very exciting one, isn't it, Contra?
I've been waiting for this matchup for quite some time. In fact, like, when it comes down to this matchup, I'm kind of torn when it comes down to the predictions because both are exceptional teams with very different approaches where Evos Esports like to basically force fights and look for both sides of the execution to be drawn out. But of course, before we dive deeper, this is the current standings of the leaderboard where RRQ currently sits ahead of everybody else. Team Flash and Silver's Esports will be playing the final series of the day, which is right after this best of 3. And for now, of course, we focus on Evos Esports on what they could possibly achieve against Enigma Galaxy. Both sides currently tied in the middle pack, fighting for the 5th and 6th position. Of course, wanting to at least mid in the middle to challenge teams like Buriram United and perhaps even Cerberus Esports. We'll definitely have to see how the results will tally up by the end of the day. But when it comes down to this, Enigma Galaxy, the way that they've been approaching things is a very clean style of play with a whole lot of focus on drafting some really good compositions, whether if they want to play extremely aggressive on the approach, fine for picks, or even go for big 5v5s. As for Evos Esports, they just love the rally action. They just take you to your right where they have 2 win conditions enabled at the same time. Imagine them as RRQ in a certain way, but of course they're still finding their footing, which they've lost 2 matches throughout their run. But of course, now let's take a look at the roster that they formed a couple of months back. They've added Tipper back into Evos Esports' roster, and Supporter have been joining them, hailing in from Buriram United.
Yeah, so this is going to be an exciting lineup here, and certainly Evos has done so well in their own matches as well. So if we can just have a look at the highlights here. Yeah, I mean, Tipper has been an exceptional addition here to Evos' lineup, and certainly has played his role very, very well, especially on this Renekton here in this match they had against Echo. And mind you, this was when Evos was looking a little bit weak. This was actually, like, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first week of these challenge groups here, and Evos actually lost out that first game against Echo, but then came back so strong in this one, thanks to very good plays there from G4 as well as Valdez. And then, of course, they came back to beat Echo 2-1 eventually. So, you know, they may have slow starts at times, but when they do finish, they finish it very, very well.
Indeed. And now with this pairing of support as well as Triple V, we've been seeing them just complementing each other very well, where supporter could easily roam across the map and still have Triple V to hold his ground, and multiple times heading into team fights, you just see him pop off. Even with mages being played out throughout the course of their run, just look at him go. Karma, Ziggs, Morgana, sure, some of these options may be banned for multiple times, but Triple V, you will expect him to still be very reliable when he does get his hands on those marksmen. Of course, good KDA compared to all these top marksmen that we've been seeing throughout the course of the challenge stage so far. Evos Esports still ramping up when it comes down to the gears that they've been showing us. Yeah, they start off maybe on gear 1, and I think by now, is it potentially gear 5 already? Now that they're facing against a tough challenger on the opposite end. So Enigma Galaxy, they're definitely gonna have great plans ahead to face off against Evos Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be their toughest challenge yet here. Enigma Galaxy, comprised of Chami, Jushi, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw, certainly have been making waves here in the Filipino Wild Rift scene here. So they've definitely been on a roll so far in this competition here. Being one of the top teams from the Philippines, they certainly are no slouch in the skills and talents department, as evident in their matches against the Vietnamese squads, especially in this fight against Team Flash. This was a very impressive one because, you know, I had pegged Team Flash to be the winner of this one, but Enigma Galaxy completely proved me wrong with a very strong showing in this second game.
Indeed, and more often than not, we've seen a lot of all these great plays coming out of Chami, as he's been able to just be the guy that could even close off games in a very sneaky way, or even have him supplement the rest of the squad. So keep an eye on him as well as Joshi, because they basically have one of the strongest Baron jungle pairing of the entirety of the tournament. And when it comes down to team fights, they are second to none, so long as they have got themselves great leads ahead. But oftentimes we've seen them having a little bit of struggle when it comes down to extended gameplay heading into the late game, where they need to force really risky decisions. And I think that this is where it will be the difference maker between both sides of the team. Now we have the highlight matchup here on the screen is between both of our marksmen, or should I say mages. Basically, they love playing caster type of roles. So not us sitting on the table, by the way, but just seeing how things have been rolling thus far, it's more of something that has been complementing more in terms of team fight, where you just basically want to throw everything that you have. So you can imagine this Morgana pick to be heavily contested, not only by this marksman role itself, but also for the fact that both teams have been playing it in the jungle before. So it could be something that they will heavily rely on, or you see that sort of ban come into effect when we go into the draft.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very interesting draft here, ladies and gentlemen. A super important one as well. Evos and Enigma both, I would say, very even in terms of that, like, skill level. So it's going to be a very interesting one. But I would like to hear from you guys at home. What do you think, though? Do you think it's going to be Evos that will win this, or is it going to be Enigma Galaxy? Cast your votes right now in the Twitch chat, because the poll has just been opened. Remember that poll, it will close out before the end of the series here, but you can also maybe take a bit of inspiration from our own predictions here. We both voted for Enigma, but you think it's going to be going to a third game?
Honestly, it's a coin flip for me, because I know what Evos has to offer, right? Like, this is the match where I'm happy to be proven wrong. And looks like we have a defector here in the form of the Hound. Like, okay, honestly, fair choice, right? Like, Evos have shown up multiple times before. Sure, a little bit of sloppiness have been displayed for some of these matches out there, but hey, I believe that when it comes down to high-stakes matches like this, Evos, they can't afford to lose. I'll still be on that lower prio of the bracket, and that's where it's just going to be like a single series to determine their tournament lives heading into the playoff stages, if that's going to ever be the case. And turns out, like, I believe that when we do head into the playoffs, that's where they do play on home ground. They definitely don't want to disappoint the fans.
Of course. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see players on your screen right now as we enter the draft here between Enigma Galaxy and Evos. Enigma will be starting on the blue side, it looks like, as Evos will be on the red. So first bans will be coming through. Let's see whether it's going to be going according to plan, or is there going to be wrenches thrown into the works. Jace going to be the first ban, looking pretty standard so far, I think.
Yeah, like, he does have a hammer, but it won't be put into good use into this matchup. Unfortunately, no Heimerdinger in Wall Rift just yet. That will be a real spanner being thrown out, if there is. Well, Evos, interesting choice as a starter ban as they take out Zed. We've seen a whole lot of it coming out of the likes of Aaron for multiple times. Tammy sometimes do it as well. But usually, Enigma Galaxy does have that sort of Filipino flair where they just whip out those assassin picks out there. And usually when you start off with bats like this, it also allows you option to pivot into different sort of priority pick. Now you have Lucian still open up. You also have the Yuumi left available. So now it's Evos to see what do they really want to give towards Enigma Galaxy to start off this draft. So taking their sweet time here. And that's simply the Kassadin, which Enigma Galaxy has played plenty of times, especially Aaron, who plays it on the Baron lane.
Yeah, I mean, given
Sorry,
that they've already...
Tammy.
Yeah, I mean, given they already banned out the Senna and the bang on the Kassadin, they really want to try to force it not to go into this kind of scaling meta here. So, looks like they want to try to focus more on those fights. Lucian is going to be the first one to be picked up here by NGX. What is Evos going to pick in reply?
Evos Esports, they have an opportunity for that Yuumi pickup, but instead, perhaps a little bit more priority given over to flexible picks such as the Renekton, which we see Tipper playing a whole lot of as compared to G4 up in the middle lane. Something to be expected. At least a very solid starter for Enigma Galaxy here is Valdez' turn to pick here. Has to consider the fact that if they don't pick the Yuumi right now, it'll be given over to Enigma Galaxy, but then again, that Shyvana is a little bit too hard to pass on. You've already seen how much Buriram United has dealt with this Dragon Lady on board, and true enough, we do see the kitty cat on board.
Yeah, I mean, with Yuumi being on the pool here, it's no surprise that NGX is going to be picking it up for themselves. They will have another pick, though. Let's see what they're going to try to pair together with this Lucian and Nami. It's going to be a Garen. Nothing too surprising. Fairly solid pick. And then it leaves one more pick now from Evos Esports, and looks like they may be going for the Ziggs.
It should be the case where we see Triple V fall back to something that's pretty standard for him to have a really good lane clear hitting into all these early game, and of course by the time you hit the late game, the Ziggs is going to be an unstoppable force. Even if you fall behind, just drop that Mega Infernal Bomb and you can easily clear off waves, land some objective steals if they're lucky enough. But moving into the second phase of the picks and bans, this is where it starts to get a little bit more interesting. Both sides have already locked in their Baron laners, so we expect a lot more focus from Evos to annihilate any form of threat coming in from the Enigma Galaxy's jungle itself. Things like the Olaf definitely will be a little bit troublesome for them to deal against. So all they want to do from Evos Esports, get those point and click stuns and drop that Mega Infernal Bomb just to nuke out members of Enigma Galaxy. Easier said than done because you have a Garen that could easily tank up all the damage on top of draw to basically provide enough of that sustainability hitting into some of all these major 5v5s. No Lee Sin whatsoever, so Enigma Galaxy, I wonder what is their alternatives. Instead of basically focusing on the mid lane picks or so, they have decided, hey, we don't want to deal with a set, we don't want to deal with a Fiora, so we have an easy cruise overall. So, Evos Esports, they're hovering onto a misfortune, which could be rather interesting. Tell you what, if they do lock this in, it could be a misfortune support, but hey, you know, I wish I could see that, but
nope.
It's just going to be Gragas that they have been presenting for a couple times before, which G4 could also utilize in the mid lane.
Yeah, it could be G4 Gragas, or it could even be a support Gragas, but nevertheless, I think Evos might want to save the support pick something a little bit stronger. Looks like, Akali gonna pick out NGX, and straight up we have a Vi as well. Ooh, this is a fighting lineup here coming from NGX.
I just love this. So you just basically have this Vi just locking down any sort of target with the cease and desist, and have the Akali to follow up with a perfect execution. There's a slight buff to Akali as a recent patch where she does get basically a little bit more charge of energy when she does drop that Shroud. Now, Evos isn't going to make things any easier for them. Where you want to catch them, yep, you got to try really hard, where we see a little bit of mobility coming in with the Corki as the final pick. So it's going to be quite neutral to begin with. I think both sides have really solid ideas. Evos definitely efficient on some pokes coming from long range. And on top of that, 5v5 is going to look like a strong engagement tool coming in from supporter that's having that Gragas duty. So expect him to drop huge explosive casts either to save his teammates or basically start those fights. But the Magaxi, on the other hand, you want to see pickoffs after pickoffs. You want to activate Aaron on this Akali. So Joshi has got a lot to do. So Tammy possibly will just be on this Barren Lane Island with Tipper. We'll let them settle the scores. While I just want to see Enigma Galaxy, how much can they reap in that early game to make this composition effective?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question in my mind here. If they can actually extract so much value out of this lineup, it could prove to be very, very useful here. But then Evos is no slouch either. I mean, Ziggs, Corki, that's a lot of nuking damage they can definitely pull off. And Tipper has been exemplary on that Renekton, so you can't really count them out either. So no matter how you cut it, though, this is definitely going to be a close one, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely the case. Where so far, both teams just stuck through their game plan. It's not too far of the ideation that they had coming in from previous weeks. They're having their signature style of play. For Enigma Galaxy, Common Compose is how they really want to run the early game, and then you'll just find this slow ramping up speed of the skill for themselves. Well, we've seen a lot of huge plays coming in from their marksmen themselves whenever they do have that Lucian. So far, he's one of the best that we've seen in this challenge stage. And I just love that they're just all staring down the camera. Like, it feels like we have this online banter without them being on the site itself. And, yep, guys, keep yourselves hydrated. Especially if you do have a can of Monster Energy, you can unleash the beast.
Hey.
So, let's see if the stars align, or will the Tigers claw their way through as we're getting ourselves prepared for Game 1. So, I want to hear your thoughts, Victor. Like, we're seeing the drafts. Like, is there a favorite from your side for Game 1 at the release from the sort of picks that they've gone with?
I don't know. Like, it's a bit mixed for me because on the one hand, I love the fact that, you know, Evos has a lot of damage potential thanks to the Ziggs and Corki, and with Gragas being able to provide the CC that could potentially mess up whatever Enigma would try to do, especially if you try to get him in the face. But then on the other hand, Enigma has Yuumi on his side. And that means that, you know, if all goes well, Kali and Vi can be liable to just pop off, you know, once we get to that mid to late game stage. So I don't know, it's really hard for me to say if I have a favorite to pick between these two guys here, but those are pretty much the things that come to mind for me. Is that Evos has a lot of damage potential, but Enigma has Yuumi that can keep the Akali and Vi alive. So yeah, it's going to be a tough one to call.
Well, I think this is like 51% to 49. Whichever the skill is, we'll just let it all unfold as we got the game underway. Enigma Galaxy versus Evos Esports. And just check out these stats. Man, Triple V definitely onto something here with his Ziggs pick that has secured, of course, great ratios of performance throughout the span of the battles that he has taken. So we expect this exchange down the Dragon Lane to be long drawn out. Speaking of draw, just having a really good time here, coming with some close range pokes. As a Yuumi, you just really want to get in their face. Every time you come out of that, well, I don't want to say litter box as a cat, but I don't know, maybe a backpack, okay, where you keep Yuumi. So every time you get that passive proc with the auto attack, you regain mana, and you can continue to spam and harass with that prowling projectile. And usually the case, other teams will just feel overwhelmed and they will have to recall if they sow too much of that. But great sort of zoning potential coming in from Chami, though, just going toe-to-toe against Tipper. We've got to manage this wave.
It's not going to be easy for him, even as a Renekton. Oh, that's a good silence, though. And Ripper, very, very low, forced to back the heck out of dodge. Unless he was going to face more pressure there from Chami. G4. A bit of support there from Sylvanas, and we had a Vi getting the mix as well, but not much damage done. Vi just mostly roaming around, trying to secure the Skull Crab on the top side. And Aaron just getting up in G4's face with a miss being brought up. G4 at least will be able to use his barrage in order to melt down those minions in front of him. But nevertheless, though, things looking very, very spry. Jushi now coming and finding Valdez in the jungle here, trying to steal a couple of minions maybe, but then again, with Garen being around the corner, Jushi definitely doesn't want to stick around for too long in his top lane, so instead backs down, picks up the blue buff instead. In the meantime, not much opposition here for the Gragas and the Ziggs, as Draw and Demon Kite both take the Skull Crab. But will they be coming back in to regain a priority? Yeah, Demon Kite definitely needs to pick it back. You know, to your point, maybe maybe litter box is not the right word. Kitty carrier.
Yes, kitty carrier, indeed.
Yeah.
But of course, I really want to highlight this. Enigma Galaxy is off to a good start. Securing double skull is always a good sign for a team. Like, great vision control, and of course, added goal on top of it all. What's not to like? Now, Evos Esports being denied a little bit of the EXP doesn't really hinder Valdez all too much inside of the jungle. So far, he has always been able to claw his way back through. So expect Evos Esports to have more priority on the dragon later on. As the first one will be Infernal yet again for today. It seems to be a running trend, but usually the case when you do see Aaron on in the Kali, what he does is that he tries to secure an early roam either towards the top side, but now Tipper is on the Renekton. It's a little bit risky. So long as he has Dominus up, nobody really wants to die for Renekton. And this is one of the guys with the slick, he has a move that he could always turn a 1v3 into a favorable exchange for himself. So sticking to the lane is how it's going to go. Oh, G4 having a little bit of a unfavorable trait, I would say. But when we look at how things will pan out for the early game at the very least, Enigma Galaxy definitely will have a good pacing overall. Just shoving Valdez back.
Yeah,
not allowing him to take the blue.
Yeah, just trying to starve out this Shyvanas, it looks like. But that's the advantage you have when you have vision on the river. You're not really that concerned about losing priority in these lanes, because you are able to spot out if anyone decides to make a gank. So definitely NGX took full advantage of that. And now look at them. They're maybe not that far ahead, but certainly ahead nevertheless. Levels wise as well. I mean, Chami's already up 7, so Tipper is already falling back a little bit. As you do see the Lucian moving up the river now. Are they going to be securing the next Skull Crab, it looks like? Well, the Akali is already on the bottom lane. Just trying to lane up against that Corki now. 30 seconds before the next set of objectives come up, and it's going to be Infernal Drake, the first dragon to land in the pit.
And Victor, I could predict this to be maybe potentially a low kill count game, where teams would basically find only favorable trades to make a call. And so far, you can see that both of these, or should I say, all sides of the lane have been playing it relatively safely, where they've been able to read out movements from the opposition. And thus far, 5 minutes of play moved by very quickly, and yet we haven't seen any first blood, as Evos opts to secure the Rift Herald instead of the Drake. Will give over the Infernal to Enigma Galaxy instead. So expect Evos Esports to rally their forces either over mid or top side of the map.
Oh, Kali might be staying a little bit too long, though. Now, Vi is joining in the fray here, so at least she'll be able to hold her own against this Corki. But then you gotta watch out, Gragas is coming by as well. So Jushi, Aaron, and the Yumi of Draw gonna have to duck out of there. Now, Rift Herald is gonna be sent down the mid now. Try to take out this tier 1, and they will take out the tier 1 down by the mid. So this Evos already getting some objectives on the board for themselves.
And of course, to add on top of that, this is the very reason why you won 6 on the team. With Satchel Charge, you could easily just blow up structures, so long as they're like, what, 10%, 15% of turret health left. And with that, Evos just have so much more priority across this entire section of the map, just opening up mid. So definitely will be a little bit of struggle for Enigma Galaxy. And look at Evos, they're trying to find a pick, but Garen definitely isn't their core priority target overall. So like I mentioned before, this is going to be a little bit of a slow burner because it's about precision strikes that they're looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
Ready.
Yeah, they're going to go for the jump down. It's going to be a big 3v3. Good route there on 2 members of Evos, but then now they're going to be trying to get the turn around onto Chammy, trying to keep him locked down, but very, very hard to actually do damage. Demonkai now comes in, barraging down, taking down 1, taking down 2 maybe. Evos Tipper still able to stay alive by a sliver of health. Doesn't quite get a kill. The Demonkai supporter is going to be the one that cleans house there. And then now they're going to be chasing down Chammy and Draw. Chammy now forced to come out. The barrier comes out just in time to allow her to get a kill into the Gragas. VVV versus Draw. Who's going to be able to take it though? Draw does not have a lot of damage, but Aaron comes in just in time, picks up the kitty, and keeps her alive.
And both call a truce, 3 apiece. And this is how we've predicted things to go.
Yep.
A tit for tat. And Evos Esports, they find that counter engagement, and they were basically eyeing out to remove Chammy as well as Joshi, but they just layer it throughout. Great rotations come across, and look at that flag that was kept for so long until, of course, the arrival of Aaron. If Aaron was there in time, perhaps there might just be opportunities to get a little bit more than what they could get for Enigma Galaxy, but both ends understanding the game to every microsecond of it. Like, every reaction on that team fight was executed perfectly well from both ends, and it's still hard to tell, and this is why it's so hard for us to predict, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's very reliable. This could even go the distance, really, this series I'm talking about as a whole, because both, like I said, both of these teams very much match in terms of skill. Now, obviously, Evos right now having a little bit of a deficit, at least in terms of net worth, but even in terms of itemization, it's just only a very, very minor difference. So really, it's only going to be down to those team fights, those trades, to actually tip the balance of favor, because at least in terms of this farming, in terms of objective taking, it seems like both of them are just so even and just really trying to keep things on a balance here.
Yeah, and interesting enough, we do see a Hullbreaker start, or should I say secondary item coming in from Chammy, so you would expect him to basically haul turrets on the side lanes and just be a little bit beefier, and forcing Evos to correspond into a certain direction. And that's a lot of work for Tipper to do. Drop some ward right down on the bomb site just to ensure that he receive any intel whenever they go in for a little bit more of a split. And when it comes down to the rest of the items, we've already seen standard stuff coming in from Ziggs, already opting to get himself an Archangel eventually. And just starting off with a little bit of a cut of the heals that can come out of the UV now. Attempts onto the Herald.
Yeah, it's
going actually moving in.
Yeah, it's going very fast. Ooh, they stole the Herald. Then Jack stole the Herald, and then now Evos scrambling to try to get some good trades in return. Chammy does have a barrier that keeps him alive a little bit, but not long enough. He's going to be down along with Jushi. Valdez now chasing down Demonkai, who is holding Draw in his pocket right now. But then Evos, having already taken 2 kills here, realized, yeah, maybe it's not worth it trying to chase them all the way down. We've already done our job here. We've already got 2 kills ahead of them, and that might just be enough.
Well worth it though. They managed to take 2 down, but Enigma Galaxy definitely wants this turn for themselves. Supporter doesn't really have much of HP left. Trying to hindering them back though. Oh, he's got to run.
Yeah, all the wards are very, very low. Tipper still trying to hold his own. Demonkai and Aaron keep the pressure up, but they're going to let the minions, looks like, to finish up the job, because they're going to be securing this Drake now. So they're already looking like they're going on a roll. The damage coming out from them is actually quite fast, so I don't think Evos will be in time to react to this, even if they want to now, because they've already finished off the Ocean Drake. And man, especially with the Rift Herald in hand, NGX still very much in play. But at least Evos, with those 2 extra kills, have put themselves on par with NGX, at least in terms of that net worth.
Quite the classic performance coming out from Enigma Galaxy, where they have heavy prior on objectives, and the timing is impeccable. Moment that they snatch that one away, sure, they may have lost the trade, but they basically stuck around and have constant pressure over the mid side, get a few more, well,
platings over onto the corner, and then got themselves 2 Gregs in total. But Evos, of course, having these Ziggs around, they can just basically look for opportunities to siege turrets so long as Triple V is going to be around. Now,
yeah,
Tipper answers back.
Yeah, Chammy trying to take down this turret, will be able to slam it down, and Tipper not going to let him go without a fight though, but then will be burning him down to about half health before finally letting go. Chammy will be able to recall though, so no harm, no foul. Jushi picking up the blue buff for himself. It's joined by Draw right now, supporting VVV, securing the honey fruit in the river right now. They will be coming down to the pit to meet Demon Kite along with Draw. While Aaron's still in the bottom lane, looks like he's going to be recalling back to base as they're going to be resetting a little bit in this phase right now. All the priorities pretty much on that top lane right now, which is why the Garen has to very much push that up right now, whereas the rest of NGS continues to push up mid.
Well, for now, they definitely will have a little bit of standstill before the next big fight comes about. So far, both sides having great performances of their own, and Evos Esports, sure, got themselves a couple of all these sort of pickings. Now they do spawn up the Herald in time. They won't be able to hold on to Tier 1, so maybe they want to force an exchange up mid. Now, this is a little bit too far, though. Shoving Aaron to the back, at least taking a chunk of health. So they actually can't really commit to something here. Dominus has already been utilized, but at least forces Chammy to back off. They secured himself that Scuttle, as that smite comes through. Sure, Baron has spawned up, but I think it's a little bit too risky of an attempt for them to pull off for now. 13 minutes of play, we see only very little differences between the two teams. It's been back and forth. Like, the lead has gone on both sides almost every minute or every 2 minutes overall. So it's all about that late game team fight. They're not going to pull themselves into unwarranted fights, which we've seen plenty of today. And Evos just waiting on the next dragon to spawn up. They haven't secured one for themselves, and the more Enigma Galaxy takes, they're just gonna ramp up. And if they do play for time, though, Evos Esports will hope for this vibe to be less effective, as a vibe would just essentially be a CC machine by late game. But even with that said, if G4 or Triple V doesn't position well enough, it's still going to be a huge problem for them. So, Aaron, how do they find, and the rest of Enigma Galaxy will have a little bit of trouble finding the back line. So, all down to Chammy, if he joins the fight or not, because he needs to utilize this Hullbreaker for those push on the side lanes. And if he doesn't do that, then what's the use of this Hullbreaker, right? So, it's a tough call. So, a lot of all these pieces have to be set perfectly into place. And that's just a little bit of yoink of the blue buff. No, not too much that they will have to lose out. But steadily as they go, Enigma Galaxy, if they are going to rely on anybody in those team fights, Demon Kite. Because he's the guy that could just deal consistent damage throughout the course of the battle. And he's already completed a total of 3 items on top of Wit's End, which can give him a little bit more survivability against all these nuke of damage coming from G4 as well as Triple V.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're 15 minutes in, and so far we've only witnessed 8 deaths so far on this Summoner's Rift. It's been quite the slow game, but not for lack of try though. Both of these teams are just tiptoeing each other very, very carefully because neither wants to expose themselves to more risk than is necessary, especially with a game that's coming in this close. 25 seconds until the Mountain Drake comes up. It's going to be a key objective that will be contested here by both of these squads because the Baron, not exactly the best objective to try to go for first, especially without the advantage of a pickoff, and given how passive, not say passive, but how rare kills are going to be in this game here. It doesn't seem likely that, you know, either side is going to be able to catch the other off guard and score a surprise kind of pickoff. So
keep an eye
on G4 because he's got the package. He could basically find a pick here.
Yeah, he's going to jump straight in, try to focus in on the Cammy. Cammy now forced to bring out a barrier, still alive though. Revive is going to be coming out there for Jushi. He's going to have to come up at speed really quickly though because support is already wrecking house there, taking down one, taking down two. Jushi and Aaron down for the count, and they also lose the Garen as well. Demon Kite forced to back out there to get a withdraw, and Evos, unfortunately, not able to secure the Drake, but at least they've done some damage here.
And they have perfectly denied the Shyvana from getting all these sort of enhanced spells. And they are denied of every single dragon thus far. The only thing to contend for is going to be the Elder next. And Evos, sure, you can take all the Drakes, but I'm about to smash that Baron. They do have the Redemption spotting them out, but what can they actually do? It's only going to be that Lucian coming in.
Watch out. Demon Kite comes in here. Oh, fortunately, Evos does get the Baron anyway, but Demon Kite still wants to get a kill. He's chasing after Val's supporter, but not really continuing the chase here because he doesn't have backup. He realizes it's going to be very risky, especially with Draw in his pocket. So he backs out wisely, waits for NJX to come back out. So far they've lost a Baron, but at the very least, denying Valdez all of those dragons there has certainly made the Shyvanas a lot less fanged than otherwise she would be. So NGX at least are securing some good advantages for themselves.
Yeah, it's only going to be 3 Baron buffs that they have to deal with. Well, 7 to each lane is still going to be decently manageable, but this Baron power play will allow Evos to scale up a lot faster as compared to Enigma Galaxy with hard shelves all across. So Enigma Galaxy, they are just overwhelmed by damage. You've just said it right through when you saw the draft overall, where not only you have to deal with Ziggs, G4, even on such low health, he's been committing with those shrapnel shells that he's been dishing out. So much mixed damage overall. And Quirky, sometimes it's just hard to build up against because he deals both attack damage as well as magic damage at the very same time. So now with the Baron and Power Minions, they're just gonna shove it down mid, gets a tier 2, while Cammy trying to be hopeful, at least getting a little bit more of a push over the top side. Final chapter has already been utilized by Raw, so wouldn't expect heavy committal coming in from Evos. They might have actually have 3 ults available. But Triple V doesn't have Mega Full Bomb, but they will at least break open the inhibitor with the Shadow Charge.
Yeah, literally just like that. Only objectives are required here, nothing more than that. And Evos backs out, but NGS is caught out in the open here. Oh, they all collapse straight onto Deb. Aaron first one to get taken out. The rest NGS quickly fall back, and luckily we're able to peel out of that. But oh my goodness, there was a little bit of a miscalculation, I think, for NGX's side, because they kind of expected Evos to back straight off, but Evos actually just set up an ambush.
Yeah, like this is a traditional Evo strat where they basically make them think, okay, coast is clear. Nah, there's always a hidden tiger by the bush.
Hidden tiger indeed, crouching in the tall grass, waiting to pounce. And with that done, Evos now secured more than 1K net worth lead, which is the highest we've seen so far. Like
it's so close. Like
it's been close.
It's negligible, right? Like
negligible. Yeah, literally the difference between the two of them, we've been hovering within that 1K difference, but now finally after that successful ambush, finally managed to break that 1K mark. But that just goes to show how back and forth this game is, right? Because neither side, of course, granted, we're seeing a game that has a noticeable deficit in kills, but that's because both of these teams are just controlling all of these encounters very, very tightly. They really don't want to try to risk themselves too much. Now, there was a misstep from NGX's side, but the match cut out most of that risk. And yeah, this is going to be a very tricky one because Elder Drake is going to be a very, very important target here for NGX, and they definitely want to contest this. Evo is taking sweet time right now. Just waiting. They're allowing Evos to wear down that Dragon Core to find a collapse. Jushi tries to jump in. Oh, but he gets caught out instead. He gets stunned out completely. The revive is going to be coming out now. But then, unfortunately, he has to back out of dodge. Draw is already taken out, so NJS has a fight here with one hand tied behind the back, and it's hurting them severely because Jushi gets called out. Oh my goodness. NGX stole the Elder Dragon, so at least they have the buff, but they can't really hold their own in that fight, though. But it magically is traded 3 for 3, so it's not too much damage done, but oh, Oh, the base is getting nuts. Oh boy, no recalls coming in. We gotta do it quickly though. It's already halfway through. The Nexus is being blasted down by the minions, and only now does Demon Kite come in. Oh, that's just in the nick of time there. NGX still so close.
I'm very sure that Triple V was like eyeing on it. It's like, okay, is it gonna be good enough for me to sneak right in? But of course, with 2 members alive from Enigma Galaxy, and on top of that, Elder Drake was lost, and this is what Enigma Galaxy can hang on to. Now, Aaron remains to be a heavy threat so long as he still has this buff online. With perfect execution dealing so much damage, like he could immediately melt down Triple V for any target that is less than 50%. Like, they just really gotta look out for themselves. So far, with another Baron spawn up, it's gonna be a really dicey call for either side. They're just gonna play a little bit of a dance, ring around the rosy if they may, and they will actually definitely fancy their chance. So long as this buff is still activated, Aaron seeking out for that opportunity. He might have actually spawned down the stone.
Oh boy,
they want to initiate.
They want it. They want it. They catch Tipper. Right now, they need to be able to blast it down, but the damage, not enough though. They do manage to pick up G4 and VVV. Now they want to try to pick up the rest. The supporter still able to keep himself in front of the line there, and there's not really much else he could do. But then with those 2 kills done, NGX now has full reign to take over the Baron here.
They regained control, and such a great call was made by members of Enigma Galaxy. They went out for the hunt. They know what's at stake, and they use all the buffs to their advantage. Now, things are looking pretty bleak here. Evos Esports now forced to defend right underneath their turret. I don't even think that they can hold on to this top tier 2. It's so brittle already to have to hug and sit tight on this inhibitors. Might even need to let this one go. They do have Guardian Angel available on Tipper, which they could try to throw their bodies at members of NGX, but still, really risky attempt. Attacks coming from all front, and Enigma Galaxy is fancying their chances here, forcing this one all the way through, but the minutes may not just be enough. They will just reset, recall, and look for the next fight. So Evos still has a little bit more room to breathe for now. As much as it seemed like, you know, Enigma Galaxy now takes the lead, but when you look at their base, remember, that's 50%.
Yeah.
One good team fight from Evos, this is down to that final team fight. So, if we put all the calculations, it's definitely going to look pretty hard for other sides now that they don't really have the Elder buff online. So, what we're looking at is that final Elder Drake skirmish that will decide it all.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much on the cards here because they really need something to tip that balance here, because otherwise both of these skills are literally tied with each other. So right now NGX keeping the siege going now. They only have 1 more tier 3 to go and they're just chipping it down, but then the rest NGX is swarming in from the top and the mid right now. So he's ignoring it. They're just going straight for the Nexus. They don't want to try to drag this out any longer. They knew they have them on the backs, and NGX swoops in and gets the kill done.
And with the Baron empowered play, they will secure themselves their first game. And man, this definitely included a whole lot of sweat. I'm not too sure if there's any blood. Well, virtual blood spill, definitely. But man, this is one heck of a game. Enigma Galaxy definitely feeling absolutely relieved. And that tipping point in this matchup was that second Elder Drake. And this game itself, second Elder Drake, do you believe that? Like, we're almost hitting into the third one, and I thought that, hey, it's gonna draw into a turret if they don't force anything down, but Enigma Galaxy feeling relatively confident with their arsenal of firepower, and this team fight looked pretty clean for Evos Esports, but they basically had the dragon stolen right under the noses, and all of that was thanks to Aaron that repositioned, moved at the back of the pit, and returned to just land those shurikens.
I just wonder how things would have been different if Evos was actually able to secure maybe at least 1 or 2 dragons, because then Valdez would actually be able to pop off a lot better. But unfortunately, NGX, you know, they calculated things so right here, and especially this last one here. I mean, this final fight didn't look like Evos was going to be able to handle it, and with all of them just rolling in with that Baron buff, it was just too much for them to bear, especially after NGX has just literally taken every single dragon up until that point.
And just look at how close this game is. And as compared to some of these matches, like, you only have 22 kills over the span of a round. Like, sure, 1 kill per minute, I'll take it. Of course, it doesn't happen every single minute, though. But if you look at Evos Esports, honestly, they didn't commit any sort of fraud or very huge blunders overall. It's really down to execution of microseconds in those team fights. And I guess Aaron was just popping off in those crucial moments that matter the most, where he's been able to snatch objectives alongside with Joshi and Valdez. I would say he had a disappointing performance overall, still dealing a lot more as compared to Joshi, but of course we expect Vi to be just essentially supplementing the team. And look at this crazy graph that we're having.
Yeah.
For once, it's not lopsided.
Exactly. I mean, it's back and forth, and for a good chunk of the time, actually, Evos was actually having a net worth lead. So that's the thing. Like, NGX really had to play the cards very, very right. It was a very precise, very methodical game, and this is the kind of games that I actually prefer, as opposed to the kind of chaotic fights, where sometimes it's a bit of a coin toss who's going to be able to win it. This one felt more like, they actually both sides have already a very set gameplay in mind, and they knew exactly how they want to nail it down bit by bit, step by step.
Yeah, of course, we definitely need to take a breather from that. Oh man, that was explosive. So when we do come back, of course, before that, definitely have to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters, and of course that matters a whole lot for Enigma Galaxy to basically get themselves that upper hand in this series. And of course, on top of that, you can unleash the beast with Monster Energy. Simply head over to www.monsterenergy.com and of course check out all the great deals that they have.
Yeah, and last but not least, go ahead and join us in the Discord server at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can meet up with other fans of SBS and join the conversation, discuss all the ongoings here of this tournament, and perhaps even share some memes as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 is going to be coming up soon, but before that, we're going to have to take a breather, so we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is VictorCast, his name is Contra. We'll see you after this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Just wait and see, yeah. Headed on the
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series. My name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra, and we're going to be bringing you guys game number 2 of Evos versus Enigma. And after having seen that first game, what explosive fights we've seen there. Even though it was few and far in between, they definitely didn't disappoint the moment they do break out.
Not at all. Like, the whole series, you see that... Just look at the network, right? Like, when it just tells you, like, oh, we have only 800 goal lead, 1,000, like, you know this game is gonna be good. Like, it goes down to very minute details in those team fights. Like, I really want to look at the highlights again. We do get that sort of replay and that final few team fights on that Elder Drake, because that Elder Drake was what basically got themselves the game for Enigma Galaxy, where we were discussing with the PM casters on the other side of the panel, of course. So that 5-point strike was able to steal it away. So the question is, did both of the junglers already utilize their smite, or was it a little bit of miscalculation? Of course, it was a rowdy 5 versus 5 after all. Evos Esports, they may have actually won all the battle, but they did not win the war.
Yeah, unfortunately, they didn't win the war, but you know who won a lot? It's been Aaron on the Akali, KDA of only 2, kill participation only 40%, but definitely those, even though those are a little bit low, those kills, that participation definitely did count here for Aaron, because that netted him MVP in that last round.
Yeah, deservedly so, because he basically clutched the final field battle, and it's all thanks to securing that Elder Drake that allowed them to obliterate whoever's still alive, right? Like, the Dragon's Breath basically allows you to execute anybody that's 25%. I forgot what the ratio was, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, so long as you get that, like, you deal true damage. Like, you know, like, you give that the team that boost of confidence as well as morale to charge right through. They just had all the opportunities to unleash the beast. So, Enigma Galaxy, their one up. Is any gas left in the tank for Evos Esports, though?
I would suspect so, really. Even given that performance in the last game there, I would say that, you know, if things had turned out a little bit different, especially with the Dragon takes, I think Evos would have had a much better time. I mean, really, Enigma denying all of the Dragons there, the Evos really nullified whatever advantage they would have had otherwise on Evos side with the Shyvana's pick. So, yeah, let's see whether or not they'll be able to change things around a little bit coming into this next one, because this time around, Evos is going to be starting on a blue side and will have the first pick.
Still the same sort of bans that we're seeing, except for the fact that Enigma Galaxy opts to take out Lucian instead. Won't be using it for themselves as well. Evos might actually look for other alternatives as a jungler, because Shyvana, sure, you need those dragons to basically ramp up, and you want to be that unstoppable force of a juggernaut to just move right in. And the problem with Shyvana is that you rely too much on your ultimate to deal more damage in the dragon form instead. So if you go for something maybe a little bit more proactive in that early game, something like a Lee Sin or a Kha'Zix, that might actually give Valdez a little bit more chances to make a creative play, that will be a lot more favorable for Evos heading into the second draft. But seems like not too much has changed from the draft other than that Lucian for now.
Lucian and Yuumi being banned out here.
Right. We had a Yuumi on the past game too.
So yeah, I mean, NGS decided, yeah, we don't want to deal with Yuumi anymore.
That also tells us that there is options available, such as the Jace that was not opened up before. And on top of that, Senna.
Yep.
Definitely a really good call for Evos Esports. Now, question is, does Enigma Galaxy want to take away the Nasus right here, right now? They opt to start off with the Gragas though. Something that has been brought forward by Enigma Galaxy for multiple times, and they're the ones who have been able to secure themselves the Jace instead. Now, what's Evos going to respond with here is another round of Shyvana.
Oh boy.
But honestly, like, the game was so close.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, again,
it was just my preference, maybe, but yeah, we expect maybe a little bit more priority heading into the Dragon, but oh boy. I've not seen Orianna for quite some time. And G4 say,
nope.
Just trolling. Just
trolling.
Okay.
We do a little bit of trolling here on the Evo side, apparently.
But, you know, I do miss the days where Orianna just basically bullies every single mid laner that's in the game, where nobody can stop her from commanding where she places the ball, and every single channeling of the ball itself will have damage even with turns. So I'm not even certain if she's even functional as a support, so I don't believe that it's ever effective against this composition of Enigma Galaxy that is prepared to dive them. So this is how it's going to function. You got the body slam, you got to the skies to just basically land a hammer on anybody, you got perfect execution. Enigma Galaxy says, let's go all in with this draft. Oh, interesting enough, Twist of Fate being banned out.
Oh, that's an interesting ban actually. Like, I suspect, is that supposed to be some sort of respect ban on their part, or is there something that
Perhaps
Twist of
so.
Fate interacts well with?
It's something that G4 has fallen back to, even back in the PC days when he played. I mean, this legendary player has played a lot of mages out there, but something that we have expected from Evos maybe could be a Galio up in the mid lane if they really want to brick wall this Akali up mid. But when we go into team fights, I don't think it's the most efficient style of play that Evos would desire, because what I'm seeing here is the lack of damage to trade off against Enigma Galaxy. Sure, these guys don't look like they're as tanky as Evos, but you still need to find ways to at least target lock onto a member of Enigma Galaxy. And now without that sort of Lux, at least they would not have an iffy time down on the Baron lane with that support being axed out. So Triple V as well supporter. He's got to decide really quickly for the rest of the squad, especially for the Baron lane. Looks like it's a Tipper Renekton, it seems. But even if you want to pair that Renekton into Akali, that's going to be fine. They are considering that Singe to just basically annoy the heck out of this Akali, but a Garen could do exactly the same. Oh, Echo. Are we going to get this Echo though? Okay.
These guys are just trolling.
Just run it back, right? Run it back, and it's still going to look good. Okay, G4 on Ahri. This looks much better.
Yeah. Agreed. It would be really weird if they went for the Echo, but then again, you know, Evos is just having a good time, I think, right now, because they know this is a very, very highlighted match for today, and they certainly want to bring out the big guns here. So that's going to be, I think it's going to be G4 Ahri, isn't it?
Yep. He's been pulling this pick off very frequently, as he knows when exactly to play very offensively with his Spirit Rush or even fall back. And whatever Enigma Galaxy wants to do, they could try to replicate as well. But it's kind of like a one-way dive instead for Evos Esports. Sure, Slice and Dice can still go in for a return. Shyvana, once she commits, no way out. Like, you just basically gotta run things through. So if there's any sort of target that they really want to eye out on, is to find ways to take down Demon Kite. But man, Demon Kite, throughout the span of the series, he's been holding his own so well, and being paired with Gragas is not so easily phased by whatever pressure that comes out of a Nessus lane overall. So down towards whoever makes those preventive measures to get upper hand for the Dragon lane to get those elites going, then we'll be able to see something turn out for either sides. But interesting matchup overall, to say the very least. So it's a skill matchup over mid side. Same can be said over the top. But yeah, Garen is just gonna do Garen things. So won't expect too much out of that. But Enigma Galaxy now just fancying their chances to get 2 back-to-back wins. Evo side, at least they don't look like they're too bummed out after that sort of loss, coming in with a quick reset. Like, whenever you have players like Supporter, who's always having a big smile on his face, like, I think like it's easy to just get into a new game, just feeling fresh yet again.
It's
you
all
need
about
teammates like that.
Yeah, it's all about that PMA, right? The positive mental attitude, and I think Supporter definitely brings that for Evos here because it often seems like the ringleader in terms of bringing the smiles on the Evos' players' faces. But nevertheless, though, the smiles might get wiped out soon if they aren't able to take the win of Enigma Galaxy in this second game, so it's going to hinge on the performance here and the Summoner's Rift. So, ladies and gentlemen, matchup number 3, game number 2 has just commenced. Let's see how this will unfold.
Man of the previous match will be Aaron. They pull off pretty significant clutch plays, stealing away the Elder Drake early on to give the team an edge. But now, we're up against G4's favorite pick of the Ahri. Early on, just have to dodge out some of all these poke damage that can come out. Looks like he's just going to have a little bit of a stone plate to soak up all these sort of long-range attempts coming in from G4. So just gotta give a little bit more priority onto the Evos mid laner. Early wards being placed out. Should be able to eventually spot out Joshi if he ever goes into the river instead. And he's just gonna seek it out, Scar's Bloom, just to clear it off eventually.
So I just have a little thought here. I mean, given that we're running with, Evos is running with a Senna Nasus, do you think it's going to be in NGX's best interest to be aggressive early on?
Try as they may, I don't think it's going to fare pretty well, especially for draw. Sure, you get a little bit of that level 2 spike where you get body slam and also just a little bit of a poke, but essentially he's going to get worn out. Draw has just got to look after himself for most part, as we see a little bit more roam coming out. Evos responding in kind, just trying to get a little bit more priority onto the river instead, but NGX will still get the scuttle nevertheless, leaving only the top side of the scuttle left for contention. Look at that pressure, and this is the sort of roam that they really wanted, and Enigma Galaxy has been able to get a lot of all these early power due to the fact that they have always rotated to secure that double scuttle. It's that important. It's worth dying for.
Well, Jamie at the moment, a bit unopposed while Tipper moves to actually secure the Skull Crab, so now he's going to be coming back into the fray here. G4 stuck in a mist. They managed to bring Aaron down to about half, and that forces a recall to come out from the Akali. This recall's coming through for the Gragas as well. Chami and Tipper up against each other, but VVV comes in though, so maybe they might be just trying to bait out some skills from Chami's side and hopefully weaken him a little bit more. But the Garen, not to be abated though, again, can be very, very tough to deal with. Garens, especially at this early level, but we do see Draw moving in to support Chami, Valdez in the jungle as well. So looking like they're just piling a lot of bodies towards this top side here, trying to see who's going to be the first one to crack. Chami is about half health at the moment, but still there is enough to force Valdez out of the jungle. But not before Valdez has already picked up a few minions of his own. Now the Senna is going to be joining up with the Renekton here to lane up against Chami, so a bit of a swap around. But then mostly they want to try to keep priority on this top lane here. They want to ensure that both Chami and Tipper are able to still maintain good farm and just ensure that none of them actually risk getting picked off very, very early on.
And I just love how reactive Enigma Galaxy has been playing this game so far. The sort of rotation has been equally matched by Draw, understanding that Triple V would come in with an early rotation, studying the way it has gone through. Oh,
Jushi.
Shock Blast.
Nice
That's
shot.
it.
Nice shot on the Tipper, forcing them to duck into the turret. But
Shyvana's
Shyvana's coming from the back line there, so I think the Jace is probably going to have to back off now. Garen is still going to be left up there. Graga's actually joining up together with Jushi, and looks like they're going to be aiming around the middle, trying, and they do get the kill onto the Ahri, so well done. Valdez, not much he could do to even bring a trade. Neither of the members of NGX in his mid lane here are low enough for him to pounce on. So
3 flashes committed right there to get this first blood, but it was well worth it, right? Like, you saw Triple B try to save him with the Dawning Shadow, to try to at least give a little bit of shielding. Even that wasn't quick enough. G4, he accepted fate. He just used his Spirit Rush, didn't try to flash away. He thought he would get out there safely, but he suspected that the members are going after him.
Oh, Chami almost gets it. Yes, he does get it. He gets the kill onto the Renekton. And oh my goodness, that probably was not what Tipper or VVV would have wanted, but unfortunately with VVV out of the way, it really wasn't much that was supporting the Renekton in this case, and now Champion Draw is going to continue to bring even more hurt now by taking down this tier 1 turret up top. So we do see the Shyvanas moving up together with the together with Senna. They want to try to get in a good position here to maybe get a trade. They're going to try to aim on a Champion, I think, but they do get a root onto one. And, they're going to be able to silence down Valdez, but unfortunately, NGX are going to be pulling away. They're close enough to the turret. They managed to at least kill Chammy, and now, oh, look at that. VVV coming in just in time. Will be able to take out the Jace. And at least with those couple of trades there, at least it does make that the damage on the tier 1 turret a little bit less sting. And in fact, they're going to continue to push that tier 1 turret while the rest of the team takes the Rift Herald.
And that was a great call coming out of Evos Esports, and they managed to catch the most important target. Joshi out of that means that it's free reigns to secure those objectives. Yet again, Enigma Galaxy, at least they salvage it by congregating onto the Dragon instead. That first knock out of Shelly will secure them. The first turn of the game, Evos Esports take a slight lead as Enigma Galaxy will need to find other alternatives to get back up ahead. So far, let's break it down for a little bit. That's a response coming in from Valdez as well as Tipper. Tipper definitely supplemented with the final stun that he can't turn out with, and of course landed the killing blow, and G4 to accompany to secure a double kill onto Valdez. Now, it's a different script for this Shyvana. 2 kills up ahead. Things are looking mighty fine.
Yeah, much better, definitely compared to that first game, but nevertheless, still very, very close between these two. Still within that 1K mark, or maybe it's just a little bit above that 1K mark now, thanks to Evos having taken down those couple objectives. But I digress though. At the moment, NGX still not looking that weak either. They can still afford to fight. And Chammy is just trying to keep himself in the zone here. He sees that the turret is so low, but then...
He's like, can I take this down myself?
Yeah.
Do I need the minions?
He was thinking about it for a second, but nevertheless, he will back out, rejoin his Jhin down in the mid lane. Bit of priority right now in the bottom, as it seems that supporter is caught in a bit of a hard place right now. He doesn't support in G4 and VVV on the side, but then they need to try to find an opening here for supporter. Gets a little bit of a link. Now tries to get an aim. Jushi's going to get caught out though. That's a good kill. Now they're going to try to see if we can get a second one. They might find a one for a draw, but Demon Kite now comes in. They do take out the Dragons though, but Demon Kite now comes in, does get a kill done onto Valdez, does try to get a shutdown onto Shyvanas. Now, the thing is, Demon Kite and Chammy continuing to roll over EVS.
Here's Tipper.
Does take down Tipper, comes in, aims on Demon Kite, cleans him up. And at least with that done, I think that must come up to maybe a 2 for 1. I mean, Tipper can continue to chase because Chammy is about half health, and Tipper still has quite a bit of rage left, but nevertheless, he will back down, though, just to try to get some priority over the river.
And that was still a well-fought fight coming in from Enigma Galaxy, though they kind of overextended a little bit towards the enemy lines, and they've noticed that, okay, Evos is going to strike back. So they have a few of their members to pull right back, and yet again, you saw how important that Spirit Rush was from G4 to dive all the way to the back line. Aaron was left with only a tick of health left. It could have been a little bit more for Evos Esports if they were just 1 second ahead. So far, things are still looking to be relatively even now, only with 1,000 gold up ahead. Still for Evos Esports. And so long as they funnel more and more gold to this Ahri, and of course, anything that Valdez as well as Tipper get will definitely be an added bonus. And we still have this infinite scaling going on for the Senna, the Nasus combo, hitting in for the Dragon Laners overall. Enigma Galaxy just want to ensure that Demon Kite remains to be safe throughout the course of the battle. Now, they're going to go for a take 2. For members of Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, but Tipper the Tipper just goes up in their face and just tells him, hey, back off, man. This is not your turn to take quite yet. Because he does have backup around, and I think Enigma Galaxy knew that as well. So they're going to be resetting because next Rift Herald is going to be coming up soon. So it looks like they're going to be wanting to take that instead, because that would certainly help them a lot. Taking down at least one of these turrets, could either send it up to top and finish off that tier 1, or they could even just use that to help them in this push on the bottom. So plenty of options here, and just needs to secure that Rift Herald first. That's all they need to do. But then Evos now moving in to try to contest this. Maybe a supporter around the outside there trying to find an opening, but unfortunately they've already slain the Rift Herald, so not quite in time, and they can't really get a catch down. They do manage to get a few shots out, but not enough to secure a lockdown here, and not even enough to get initiation on this fight. But Demon Kai does let off the Jin ultimate now, and just trying to use this to defend this tier 1 turret, and successfully allows them to fall back. Nevertheless, though, they do lose the tower on the top side anyway to the minions, but that was probably a given. The turret wasn't long for this world anyway. But nevertheless, with the Rift Herald already used on the NGX's side, I mean, at least that's going to keep allow them to try to catch up to EVS, at least in terms of their net worth.
Yeah, and they've basically committed 2 ultimates right there and then just to keep the mid lane part alive. So Evos Esports knows for a fact that this is going to be a fight that perhaps they will have a little bit of window of opportunity to have advantages ahead of Enigma Galaxy. But then again, perfect timing. Even with it being spawned up, they have enough of those cooldowns to be able to have it back up online. So Enigma Galaxy could still take them on, but this is going to be a tough approach. But of course, they did have the Herald. They're about to drop it, where Evos will have to attend to it first and foremost, and that's not even going to get a charge. Quickly resolved by Evos, and now back to the drawing board. It's going to be a little bit of a tussle for them to get that priority over on the Drake once again. And there's not much vision being set up by Evos. They're looking for that bottom tier 1. Is Enigma Galaxy now getting pushed upon.
Valdez tries to get a jump, couldn't quite catch Aaron though, so now they're going to be focusing on the Dragon instead. NGX still around the outside as Jin lets out the ultimate now, and the rest of NGX are they going to be jumping in. It looks like Draw is going to try to get on the supporter. Valdez a little bit low, forced to get out of the pit, but then right now, surrounded the Dragon, who's going to be able to get it? Red team gets the Dragon there. NGX steals it away from Evos, and Evos now trying desperately to try to get some trades back. Only managed to get Chammy so far, but they lost G4. What? The rest of NGX still able to stay behind the pit in relative safety, but not really risking too much. So only a 1-for-1 here. Jushi might just get caught out as Tipper moves in for the flash, but doesn't quite have the lockdown required to lock Jushi down. So it looks like still pretty much as a stalemate, but at the very least, NGX gets the Dragon for themselves and denies Valdez any of those Dragons.
And this is just a running trend. Enigma Galaxy just knows the perfect time to strike, and it's all due to the fact that the rest of Enigma Galaxy had one target in mind, and that was Valdez as is being man-marked all the way that he had to flash out a little too early, and they know there's no other way that Shyvana is going to get his way back in, because we saw he's already utilized his ultimate to get out of that situation, or should I say, enter that fight. So I guess it's a little bit of miscalculation from Evos Esports side, but it's still a decent fight overall. We saw an interesting approach where, even with that being concluded, Evos, the way that they hindered the rest of the Galaxy from getting a lot more is to still stay behind that pit. Ensure that whoever's still in there, and the last I checked, supporter, as a Dasus, is like, somebody help me.
No help for you, my man. Oh my goodness, barrier still keeps him alive even though his armor is broken. So that's a bit of a lucky break there for supporter, but nevertheless, he will have to back out of that. The rest of NGX now gathered up in the mid. They do see G4, they do see VVV, but they're going to be dodging away from him, moving up to the top line here, behind the bush. Are they setting up for an possible ambush? Not quite. Chammy's joining them in the fray right now, so it's going to take a while for them before to be able to meet up this confrontation, but at the very least, we want to ensure that this tier 1 turret continues to receive that pressure. Now, supporter is back up into the jungle. He's going to meet up with Akali up in the top lane, while the rest of Evos will be joining him in the jungle. But it's mostly just to try to set up some defensive positions around their turrets. They want to keep these turrets as alive as long as they can and try to maybe draw out NGX into the open. But NGX so far just been keeping themselves very close to each other, making sure that it's not much.
There's no point to actually force anything though. Like for now, no objectives involved except for the fact that there's still Baron at hand. Yeah. So nobody will really want to commit a crime of a mistake, because one good pickoff easily either Enigma could actually get in the back, especially now with that sort of a heavy party on their favor with that 1-1-3 split. Most often than not, Evos still has a chance to definitely turn this one around. As we head into its 15 minutes of play, Evos just needing to have that perfect death ball running for them, where I guess in that previous team fight, they were in a position where they can't really contest in such a way that, okay, you want to go and fight? Okay, this is what I was talking about. There's just a lot of mobility, and the moment that you draw any sort of ultimate and you burn it off, Enigma Galaxy will always respond. Likewise, Evos definitely will just need to take that battle right here. So it's all about the pickoffs.
Oh, Cammy jumps in, gets a kill to Ari now. They're going to try to focus in. Draw is going to be picked off on the side there. Shyvana's getting the kill done under that. Valdez now continues to try to chase on. But looks like Tammy and Juicy are able to just try to keep them held up on the front line while Demon Kite tries to blast them from the back. But at the T-time, Tipper in the front line gets silenced and the barrier's up. Still, unfortunately, not able to keep himself alive as Akali takes him down. And then with that done, NGX a little bit too low to stick around. They will back out of this. Though Chammy does stick around a little bit longer to try to see if the rest of Evos will try to pursue the Tier 1 turret. But it looks like Vivi and Valdez have other ideas in mind as it back down to the jungle.
And Aaron kept that perfect execution for quite some time, just waiting for that perfect opportunity, seeing them withered down. And I would say Tipper definitely jumped the gun. He tried to get that dive on, extended all the way to the turret range overall, and that kind of resulted in an undesirable trade for Evos Esports. And I gotta say that Enigma Galaxy, at least they've been able to basically pull back for a little bit more and still managing to come up with long-range pokes. That's the advantage of having a Jace as well as a Jhin with you. So this is going to be a little bit more riskier for either side, though. Now, Infro Drake left on the table. We'll expect Chammy to be joining into the fray as well. Cutting across mid lane will be a little bit of a challenge. But speaking of a challenge here, Evos now storms their way into the river. Now, trying to set up a little bit more vision. Now, Valdez will get first dibs. There is a ward being placed deep inside Enigma Galaxy. Now, on the
moving in. Oh, they can jump straight onto Trough. Frisky pressing him down there, taking out the Kragas, while the Jhin ultimate continues to keep them on the balance here. But then the rest of Evos now focusing their attention onto the rest. NGS blasting them one by one. Oh my goodness, Demon Kite last one to fall, and with him down. Quadra kill there for Valdez. Unstoppable streak for the Shyvanas. And what the heck, like that, they managed to wipe out the entirety of NGX and now are just going to be steamrolling through those turrets.
And they will make this a full series. The first one of the day. That one fight is all it takes for Evos Esports to get themselves the win, to tie it up against Enigma Galaxy. And here we go, pushing it to game 3. The Tigers are still here to play.
You know, it just makes me think, like, you know, if Evos had gotten dragons in that first game, perhaps they could have won it. But it just didn't happen. And then look at that.
Just one dragon.
Just one dragon. Just one dragon is all it took for them to just wipe out the entirety of NGX there.
Power spikes, man. I tell you this. I mean, other than the dragon design, like, I felt like Enigma Galaxy were forced to pull the trigger. Like, they felt like, okay, this is a golden opportunity to strike. But once again, need to consider their positioning. Yet again, I don't really see Jhin coming out with that curtain call into some of all these directions. Of course, they have to call the shots really quickly in that split second of time. Okay, they did have the curtain call, but this was, of course, one of the team fights out there. Look at Chammy. He absolutely zoned Valdez in this initial fight of the second Drake, and there's just no opportunity for Evos to land that slide. It's just she had free reigns to just basically dictate who gets it, right? And what's interesting is this. they're basically playing volleyball.
Yeah.
Right over the wall.
With the dragon wall basically being the barrier between the two of them. So that's the thing.
This fight though, like, it looked to be pretty close for Evos, where they have members to basically break wall as Enigma Galaxy managing to go in for a trade, but it was due to this flash coming in from Tipper that's once again tipped the balance off of their favor for a little bit.
And then
Let's check this out.
Yeah, this is the Inferno Drake fight. So let's see. Tournament call comes out. Valdez immediately jumps onto. He actually gets double root on the Champion. So Champion does bring out the barrier, but then Valdez the whole time was just, he was barriered up, so he didn't really take too much damage. And obviously with the Infernal Drake buff, he was just unstoppable amount of damage coming out from that Shyvana's.
Look at this. And also on top of this, like, Valdez, of course, ramps up with those initial picks that he had. This time, he emerged as the MVP, salvaging the loss that they had with 8 kills in total. Of course, that's probably like, what, if you want to count its percentage, 70, 60? I don't even want to start counting, honestly, but the few opening fights definitely have rewarded him with those 2 kills that have ramped things up to speed. And the problem for Enigma Galaxy is that they don't necessarily have the strongest designated tank. We see Draw, sure, he builds a little bit more of a supportive tank sort of role, but I still see that Meteor Enchantment, maybe he could ditch that for a beefier item. So, heading into this, like, we still see Enigma Galaxy at a certain point in time hold that lead until that team fight happened. And, of course, it's just a one-way street down the mid lane for Evos Esports, but it was great call and great positioning overall, where I felt like when it comes down to that sort of area of play, they should either maybe just send 1 or 2 members to commit, and if they don't get it, it's fine, fight for another one. But everybody just say, let's put all the chips on the table, and if they take it, so be it, right? But we get ourselves a game 3, so I'm happy.
Yeah, and you know who you're going to thank for that? You're going to thank Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because they are the ones who bring it to you when winning matters the most here. And of course, alongside with the other sponsor, their partner as well, Monster Energy, they will be unleashing the beast, hopefully, when it comes to game number 3. So go ahead and check out Monster Energy at monsterenergy.com/gaming, by the way, guys. And of course, join us in the conversation on our Discord server. Discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series is where you want to be at in order to discuss all the ongoings here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So now that Game 3 is on the cards, it's going to be coming up soon after we take a short break here. My name is Victor Cax, joining me is Contra. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
shine with the glow. This is my time with it though. This is my time to be way at the top. Me and my guys gon' pay out the block. I don't look like walls. Time's right, and I know the sea is walking in the limelight. Promise you gon' wanna watch like a sci-fi. My guys are high risers, high tide. My crown if you come to my side.
And we're rolling into Game 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, brought to you by ESL. It's Contra here alongside with Victor Cax as we have Evos tying the scores with Enigma Galaxy. And man, we still can't decide who's the clear winner between these two. Where both of these matches were just neck and neck, and they are basically just equally matched. It was just high quality matches throughout both ends of the spectrum. And this time around, Valdez have got his glorious moments throughout the course of the battle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if Evos decides to ban out the Shyvanas in this next round here, because he was absolutely killing it in that Dragon Lady. 11 KDA, 91.67 kill participation percentage, 968.1 goal per minute, 1,178.8 DPM, and 738.1 damage taken here. Valdez absolutely being the master of this second game here has certainly gotten quite a few moments there that certainly clinched the victory here for Evos.
Yeah, it's the way that he's been approaching it a little bit more differently. Sure, he may have lost a couple of these dragons. We forgive him for that, but he's been able to basically outnumber the rest of Enigma Galaxy in the form of damage that he could basically churn out in those split second of those moments out there. And of course, now down to this final hour for both of these teams here to settle the scores. So I just need you to basically lay a finger on who's gonna win. Just simply throw it out. I'm putting you throwing you under the bus.
So
what?
Throwing me under the bus?
Okay,
Seriously?
I don't think I have the strength to do that, honestly. But okay, just take a pick. Like,
oh man,
when it comes down to both styles of play, which do you think actually is your favorite? Because we see like this is like a sword and spear sort of situation, or I don't know what this is, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough. It's honestly, it's so tough between the two of them. I think for the most part, maybe like if Evos is able to get Shyvanas again in his third game, then maybe I'll hand it to them. So yeah, but it really depends, because like it's impossible to tell just based on these couple performances here, because when you thought that Enigma Galaxy was going to be able to end it, Evos was able to come back in a big way in that second game by just being very calculative about how Valdez was able to perform in that game. So coming into this one here, like I said, if Enigma Galaxy doesn't ban Shyvanas, which actually they already did ban Shyvanas, so okay, then I think probably I'm going to stick with my prediction, which was maybe Enigma might still clinch it, unless Evos can somehow pull up another brilliant draft here, because again, I would think that they stand a way better chance than I probably gave them any credit for.
Well, when you do ban a Shyvana on the very first draft itself, that only opens up more opportunities out there. And you know, things are getting a whole lot more serious when TG is basically whipping open that book.
Yep.
So he's about to go into the dark chapter of what they have in the Galaxy. I'm pretty sure the Guardians here will have something to offer. So with these 3 bans coming from Enigma, there's still a few options left on the table. Evos have to choose. Is it going to be a Yuumi, or could it be a Lucian? They do axe out the Lucian instead. So Enigma Galaxy immediately hover upon the Yuumi, as this will be an interesting start. Wait, whoa, am I seeing this right?
No,
okay.
I think it's trolling
There's also
again.
the setup. Okay, this can pair with anything at all, or I mean, Anastasis is a given if they really want to force Evos to try to pull some strings. And things have definitely worked out for Evos Esports on the past game itself, where they basically took the Anastasis combo. But Evos, they stole away the Morgana. Quick preemptive move coming out of Evos, as they understood Enigma Galaxy have always relied on this Morgana pick, whether you pass it to Joshi or sometimes even Demon Kite if you have to. And this is something that Triple V has been able to play countless of time very safely. If you pair it with the Gragas, it's going to be a very safe lane with heavy crowd control. But I'm not too sure if Valdez wants to give it a try in the jungle. We've seen him being a lot more efficient as a Shyvana, so my assumption is that this is still going to be a support role Gragas overall.
Yeah, most likely. I mean, we already see what support was capable of doing on that Gragas, so I will not be surprised if he's going to be playing that Gragas again in that support role. Meanwhile, NGX picks up Kha'Zix to pair up alongside the Senna. Now that will be responded with a Nautilus pick on Evos' side.
Wow.
Okay, so maybe it might not be a Gragas support then.
This is very, very intriguing for me because, sure, it gives you ample lockdown onto units of Enigma Galaxy, but I still think that it's a really risky play because Nautilus does one thing and one thing only. Go into the fight or lock somebody down, that's it.
I think Nautilus might have been a glitch actually in the draft because it's actually been swapped now with the Renekton, so that looks like a lot
much better.
Yeah, a lot more logical, I think.
Yep, and overall, it's just like a little bit of a switch up coming in. Like you just basically swap the logos aside. They could have looked almost the same, except for the fact that this time around, Enigma Galaxy is relying on Joshi's ability to carry the game on his Kha'Zix. But with so many of all these frontline tanks as well as bruisers for them to seek their way out, Evos is going to make things a lot more difficult for them to deal with. So, good first half of the draft, I would say, for both ends. Olaf immediately being banned out. But that's kind of interesting, especially when you have so many heavy CC on the other side. I thought that Enigma Galaxy wanted the Olaf for themselves. Instead, Evos Esports want to take out whatever juggernauts that's still left on the table. So no Garrett as well as Jax, which we see Chami play a whole lot of, especially on that Jax. Now, I'm wondering what's really a good pick for Enigma Galaxy heading into the second draft itself. Evos Esports now starts off with this pick on the 4th. Probably going to be looking at a mid lane or Baron lane matchup. Or you can still have this Driven to hit directly into the jungle.
Maybe.
And still have it being very much reliable where they could just flex it and not really give too much of a intel to Enigma Galaxy of what the final pick could be.
Yeah, solid pick on that Riven there. Now, NGX will have the next pick. Hovering over that Corki. Will they commit to that though? Because Corki will bring damage.
Still a very decent option at the very least.
Fair enough, yeah.
He can have enough of a mix magic and the armor penetration at the same time to at least wither down the form of sustainability that Evos Esports has. But look at this secret weapon that Enigma Galaxy has brought to the table. It's a Shen. And this is definitely going to bring a good mix to the table if they were to put it over on the top side. Then Riven will have a really tough time, but if it's facing against Tipper's Renekton, maybe it's a different story. But who's over mid lane? It has to be the RE. Has worked well for G4, coming out with some really huge calls, but instead is considering whether or not to go on that Akali. Still having 50-50 thoughts on this. Down to the final second to decide what they need. And this will be Akali. My goodness me. I've never really seen G4 on the Akali as of recent, but back in the days when he was playing in C-Champ, this is one of those picks that definitely got him the win other than the Galio. So we expect to see heavy committal when it comes down to dives. Look at those high mobility that Evos Esports can have. Everybody comes with a dash except for the Morgana. And meanwhile, on the Galaxy, they will have 2 global elements. You consider Senna with her Dawning Shadow to provide a little bit more shields as well as AoE damage. And even more shields coming from Chami with the Stat United available, just keeping across map to make plays happen. So they can still focus on split pushes if they want to. The scaling is going to look pretty good. But really, it's going down to Joshi as well as Aaron. How well they hold their own in this match for Enigma Galaxy and Evos Esports. I believe that this is going to be a fair, balanced comp that they've been known for back in their very own region.
Yeah, I mean, Sorry. This is gonna be this is gonna be quite interesting. Like again, I also have not really seen many Shen games, and I'm also gonna be curious to see what G4 will be pulling on the Akali. So yeah, I mean, again, like it's still a very tough one to call for me, to be honest. But I still think. No, actually, I don't want to think at all. I want to see how this is going. Yeah, just don't think. Just let it run its course, and then let's see how it ends up in the end here. Because trying to predict at this point, I think is kind of fruitless. Because honestly, these two teams have been so neck to neck that I could feel that it could go either way, really.
Yeah, just fascinates me to see on both ends of the gaming houses. Like, there's one thing I want to highlight though. Those flip flops.
Hey,
like
it's
shoes indoors? I'm judging him, man.
It's gamer gear. It's perfect gamer gear. Yeah.
Okay.
Most comfy kind of gamer gear you could wear.
If only there's a walkout stage for him and he comes in with a flip flop, yeah, I'll bow. I'll just take a bow. Like, this guy deserves all the respect. Of course, they already have my respect. Anyways, down to this final game. This best of 3. Enigma Galaxy on blue. Evos Esports red side. And this is where we'll see them settling the scores to get themselves up ahead in the standings.
So far, Valdez actually has a 100% win rate on that Riven, so this could be a bit exciting for their end. So, nevertheless, though, he was the key player for the last game there that secured Evos that victory, so definitely all eyes will be on him to see whether or not he'll be able to play that role this time around. But I think it's going to be more incumbent upon the GeForce Akali to really bring a lot more of that excitement, I think, on the Evos' lineup. But I digress, though. Still in the early phases here, ladies and gentlemen. Valdez just about clearing out some camps here, now taking the red buff. Meanwhile, Jushi already picked up the buff of his red buff of his own, now getting himself up to speed. Now this Kha'Zix here also can be a very major threat here on the NGX side, so definitely they will be wanting to keep a close eye on this cockroach for sure. Now, the safe lane right now is currently, of course, the Senna Nasus versus the Morgana and Gragas. Well, the mid lane, G4 staying quite a bit of damage.
I want to highlight something though. Look at that. He's spotted out by a ward, so they have perfect idea of the whereabouts of Valdez, so they can basically plot an attack on this move up if they really want to. They do have Vision Ward being set out into that brush at the very least. I mean, so at least Evos Esports, they will be able to at least get pick. They would each finally get their own skullcrab of their own, then to have both joined by Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, and with the recall coming through from the Shen, must have seen the Riven has already moved up the river, so decided that the recall would be the best course of action. But in the meantime, bit of an invasion going on here as NGS tries to steal the buff, and Supporter now is going to be coming in here to try to bring some revenge onto them. Demon Kite's going to be one tanking loads of damage here as G4 jumps straight onto him, and the Senna is going to be the first one to fall, conceding that first blood to the Akali.
And that was a perfect shuriken flip, connected by G4. I believe that was maximum range, where he just basically sent it, full send it, I would say. Coming in, or even without an ignite, I'm absolutely impressed. Not needing to burn too many summoner spells, or did commit the flash to it. And that invade was too much of a risk of attempt. Enigma Galaxy had it all thought out, but Evos was just one step ahead.
That's the thing. I mean, but the thing was that Evos had vision pretty much through that area, so no matter how you cut it, NGX was certainly going to be in for a bad time the moment they decide to set foot inside their own jungle. So nevertheless, though, with them backing out, damage not too severe, though. They are able to keep up in this terms net worth, while Chami and Tipper going against each other, while Jushi comes into the fray as well. Supporter is around a corner, so maybe might be hoping to see can catch him, but unfortunately Ward spots out the Gragas, so surprise attack is not so surprising anymore for Jushi as he recalls back to base. Now Aaron Demon Kite currently in the mid. I think Demon Kite is just supporting Aaron right now in order to try to get some priority on the mid, whereas the Kali not too happy about this arrangement here. Forces them to fall back. So things back to the status quo right now, 3 minutes and a half into this match.
What we do expect is for Enigma Galaxy to only contest when it comes down to objectives, where we've seen Joshi so far has been having really a great attempts to steal away dragons, and I would say his success rate is about 90% thus far. Only on that last dragon attempt though, which we last saw Evos take the win, of course, favored the opposition instead. Other than that, majority of the dragons have been secured by Enigma Galaxy, including the first bloods onto dragons. While we're going to be looking into how the rest of Evos basically use this upper hand where G4 have secured the first blood. We've seen a lot of interesting builds that comes out from Akali players. I wonder if G4 is also opting to utilize the new itemization of including the Rift Maker that could basically give a little bit more of the good damage throughout to stay longer into the battle. So it's definitely going to take a while before we get there. But when we come down to team fight, I would say that Evos pose a really high threat. Oh, Chammy.
Good stun onto Chammy. Now Tipper is going to try to tank a lot of that damage, though. Is he going to be able to sustain? He does have a lot of armor, and Chammy's armor is broken as well. Ultimate's coming in that side. The barrier does keep Chammy alive a little bit, but then, draw came in. And unfortunately, Tipper got caught out, so that is going to be a big turnaround. In the meantime, bit of a confrontation right now in front of the Rift Herald. As Supporter and Valdez now attempt to contest the for that Rift Herald, but they didn't match. Actually, they did. The Riven steals the Herald away, but then now they're trying to pull back. Unfortunately, they lost the Gragas in the process and might lose BBB as well. Yep, the Corky is down. Did you get the good trade in front of Joshi? G4 trying his best here to fight against Chammy as well. Demon Kite does get Demon. Oh, can he take out Demon Kite as well? Tipper comes in. They are going to try to chase down this man who's very, very low. He does have a bit of mana though, so he is going to be able to bring up the shield. So it looks like the Senna should be able to slip away, but Tipper still continues to give chase though, but only just so that he can bring some vision into the jungle.
Sorry, I just blurted out Penta, but it wasn't the case, right? Like,
no.
I was supposed to say 8. So that was crazy. Like, Evos, that looked like a losing battle to them, but G4, he basically read it out like a book that he's written by himself, right? Like, he can see the future. He basically had everything laid out. Of course, the front line of defense have already utilized the bottom slabs and everything else. Now, another contest happens over on the Drake. And
Carry position for draw. He's going to be caught out in this pincer position, so support is going to try to come in to help him out, as well as Jushi. Chammy now trying to force them into a bit of confrontation, but Tipper goes for the attention there. Andre Aaron takes him out. Now he's going to be taking the brunt of the damage. He's going to get traded out as well. But 3 people has already been taken down on the Evo side. They've already carrying a rampage here onto G4 as he takes down Demon Kite. And with that said and done, even a dragon is not quite taken out here. It's still up for grabs.
My oh my, this is a different phase that we're seeing here coming in from the Tigers, where you at least expected G4 to be so aggressive. We haven't seen this side of him for so long. Usually when you see him going on the mid lane, it's usually utility mages or just control mages overall. So G4 now just unleash the monster that was hiding inside of him all along. And I love the face of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, how aggressive he plays this Akali. Sure, he can be either the cleanup crew or the guy that starts off the fight. I think actually goes for take 2.
Yeah, take 2 here on the Dragon. Who's going to be able to take it? It's going to be NGS. It takes him out the Dragon. Now Evos still sticking around for the fight. They managed to pick up Aaron and Demon Kite as well. Valdez now coming in to try to clean up house. But the problem is his friends got taunted. His friends are getting taken down. G4 is out for the count. But then now Chammy and Jushi attempting to try to peel out. They do see supporter being a bit low, and Chammy goes in for the hit. That's forcing VV and Valdez try to respond to that. Draw comes in a little bit too late there to actually avoid anything, but Jushi jumps on the supporter, almost gets getting taken out. Valdez now going to be taken down solo. Jushi jumps in, gets the kill done. My goodness, finally he finds the mark.
And look at that. Now both sides secure 9 kills apiece, and if and only if supporter land that explosive cast perfectly onto the wall, suppressing them, then maybe they could cheer out with another kill. But
it's still back to square one. Just like the other games that we've seen. Sure, it was G4 with a lot of pop-off moments, but they finally landed shutdown. And the goal did went over draw, if I recall correctly. So far, at least falling back a little bit more resources back into the favor of Enigma Galaxy, and they did walk away with that Drake. This is going to be crucial for them, especially when you have a little bit more resistance against Evos as they skill into its later stages of the game. So Evos Esports, they do have a little bit of timer on them yet again. Because when it comes down to the power spikes, sure, G4 can do a lot of burst damage, right? But so long as members of Enigma Galaxy gets tagged here, I'm talking about Chammy as well as Draw right here, which is going to be a little bit of a nuisance for G4 to seek out the backline eventually. And Aaron's not going to be having an easy time for G4 to just easily hop upon. So Aaron, first, we'll have to make a little bit of difference here. Evos eyeing on the Herald.
Yeah, just dancing around. They are bringing that Rev Herald down, and they do take out the Rev Herald though, and so the rest of NGX are going to be collapsing onto them, but unfortunately not really doing that much damage. You do get a double root. They are going to be trying to focus on the G4, take down the Akali, now going to be able to take down another one in the form of the Gragas. They're continuing to try to roll around, not able to jump over the pit though. It looks like they will be backing out, but 2 kills already. Those are very valuable trades there coming from the side of NGX.
And that was a perfect call coming in from Aaron. He laid down that perfect package of the Valkyrie into the middle of the fight, splitting them apart, and the Hellfire just burned them to bits. Where you saw G4, he wanted to commit. He was the only one across, and immediately faces against 4 players out there. Not much he could do, especially when he hasn't bought himself that stasis enchantment, right? So as it stands, at the very least, they got themselves that Herald, so good takeaway from G4 nonetheless. But it would still be answered by Enigma Galaxy eventually. So heading into the next Infernal, we're going to expect another explosive fight between the two. I just want to see a little bit more alignment coming in from Evos Esports, because they kind of tunnel vision in that previous fight. Didn't yield all too much of a great result. NGX just knew what that perfect time to strike yet again. So just looking at how things have turned out in favor of Enigma Galaxy in that previous battle, now they pull themselves ahead yet again, and they've already built quite a lot of items here to try to counter some of these initiatives that they have coming in from Evos Esports. So first, early execution of calling there, cuts a little bit of healing being done by players like Tipper, G4, as well as Supporter, while Enigma Galaxy might just actually look for a little bit of opportunity from the top side here if Tipper isn't careful enough, but can still have that slice and dice over the mid side. 3 members of Evos just hugging pretty tightly, while the rest of Enigma Galaxy just want to form a little bit of death ball. That's how they've been rolling with the punches for now. Not so much of a good game for Enigma, but they're about to start something off.
Yeah, starting something up here. Tipper is going to be the first one to get picked off though, and Valdez is going to find himself caught up in a 1v4. Not long for his world is that Riven, and with that done, I think NGS can definitely transition this into a tier 1 turret take, as Demonkai and Jushi leads the charge straight into the turret and should be able to take it down no problem whatsoever. But in the meantime, looks like NGX is already focused on their next objective, which is going to be that next Drake. It's going to be an Infernal one, so definitely a very, very important one here for NGX.
That's right. And that was really a tough luck for Evos, where it could have actually been a lot costlier for the first. The timing does favor them a little bit. Enigma Galaxy now.
Yep, G4.
Wide box right in, but they still have to fight this one off.
Yeah, Dragon's already halfway. Stasis on the G4, forces him to flash away. NGX picks up the Dragon anyway, so now they're going to have to bump the damage to be able to overwhelm the entirety of Evos here. As Tipper attempts to try to hold his own, does get a root onto 1 member there, Demon Kite. And look at that, Evos, even though NGX picks up the buff, Evos was the one cleaning house, taking out 4 members of them, leaving only Jushi, the sole survivor.
You can have all the dragons you want. You know what time it is, Victor? It's Baron time.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
There we go. 4 members working their way out, and Evos, sure, they do have maybe a little bit of an opportunity to shove some of these waves. Meanwhile, Jushi knows,
okay, it's too much of a risk. If I'm going to move right in, I might just be caught out. So, took the safer route, secures themselves a turret just to even out some of all this gold that gets funneled in towards Evo's side eventually. With this Baron power play that only lasts about 2 minutes, supporter already giving a helping hand to these two cabin minions. So, expect them to have a little bit of slow burner. Enigma Galaxy should be able to hold out for a little bit more. I guess the biggest takeaway that Evos can come out with here is to at least force a couple of tier 2s. But look at the commitment coming in from Enigma Galaxy, though. 3 of their members already got themselves settled in. But of course, there's more forces coming out of the rest of Evos, while Tipper comes in with a push of his own over the top side. Still a long stretch, because he's already secured the tier 2 much early on. We have to quickly let go. Enigma Galaxy just have to wait for another alternative to strike Joshi. Hiding from the back, now getting spotted out by the ward being set by Evos. This is gonna look pretty rough. 1 more minute, but looks like there's gonna be another opportunity for that turret takedown.
Ooh, Rude had a blast straight onto draw. But then look at EVS just continually hounding down that tier 2 turret. It was a foregone conclusion that the turret was going to fall anyway. Tipper's already pushed the minions, thanks to the Baron buff, all the way to the tier 3s now. The inhibitor may not be long for this world here, but Evos just holding the siege for now, waiting for the next round of minions to come through the mid and seeing if they can find an opening. The problem is BB has a chunk of health taken out from him at the moment, and not much rage to actually use. Oh, G4 gets dragged in the middle of that. A taunt and a kill straight away from the Corki. That would certainly put a wrench into Evos' attempt to siege here, and they will have to back out.
That's good money out there. Enigma Galaxy just got that perfect pickoff. He didn't even respond with a flash or a barrier. Not even the Zionist. Like,
I think it was too fast for him to even react.
How did that happen? Wish we got a little bit of replay. Probably a good taunt coming up from Chami. That would be the best bet. But nevertheless, just focus fire away. Enigma Galaxy, if they can rinse and repeat, they will. But G4 now definitely got to be on his toes. Okay, technically still on his seat, though. We saw him last leaning back on that sofa. Looks absolutely comfy. He did have that stern look on his face, and just having great scoreline. Like, the moment you anger this guy, you just get crazy scorelines like 7-3-5 on this Akali so far. Sure, that early pickoff wasn't called for, but we forgive him for that. So far, 15-14, even score right here, right now at 16 minutes and a half.
I mean, it's so close between both these teams here. I mean, no joke. I mean, it's not for it's not because they're not really trying. They do try very, very hard doing these team fights. It's just that the brilliance of their positioning as well as their fighting skills just makes it so it's like such an even fight, you know, between them a lot of times. And a lot of them also don't overextend, which is another factor here that ensures that, you know, the scales of balance never tip too heavily to one end. Now Baron is coming out. We already see Evos in position to try to hold up NGX should they try to make a move for it right now.
They gotta think twice, because Aaron.
Yeah, oh, managed to get a chance taunt onto Tipper and a root as well. Chami going out on the front line, but then unfortunately not able to finish him off there. It's only going to be enough to kind of like force out a few skills. It forced out a flash as well from Tipper. And look at that, Jushi just going straight for the kill onto the Renekton. He's not really letting go. Chami continues to get himself a little bit into the inside. Space is going to be coming in here. And then right now, NJ is going to have to fall back here at Air Blast, forcing them out of the way. But at least they managed to take down only that one. But meantime, Aaron managed to push the minions all the way to the tier 3. So that's forcing them to kind of like respond to that with the recalls coming in. And that's opened up opportunity now for NJ to try to move in onto the Dragon. Now the thing is, the rest of Evos is moving in. They're already trying to counteract this, but they're not fast enough to contest this Dragon. The Drake has been taken before Evos was able to arrive on the scene.
What a great macro play. Enigma Galaxy make one risky call with Aaron not being part in that river to participate in that skirmish, but basically he just relayed, guys, buy time and I will make wonders, and they managed to at least bring one tier 2 back.
Yeah.
It's still something. and that has put them up ahead in gold. At this point in time, does gold matter? Yes, it still does. They haven't finished their final items overall. Next race is going to be the Elder, though. Aaron finally finds himself that Guardian Angel, so he's going to be able to sustain even if he gets caught into risky positions. So G4 got to think twice before utilizing that perfect execution to draw his way through the back line. Speaking of which,
they are jumping in. Another 5v5 here. Draw and Aaron getting in the front line. Jushi in the back line so far. The barrier keeping him up in line, but he's not really under trouble here. He does get a kill onto Chipper, who happens to just wander right in front of him. Now he's going to be going in onto support on VVP, but unfortunately he loses his life a little bit. Revive is going to be coming through here, but Chami continues to try to bring the chase. Jushi now comes back up a line. He is attempting to try to get in front, but then now NGX has them on the run. So now they're going to be focusing on taking the Baron buff.
And they've already been able to knock Tipper as well as G4 out, so there's just very little threat. So Enigma Galaxy fancying their chances here. Even tight spot one out, finds another over top side.
Keep them zoned out. Chami now jumps into the fray, gets a kill, a rampage onto the Gragas. And then now they're going to be continuing on to this Baron while they keep Valdez at bay here, keeping him zoned out. He's a little bit low. VV now comes back into the fray. Is he going to be good? Is he going to be able to steal the buff? Not quite. The Baron's still up and alive. Blue team takes the buff, so NGX secures it for themselves, and he even secured a kill onto Valdez as well as Morgana. Oh my goodness, an ace on the Jushi here. My goodness, NGX finally on a roll, and with this Baron buff being up for 2 minutes, that's going to be a whole lot of damage it can do now onto Evos.
Such a huge coin flip out there, and Evos was denied that opportunity to have Valdez to get over the wall. It was just layers and layers of meat shield in front of his face, where he was hoping to get that turret leap. Now, with Valdez gone, this Elder Drake absolutely reachable for Enigma Galaxy to secure, and they won't even have time to even get anywhere close. He got to fall back. Got to let go of this. Tipper on the crosshair.
Jushi jumps in, and then that's forcing supported Tipper to back out. G4, good saved by the air blast, but Chami comes in, gets a taunt anyway. Oh no, 52 seconds out of the rift right now for G4. He's not going to be able to defend or try to join his friends for the defense here. As NGX is now knocking straight onto the tier 3 inhibitor. It will be able to take it down very, very swiftly though, and thanks to the Baron buff, now they jump straight to support the barrier, not enough to keep him alive. The rest of Evos falling one by one as NGS completely floods their base.
They want him bad. They still get the triple down for Aaron. This is how Enigma Galaxy does it by the end of it all. An explosive finish, and they have been able to write this one in the stars.
Oh my goodness, Enigma Galaxy clinching it 2-1. A very closely fought series here. I mean, no joke. It was back and forth, kill for kill. But when it comes down to it, NGX, they play the cards right. They play the positions right. And having secured all the dragons and the Baron buff, they had all the objectives in hand. The dragons and the Baron buff, they had all the objectives in hand required for them to win out this last game.
Oh boy, where do we even start with these highlights? We got ample fights, and of course, Evos start off really well on the early skirmishes, and of course, foul, multiple opportunities for G4 to basically lay down everything on the table and secure himself quite a number of kills. On top of that, Tipper has been able to show up as well, but it was this very moment where Enigma Galaxy have that perfect chance to seal the deal. Though, you see Valdez basically trying to drop a little bit more pressure in hopes that they won't be able to continue on with the Baron. Triple V flashes over the wall, but was met with so many of all these oppressive members. 4 of them immediately focused firing onto him, so there was just no way that Evos could basically snatch it away. Once they secured that Elder Drake, it was the pure wrap-up. Valdez runs for its life and still couldn't get out of the crosshair of Aaron, who managed to, of course, take him for the final blow. So, kudos to the boys clad in blue. Well, technically both of them are clad in blue.
True.
So,
True.
Enigma Galaxy here, after a fought game, they see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it was just stellar plays. Like,
dude, it's
there's just too much going on this match.
It's crazy even looking at the KDAs for everyone at NGX's side. 21, 13, 12, 21, 19. The amount of assists, I mean, the thing is that they were sticking together like a squad, practically deathballing their way through, especially the final stage there. But all of them really had to play their role here in order to pull things off. And I think it was just that the coordination as well as like the shot calling, I think. Because, you know, especially that moment, I think, where Aaron managed to do the split push while the rest of NGX and Evos were caught up in a fight somewhere around the Dragon Pit, I believe. That actually kind of forced them to kind of bring on a recall, creating the space, and actually open up the opportunity for NGX to just straight up take away that dragon because it was not enough time for Evos to recall and then get back to the Dragon Pit. So again, such brilliant sort of like minor things like these all piled up for NGX, and you can see very clearly for the majority of the game, it was back and forth. Like, even though NGX had like a slim lead in gold here, but it was going up and it goes down, it goes up again. I mean, Evos really had kept the scales of balance so well in his early phases. It's really, really well done. It's just that those few objectives there, those few fights, especially towards the end, NGX nailed it perfectly. Completely shut down G4, completely nullified whatever advantages they had, and allowed themselves not only to secure all the dragon buffs, but also the Baron buff as well.
And also, this is all thanks to the composition that they drafted to be able to lead well into the later phase of the game. Of course, you got the Nasus Senna that has infinite scaling, and then Corki, once you hit that 3-item power spike or hitting into full items itself, it just hits different. So Aaron is finding a lot of room to breathe, especially after buying that Guardian Angel, where G4 is not going to be giving him too much of a threat. He still has a lifeline in hand for himself. So I guess that's where it was troublesome for Evos to eventually find a way out in all these sort of traits that they were taking. Sure, they were a little bit off when it comes down to a little bit more of that decision making across the Baron, across the final few drakes that they were attempting. But yet again, it was still a really interesting sort of maneuver that they've been able to pull off to try to get a rabbit out of the hat, right? Like, especially that final call on the Baron, they know that this is the lifeline. Like, if we drop this Baron, it's all over. So, yeah, unfortunately, we see, I believe it was Tipper that was getting chased initially, and then we had, of course, Valdez getting blown off, and they just don't have a chance after that. But that being said, of course, the focus are back onto Enigma Galaxy, and now we do have all the boys here joining us for the interview. Of course, this is Demon Kai as well as Aaron. That was a spectacular game that you guys just concluded, and tell me, how are you guys feeling right now?
It's exhausting and tired.
I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My voice was lost in that match.
Oh my god. I can imagine the amount of shot calling you guys had to do there, because a lot of those fights were like super hard and confusing. So like, I just wanted to know, like, what's the communication sort of like in your team? Do you guys like all on the same page during these fights, or is there usually someone, one or two IGLs on your side who really calls the shots and tell you guys where to target and where to focus?
Yes. I and Justia are the one who calls if we going to start the objectives, but sometimes we are disconnected, like we don't match. If he decided to start the DR and I called that it's very hard to start, it's because enemy team is very hard to punish when we're having to start DR. So that's why maybe we lost in that team fight last game. We start DR and we lost in the team fight, so they have a lead.
And of course, when we look into the past matchup, it was basically a lot of back and forth going on. Like, I want to also understand, like, with this new patches that came right in, do you guys have enough time to prepare to, you know, study the meta? And like, of course, I'm pretty sure there's also a lot of pressure coming from TG as well. Okay, you guys need to play this or that. Like, yeah. So when it comes down to that, like, heading into the series, do you guys feel like you guys were very well equipped
to go up against Evos?
Yeah, we easily adapt the meta, especially on this patch, and our coach stage will handle very well our draft. That's why. Yeah, but I don't think we really equip the meta. It's because the double relic shield it's our first time to use, and we had a misunderstanding about the gold, so maybe that's the reason why we don't adapt the meta very well.
No worries. I mean, there's still more games to go throughout the span of the weekend. Also, for the playoffs eventually to come. By then, you guys should be very well prepared. Now, all of you guys did extremely well, and of course, every single game, like, you guys have everyone basically carrying each other, having each other's back. But the traditional question still remains, like, who do you guys think is the MVP for today from your team?
Chami,
Chami.
I think. Yeah.
Okay.
And Aaron. No, Aaron did really well in Akali.
Yeah, like, your Corky, definitely amazing on that final game as well. You were chasing after Valdez on the final run. So, okay, production, let's cue the reels, and it is Chami.
It is Chami.
Okay, what's interesting as well, he went in for that Shen pick, so is that TG's idea?
Hello?
Yeah.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Could you guys hear us?
Okay, can you say it? Can you repeat that?
Oh yeah. On the last game, Chami was on the Shen duty. Like, was that like something that he's been prepping for a long time, or like TG says, okay, it's time to bring out the Shen. So how did it go?
Since we pick a lot of damage in first phase, Chami insists to pick Shen himself to protect. Yeah, just.
Oh, well, that's.
And Chami Shen is different. He can able to carry the team. That's why.
1v9 Shen.
He wants to show everyone that he can also play tank champions.
Yeah. And it's great, like, he's been growing throughout the course of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and you guys too, man, fantastic finishes. And I would say that Evos definitely is a strong competitor, which have been able to match you guys very evenly. So what is the strongest takeaway that you guys felt, that you guys have learned throughout the series?
I think it's Team Flash. Yeah.
All right, so that's actually the biggest competitor, huh?
Yeah.
Hello, good to see you over the back. Of course.
Yeah, they want to talk with you, bro.
All right, come right in.
Yeah,
come right in.
Come join in, man.
We come down.
Hey.
Oh,
here it comes.
TG's here as well. So, of course, congratulations, boys, once again. So, I need you guys to give, like, a cheer to all, like, a team cheer, Enigma Galaxy, like, I don't know, on the count 3. 1, 2, 3. Go, go, go.
NGX!
Hey. Woo!
Let's go.
Amazing one, guys. I mean, fantastic performance. You guys. Yep, kept it. You guys kept it so well, and what amazing series. So good luck, guys, in the future. We'll see you guys soon.
Thank you.
Love you guys. So do take care. Bye.
Oh man, it's always so fun, seeing these guys having so much fun in the world, isn't it?
That's right, and I'm happy about something for today. We're on the street, yeah, on the predictions, and of course, when winning matters, Snapdragon Elite Gaming is always there with you.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, not to forget our other sponsor as well, Monster Energy, unleashing the beast just the way TJ has been unleashing the beast here for Enigma Galaxy with those draft ideas. So nevertheless, make sure you guys check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, join the conversation over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series so that you will be able to connect with other fans of the Snapdragon Pro Series and converse about all the happenings with this tournament here. So There's only one more matchup to go. It's going to be Cerebus Esports versus Team Flash, but that will only come after we've taken a break here, because we definitely need to take a break after an amazing series like that. Yeah, we definitely deserve it. So my name's Vader Cax. Join me here is Contra. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
To get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man. I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it. I get excited, keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no
What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Now believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where I, Victor Caxton, him, Contra, will be bringing to you guys the final matchup for today in this Challenge Group Stage week, as we're going to be bringing to you guys Cerebus Esports versus Team Flash. Now, this is going to be a very, very feisty one because both of these guys are from Vietnam. Both of these guys are currently tied in terms of their win-loss percentage, so which means whoever wins this one is going to be on top of the other.
Yeah, and of course, we've already got RRQ who are currently sitting at the top, so there can only be one of the Vietnamese representative that will be able to retain their spot, and whoever takes the L will be tied up with Enigma Galaxy as well as Buriram United Esports, who have been able to at least score some of their own for today. As for Evos Esports, they have slid towards the 6th position, unfortunately, but I guess like at the very least, it won't be falling further from that. And we've got Echo Fortius as well as Persis Esports making up the 7th and 8th place overall. Persis, unfortunately, of course, have lost 5 of their battles throughout the weeks of the challenge stage. So hopefully there's still a better day to come for tomorrow. So now our focus is on this regional clash of Vietnam. Team Flash definitely have the fan favorites there cheering for them, but Cerebus Esports, they've been hungry for this rematch. This is a classic matchup that we've seen time and time again that they've been able to at least push Team Flash at least to late game scuffles and also a whole lot of all these amazing fights out there. Now, let's take a look at Cerebus Esports lineup here. 1-1 on the Baron lane, Manliotas on the jungle, BMM mid lane, Genza as well as Duckby to be on that Dragon lane itself. So far, we're definitely having our eyes set onto BMM as well as Genza to be the hyper carries of the matchup. And just look at the sublime coordination when it comes down to the team fights. So far, they've been able to bring a lot of interesting strats on the table. Whenever there is a Camille that's left available, they still can play it to its full potential, which, you know,
past couple of patches, sure, Camille was like the heavy priority pick for a majority of the team, but heading into, you know, even seasons where she may not seem like, oh, she's still the it girl overall, Cerberus just shows that they know how to basically pull off amazing team fights around this Camille pick.
Yeah, and the thing is that, you know, Cerberus being from Vietnam, Vietnam is a very strong region when it comes to Wild Rift, you know, rivaled only by the Philippines. So knowing that, you know, CES has definitely shown some of that potential coming into this, but certainly they're going to have to bring all the stops here to beat their fellow regional rival here, Team Flash, comprised of Shy, Zaisu, Coyote, Taddy, and Empty. Taddy kind of filling in for today.
Yeah, that's definitely interesting, as this is going to be an empty canvas. We want to see what sort of potential does he have to offer to the table. Of course, huge shoes to fill heading into such a heavy role where we last saw them take on Enigma Galaxy. And of course, they are a feisty bunch where you expect Coyote to come in with assassin pickups and Zissou just being absolutely proficient whenever he gets his hands on picks like the Kaziks. So far, this is the team to beat in the tournament. Of course, close to that title will be RRQ. RRQ probably will be sitting around to watch this match unfold overall, right? Just to know the next time when they do face against each other, they know what exactly to do. So heading into the new patch, how much of a change do we actually get from both ends of the teams hailing from Vietnam? We'll definitely have to see, but Team Flash, they usually just end their games pre-20 minutes, and you know, this is definitely going to be a game that is going to be a lot of back and forth going on. Is the Vietnamese regions, they love their battles. Like, if they could choose, they could just basically make this like a 5v5 ARAM all the way. You know, like, except that it's not just on the mid lane, it's just everywhere on the map, and they thrive in that chaos.
Exactly, chaos is going to be the name of the game here between these two guys, and they're both also very familiar, having risen up together through the regional qualifiers. So it's going to be a very interesting one here, because it's going to be another opportunity for them to face off against each other. So if you guys at home, especially you Vietnamese fans out there, who are you supporting here between Cerberus and Team Flash? Cast your vote inside the Twitch chat, because the poll is already up right now, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys go ahead and put in your opinions right now. Let us know who you think is going to be able to come out on top between these two Vietnamese squads.
That's right. Whether if you're on Twitch or you're on Facebook, make sure you just basically follow us on every single platform. I believe that you're probably watching from ESL Asia or ESL Mobile overall so far. Make sure you don't miss any sort of moments out there. So just cast in your votes. And of course, we definitely have to thank Snapdragon Pro Series for arranging all these amazing matches. Okay. So far, I don't know, have you been copying my homework for the entirety of the day or something? But
I can
hey,
neither.
I'll take it.
I can neither confirm nor deny. But you know what they say. You know, great minds they tend to think alike. You know. So nevertheless, though, Pondo seems to have a slightly different idea. He thinks that Cerberus might actually be the one to clinch this.
Ooh, I didn't know I have a competitor in the form of Aaron. I mean, I'm Aaron. The guy from Enigma Galaxy is Aaron too. If we can get Enigma Galaxy to cast their votes, yeah, it'll just be their own logo everywhere, right? So, of course, that aside, I think things have been smooth sailing for us at the very least for the entirety of the day. Team Flash, I think like they just have a lot of strength that teams just have to pay attention to, where every single member has been able to hold their own individually on the lane, and when it comes down to team fights, it feels like they do exactly what to do. When it comes down to the draft, like they have their own ways of drafting it out, where they just want to play that high tempo, high stakes type of game where they go in for double assassins or so, and it will still be working out for them. But now, patch in, patch out, they've been able to at least go in for a lot of adjustments and just Look at them flashing their trophy already.
I mean,
okay, I'm loving it. Well, that's.
I mean, if you got it, why as well flaunt it, right?
Yeah, that's the only way to go. Like, you don't want to shelve it at the back. Like,
Yeah.
something as exciting as this,
And
definitely needs to be in the limelight.
I mean, if you think about it as well, it's perfect motivation. You've got the trophy in front of you to remind you that, you got this. You have the potential, the capability to win these fights out. So, yeah, it's really fun to see that happen here. Nevertheless, for Cerebus, they're going to have a work cut out for them as we run into this draft now. First one to be banned out is Morgana. Bit interesting, but then again, both of these teams coming from the same region definitely will be very familiar with what they're able to do, and having fought each other as well would certainly be very familiar what type of hero pool each squad will possess on their own. So Morgana, Gragas will be banned out by Cerebus, and TF so far is banned out to Karma. They have another ban to go, and it will be the Lucius.
And you can already tell that this is a very different type of draft that we're seeing from both ends. And overall, with the opening of, things like Morgana as well as Gragas, there's just a heavy party ban on top of Team Flash's support pool. But keep in mind, MT is one of the best players of trash out there. So keep an eye out for that surprise pick if ever the case. So Y1 will start off with a draft. Another support to be taken out. Well, you can argue with me it's a marksman. Sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. I won't blame you, chat. So, Y1 snatches away the... well, do I need to say more? Zed. This is a hot contested pick coming into the region of Vietnam, but to try to measure up to that, they're hovering on to a potential pick of the Nautilus, which we haven't seen one throughout the entirety of the matches that we had today. So far, what exactly to pair up with the Nautilus is going to be the question here. Here, it provides you with a whole lot of heavy lockdown onto specific targets overall, but there is also glaring weakness as to what Nautilus offers, because once he jumps into the team fight, to get out is going to be pretty hard, so you just really have a hard commit. But who to hard commit with? Camille. We talked about this during those highlights of reels that they've created overall, but Zissou says, okay, I think I could still pair it with a Lee Sin, which Zissou is also known very well to basically pilot this champion really, really well. So high tempo plays, Team Flash is going to be going for their signature moves, definitely. As for Cerberus Esports, I'm looking at a lot of all these other options like Shyvana that will be able to at least sustain when it comes down to team fights. We expect to see a whole lot of adaptation going on. A lot of teams today, when it comes down to enchantments, they've been rolling back into the usual stone plates where up till now, I think it's still very relevant to have it involved, especially with it being so cost efficient. But with new things like the Meteor enchantment, that will be pretty interesting as well. Now, finally, we do get ourselves our first set game for today. So definitely showing the understanding of what they could possibly come up with against Team Flash. It could still be a support set that we don't see too much of. But then again, there's no Senna in this matchup. So Coyote locks in the Akali. Now, signature moves. Technically, double assassination coming in from Team Flash.
Very, very aggressive pickup there, that's for sure. So I think, knowing Team Flash's kind of style as well, it tracks quite well that it will be going for the double assassin setup because they love to be that aggressive regardless. So Cerberus now banning out the Varus, while Team Flash bans out Fiora on their end. One more ban to go for either end before we're going to be going to our final pair of picks here.
The mid lane is definitely going to be pretty exciting to watch. It's a skill matchup. It's just who lands all the shots here between the Zed as well as Akali. Then, of course, more and more of all these picks up the back lane will be taken out. So Cerberus really have to think about it, whether if they still want to put this set up there onto the top side of the map. And with the final ban coming in, it's going to be locking onto the Shen, but they still leave this Jax up online. So this is going to be the late game insurance that Team Flash has. But then again, Lux, that has been banned throughout the course of today, especially against some of the other teams that play out.
Persis, I think, specifically.
Yeah, this is still going to be a really strong lane when you pair the set along with this luck. So whenever you do get the phase breaker, chain it all together with the light binding. That could basically secure a kill if they do have the final spark online. And early on, Team Flash did hover Camille in match to end up over on the final course of the champion selection for Team Cerberus. They're going to be weighing the options. Riven seems to be a well-balanced pick overall. As you can see, there's a couple of things that can still deny the Hextech ultimatum from blocking a single target. Because Lee Sin, so long as he does land that Dragon's Rage, it's done for. You don't even need to consider. But look at that.
Orianna hover again? Or are they going to be committing to it? I don't know, man. They committed. They committed to the Orianna.
Oh, okay. Question now is, it's it. Okay, I understand this composition already.
Okay.
So, Orianna, bottom lane. So far, all you have to do is just basically have the support to basically troll the line in the sync. Well, I don't know what I was talking about. Okay, his ultimate to lock down anybody he wish, and then that's where that command shockwave drops in, suctioning anybody that's along the way as well. So that is definitely a clear way to go. And if they still survive, that's where Coyote pops right in, just to lay down the perfect execution. Whereas Cerberus Esports, they have multiple ways they can basically approach this. Sure, get anyone initiating. I'm just gonna have my support to move in with the showstopper, get somebody off of that, or basically pull one to the team, and then just easily single things out and have this Shyvana just cause a trailblazing move against the rest of Team Flash. So both sides having great ideas to kickstart a very first match in this best of 3.
Yeah, but the thing is that more than just ideas, especially when it comes to draft, it's obviously going to be the execution, especially when both of these squads meet each other in that Summoner's Rift. Now, we're going to be waiting for them to load into the Rift very, very soon. So, just remind you guys, this is the last matchup of the day, so make sure you guys don't miss this out, because this is going to be a feisty one between both these Vietnamese squads. So, Cerberus Esports versus Team Flash. I mean, again, it's going to be a very, very tightly fought one, I feel, because, again, both of these guys coming from the same region definitely will know each other very well, definitely will scream each other before, and definitely have encountered each other during that regional qualifiers. So certainly it's going to be all about that regional pride right now between the two, both of these teams here, because whoever wins this one is going to be the top Vietnamese team of the two. So there's quite a bit on stake here, you know, aside from just the prize money.
That's right, Cerberus Esports, they're tired of being second place, or this is where they're hoping to take down the Southeast Asian champions, Team Flash. Now, starting things off, we have a little bit of scuffle going on. 2 versus 1. Y1. Is he going to force that flash out? He's already utilized that barrier. Coyote hoping to move over the wall, but doesn't really have to. Chases him all the way. That also means that Zissou kind of forced to start off on the enemy blue side.
Yeah.
Perhaps this will have Cerberus Esports forced into a vertical jungle, which can be a little bit risky for Meliodas to hit directly into the lower quarter of the map, but still will be decent for him to eventually find an alternative throughout the course of his jungle. So far, Cerberus Esports just having a clear understanding of not to commit anything at all, other than that barrier, of course. But traditionally, a Riven versus Jax matchup would have Riven favoring a little bit of the earlier duels, but because of what happened much early on, generally Sha would have higher priority on lane.
Yeah, Zissou now going back to his side of the jungle there to pick up the red buff, after, of course, having taken the blue buff away from CS's side of the jungle. As we watch what the Coyote and NT will be doing here, going around the mid, keeping the pressure up onto BMM. As I said, it's going to be a very, very important have a very important role to play here, especially during this mid-game phase. Shy continuing to keep Y1 on his toes. Lee Sin will be joining, or maybe just holding around the jungle here. So he's in position to support Shy should the Riven decide to get a little bit testy on this Jax.
You will definitely expect to see a lot of rotation coming in from both sides of the mid laners here to find opportunities for a gank. Now, of course, they'll be looking for that level 5 spike of the element, but oh boy, Shy just understanding the general traits between the two. Meliodas finds his way up towards the top side. Of course, nothing much that can come out of that, though he does have the element available. As you see, just forcing this Savannah to try to take alternative routes. Still trying to seek out the rip portion of Team Flash's jungle.
Set and Lux got spotted as they attempted to try to ward the blue buff on TF's side of the river, side of the jungle. That almost caused a response, though we do see the Zed and Meliodas on the Shyvanas moving into the jungle as well. Seeing that the war has been cleared out, looks like they want to try to bait out perhaps a fight here for this blue buff. Zaisu in position. Oh, seeing a lot of damage there. As Empty, Taddy comes around, Root going to be set up there onto Coyote. Now he's going to be joining into the fray. Empty a little bit low. That blast is going to be allowing the Nautilus to concede that first blood to Set. While Coyote still holding on the front line there, trying to burst down. BMM not able to take the kill though. Now Taddy and Zaisu are going to be on chase onto Genza. Ooh, good route there. Zaisu now jumps in, but BMM rolls in, rotates, and actually gets a kill onto Lee Sin. Should be able to get the catch from the Taddy as well. One last shot does get the kill onto the Orianna.
And it all worked out perfectly for Cerberus Esports. 4 kills back-to-back with that invasion into the jungle. And there's more to come. Shy now, Counter-Strike already being poured forward. Flashes in time to avoid that phase breaker. But first, we'll have to consider losing a plate. Doesn't really have to.
Oh, what a stun! The stun straight under the turret. Unfortunately, Y1 had to soak up a lot of damage there thanks to the turret. Dumpy also not able to sustain for too long despite being on level 5. But Shy survives that onslaught though. So that Jax definitely will be very, very happy with that regardless. As recalls come through on the top lane. Meantime, amid, Genza on the Lux. Getting some vision through, not spawning anyone from Team Flash's side inside the jungle, but then at least getting a bit of information here.
That's what we expected coming in from both sides of the team. Cerberus Esports having this mate support. Well, technically, they're marksmen. I know it gets confusing sometimes. So, Genza has been involved in every single one of all this kill participation overall, and that's about being proactive over that. We expected heavy rotations to bear fruit. And Cerberus Esports, they're already being supported out by a ward while they are attempting on this Rift Herald. He sits just over the wall. Zissou might just fancy a chance on securing this. He goes over, but
a bit slow.
He could just basically safeguard away. Not a problem at all. Now they just have to try their luck on the Drake instead. But Cerberus Esports, it's just going to be a little bit tougher for Team Flash to crack for now. But they're still going for this.
Yeah, to try to force an issue with the Rift Herald being called out in the mid now. Shelly's going to be bringing a charge, but TF is all in position. Not enough damage, though, to stop her from doing a charge. So it does bring that tier 1 turret all the way down to less than a quarter of his health. Empty gets a good catch there onto Meliodas. Tries to lock him down. Still going in there. It's going to be the Lee Sin. Oh, but then Zaisu, unfortunately, gets caught out and taken down. Debated indeed that Lee Sin was. But then another catch there. Double root there to Empty, swapping around there. Duckby attempting to try to keep them up. Empty brings out a barrier and keeps himself alive. But in the meantime, Zed picks out the Jax on the back line, and that allows him to continue doing the Dragon while Coyote tries to hold his own. Unfortunately, doesn't quite survive it, but does at least get 1 kill.
They're just forcing their way through some of these objectives, and Team Flash, they're just throwing bodies after bodies, and they're still not getting anything sorted out. Cerberus drops the Herald just to create reaction out of Team Flash and then try to look for the opening window into Drake, and they didn't even really have to do that. So the moment that Zissou falls prey, they got that pick off against the Lee Sin, which means Dragon was absolutely open up for the taking. So Cerberus Esports off to that perfect start. Well, actually, just slightly far from perfect, but hey, I'll take it any day. Where you already see the Zat has got himself 2 kills, and not forgetting Genza involved in, well, every single one of these fights. I'll consider that death part of it.
Well, in any case,
Take
though,
one for the team.
a bit of a ping on the northern side river. As you see the Lux probably going to get caught up by the Nautilus, but may not be in time to save the teammate Y1, who is chased up very hard by Shy. Shy does get the kill done, but then look at Dugby coming in. Ooh, refrag coming in to trade, and a kill down on the Jax. Now they're going to try to catch Empty as well, and that Nautilus Zaisu around the corner is going to be taking out of the way there. No sense for him to lose his life as Nautilus takes one for the team. But then Daizu, oh, he's not quite out of the woods, does have a flash forward in order to avoid onslaught from Melodus, but they still catch him anyway under the guys with the turret, and it will take him down. 3 kills from Cerberus.
You notice something, Victor? 14 kills. Look at the timer.
I know,
2
right?
kills per minute.
2 kills per minute. Wow. That's a much higher kill per minute rate, definitely, than the last game we saw. So already things are off to a good start here between Cerberus and Team Flash as we await for them to get back into the paces here. So a bit of priority on the top side here because Duck B has already pushed the minions all the way up, but Shy and Empty were in position to try to counteract this. Now they will be recalling though. It seems like they want to try to focus on objectives here, or rather trying to get a bit of a reset for themselves while the Rift Herald and the Dragon is still out for a while. So now they want to try to regain some priority on these lanes. So the key thing though is that the top and the mid, especially that mid, turrets are a little bit low on health. So they could potentially break down if they can put a concerted effort to make a push. But then right now, Y1 going to have to hold his ground here. Good stun there, Coyote. Oh, but a Lux Final Spark didn't quite finish the job there. Does take a chunk of his health out. Melodius now focusing on Empty, gets a good hit onto the Nautilus, but not able to finish that kill. Melodius still bringing chase though.
Out?
He's still coming after because he sees that Coyote is low, but doesn't quite have the opportunity really to take him down. So the recall still will come true for the Akali, and I think she will be safe and sound back in the fountain.
Yeah, just a little bit more of a dicey situation, but they will have to let go of this turret. Cerberus Esports here starting off so strong, and well, they're basically 6,000 goal up ahead, approximately, while we're having Meliodas having that Triforce as well as the Blade Ring King already up and available. So expect to see a lot of situations where this Shyvana is just going to be able to melt everybody down when she does get to fly in. Now, Team Flash going in for the challenge, but they do have Empty trying to zone them all out. This is not going to be contested.
Me getting up into the face of Empty Coyote, not able to get a knockup, but still they managed to catch up, get a root onto the Nautilus. So now they're going to continue to bring the chase onto him. Now they can try to get him, but he is able to get it all the way to the tier 2 turret, sorry, the tier 1 turret. But Shy in the meantime, managed to get this catch. Final Spark is going to be brought out. That's going to be ultimate already used up by the Lux. But Jensa tries to get out of the way. Zaisu soaks up a lot of damage, and Duckby tries to get away, but looks like he got caught out by Coyote. Akali getting one last hit, but no, BMM comes in. Oh, the Uno reversal straight onto the Akali. Coyote is out for the next 30 seconds as Empty gets caught up right in front of the tower. Lee Sin gets caught out in the side there thanks to Y1, and looks like they will take the turret anyway. Look at that. Good fights coming all around for Cerberus. 3 kills and a turret to boot.
All right, Victor, catch a breath because we got a lot of these fights coming up, don't we? Well, Y1 already knocking some of these chunks of the plating. Well, actually, the plating is already off for now. Dragon spawning up in 20 over a second, but those back-to-back fights just so well executed from both ends. This is a facebreaker landing, though, and Teddy forced the flash. Now, this is going to yield a little bit more of a result of how the outcome of this Dragon fight is going to turn out, but they're keeping up with the pressure. Team Flash sees an opportunity to drop this Herald, forcing another response coming in from the rest of Cerberus Esports as Team Flash eyeing onto the Mountain Drake. Now, they should be able to eventually at least get this charge, but I don't think they will be able to have enough to get Shelly off onto a good knock. So, Cerberus Esports regain control over the course of the river.
Yeah, now we're going to be starting at the Mountain Drake now. It's going to be A bit tough here for Team Flash to take because they're not going to be in position to try to contest this anyway. So Mountain Dragon falls to the hands of CS. That's the second dragon in their hands right now. So they're going to be... I really want to see if they're going to be able to convert this into some objectives, but at least in terms of objectives, they are not. They're doing pretty well, actually.
Yeah, and I really want to pull it all the way back to the very start of everything before we see the crazy amount of kill numbers, right? That sort of invade that Cerberus Esports shot call for have paid out so much, where after that, Team Flash has had Zissou running on the back foot and struggling to get good ganks off, and whichever lane he goes to, it's just a little bit more intense. Like bot lane, I could clearly say almost ungankable because Teddy will need ample time before the Orianna could reach a better potential. So early game, you just expect her to just stack up on the Seraph Embrace charges. Now, Zissou hoping to steal it back.
Oh, yeah, he tried to steal it. I think he might have just got it, but unfortunately he pays for it with his life, though. But
is it worth it?
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't think so. No, not at all. Are they calling for an early Baron? Looks like it.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Cerberus Esports, they're greedy. They're hungry for everything. They know they got 24 seconds to work this one out. But the question is, Team Flash, can they even challenge, though? I think they have to let this one slide. Oh,
Zed tried to distract them, just create some space, and space was created, allowing CS to pick up that Baron buff. So maybe that was a more valuable sort of trade there compared to Lee Sin trading himself for the buff. And CS now with the Baron buff should be able to convert this into some objective takes for sure.
It is 15-5. We have not seen Team Flash put so behind in the early game for quite some time. But of course, a little bit of warm-up for them would definitely do wonders. Well, actually, it's already somewhere towards the evening already. But who's counting, right? Like, Team Flash have probably not expected Cerberus to have so much of the aggressive attempts, especially on that the early few fights. I've seen them put on the back foot. Meanwhile, Coyote is someone that they can still rely on so far. At least having the Rift Maker as well as the
Melodus jumps straight onto Zissou. Look at the way he's bursting him down. Not enough to get a kill though, but then now he's focused on the Coyote, whose flash slides forward there. Final Spark runs out, doesn't quite get the nail done, but then still brings out quite a bit of damage down to Tempty. Look at that though, double stun and a triple. My goodness, Cleals coming all around. 4 people, a rampage now on a Riven and a turret to boot as well. CES certainly are on a roll here. 20k. Was it? No, it's actually 50k. It could be all over very, very soon because CS is not stopping this momentum at all.
And what can this Akali do? Just get crushed. Cerberus Esports, show us how it's done. In game 1, as they will take this one quarter up against their worthy adversaries that they've been facing time and time again. Team Fight takes the L.
Oh, wow. This is a really feisty one here because I didn't expect that CS is going to be able to pull first blood onto Team Flash here right on the get-go. So, oh my goodness, ball is going to be on Team Flash's court for sure when we come to that next game.
Suddenly it felt like a UFC matchup, just going blow for blow,
yeah.
Wrestling all over the map. Yeah, I mean, you have to set though. Like, he comes in with a showstopper, like, he disrupts everyone out there. This is just great showing of mechanical play from both sides. Look at each respective player running away with that little HP, and they still manage to sidestep, juke each other out, and still find those picks. But Team Flash, they don't look coordinated at all, and that's the core issue to what happens throughout the course of the battle. So this was that perfect angle where Meliodas have been able to just have that gut feeling to know that they're all there. Of course, with a little bit of help of communication with all this sort of dive setup. And then, once again, Duck B lands another showstopper, just pulling them all together. And it doesn't even matter if you have this Orianna that has a shockwave because you don't even get to scale into the game. But Genza, though, oh my word. Well, somebody has got to get this Lux out of the game for take 2.
Oh my goodness, whenever Lux pops off, she pops off so hard. 5-1, 12, and MVP to boot for this game here. And look at that, 29%. 29% and 85% of the kills were done by this Lux alone, so no surprise that she earns that title there as MVP. So with Team Flash's side though, it's quite abysmal looking at their stats, and my goodness, even worse when you look at the graphs. It's all blue. It's all blue.
Well, I guess there is only a small tinge of red over on the bottom where you got
a little bit of red there.
Carol. Yeah. And that's just about it. Like, it's negligible, right? Like, that's 3 minutes and a half. Like, they're just basically farming. But heading into this whole battle, like, Team Flash just didn't look like their usual self at all. Sure, they were usually the aggressors. And Cerberus Esports, I'm not saying that they're pushovers or so. Like, there's a reason why they do have a huge reputation back in their home ground as well to be able to challenge Team Flash for so many of all these national championship overall. So we've expected this to be quite the bloodbath, and we did get high kill volumes as we do expect, but well, I guess Cerberus, that hunger is starting to show, and man, the hounds are starting to claw and bite their way through.
Oh yeah, so
lovely caster.
Yeah, it would be kind of weird if we end up biting all around here. But nevertheless, though, we want to give a thanks to our sponsors here, starting off with Snapdragon Elite Gaming for when winning matters here, provided a platform for all Wild Rift teams here in this Challenger Group stage. And of course, bring a shout out to Monster Energy Unleashing the Beast. Go ahead and check them out over at monsterenergy.com/gaming. And of course, join the conversation over at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, where you can discuss all the happenings here at SPS and also connect with other fans of Wild Rift here who are also following this tournament. So game number 2 will be coming soon after we take a short break. So my name is Victor Cax, joining me here is Contra. We'll be right back after this, so don't go away.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Chào mọi người, mình là Jisoo, hiện đang đi rừng cho team Flash, Liên minh huyền thoại tốc chiến Việt Nam.
Xin chào các bạn, mình là Taddy, mình chơi sản phụ cho team Flash tốc chiến đến từ Việt Nam.
Qua vòng đầu tiên thì mình cảm thấy không có quá nhiều khó khăn. Mong là những trận sau gặp đối thủ ở vòng trong thì có những trận đấu hấp dẫn hơn.
Liên tục và lao và đánh trước vị trí của MT. MT còn rất thấp máu chiêu cuối trận đến từ vị trí của Varus.
Những người đồng đội trong team của mình thì khá là hài hước, đặc biệt là MT. Chúa hề của team.
Những đội trong vòng challenge thì bọn em cũng gặp khá là nhiều cho nên không có gì đặc biệt hết. Cho nên là bọn em muốn đối đầu với NX nhất bởi vì họ là một đội tuyển mới và có nhiều thành viên có kỹ năng cao.
Đội của em đã tập luyện rất kỹ để chuẩn bị cho chút người sắp tới.
Mục tiêu và kỳ vọng của đội em là tất nhiên là vô địch rồi.
Cảm ơn các bạn đã luôn theo dõi đội của team. Mong các bạn sẽ tiếp tục ủng team trong đời sắp tới. Đi xuống tới chơi.
once again, we're back here in the Snapdragon Pro Series, brought to you by ESL, and this is League of Legends Wild Rift that you're currently watching with us here, Contra as well as Victor Cax. And in this final series, we are seeing Cerberus taking the lead against some of the top contenders of the tournament that everybody have respected. It's Team Flash, but they will be denied no longer with this huge victory that they've managed to achieve. But of course, it's still a best of 3. There's still chances that Team Flash were just basically eyeing out on what they are trying to draft. And in round 2, I believe this is where Team Flash will strike again. But let's head over to the key player of our first matchup. It was Genza with some of the best plays possible by any Lux being played in the tournament.
You know, it's no surprise that Lux cans that banned out, because when she does pop off, she pops off hard. 17 kills! Oh my goodness, kills per death rate is just going off the roofs here for Genza. 1,355 damage done. I mean, the final sparks, you know, it's probably a global kind of skill. So, you know, if the coordination is right from his teammates and they mark exactly where he needs to shoot, he does, if he nails it down, the timing, he's going to be able to nail down those kills. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if Team Flash decides to ban out the Lux next, because he certainly put a lot of hurt onto Team Flash in that last round.
It was also due to this Lux pick that they managed to get that successful invade into the territory of the blue buff, where first, not only did they manage to catch Zissou in the jungle, and further putting him a little bit more behind, and it just gets rough from there. And they started taking a lot of fights, be it necessary or unnecessary. They did manage to at least come up ahead against Cerberus Esports at any given point of time. And the struggle was real back in game 1, where I just felt this whole setup coming in from Cerberus was all about making sure that, okay, you take any sort of fight, whoever's in front of you, blow up the front line, and make sure that the black line will not even get a safe form of entry. So this has worked out, especially now being paired with a set. It definitely forms this high kill pressure on top of members of Team Flash, which they need time, and time was not given to them at all.
Yeah, and the time living wasn't on their side. As you saw, Team Flash was quite in disarray actually in that first game. So hopefully they will be able to put themselves together for this next one here, because otherwise they could be in serious trouble of losing the prestige that they hold in the Vietnamese community. So let's see whether or not CS will be bringing them more challenges coming up soon, because the draft is going to be coming up. So, but I think Resto, like, what do you think? I don't know. Like, do you think? I mean, I think I should just stop thinking for once.
No worries. I mean, you can spill your thoughts if you want to, because we're about to at least get our draft running in a little bit more time, so we got time to kill.
Yeah,
I mean, for Team Flash in the first game.
Because, like, especially given that this new patch came out literally yesterday, right? So it seems like the teams that are able to get a grasp of it very quickly are the ones that are able to pull through much better. So we saw that with RRQ, like they literally figured out that they could use the supports very well in this patch because of the new changes here. So I just wonder, like, is the kind of like lack of performance here with Team Flash a result of this new patch, or is it really CS just kind of overpowering
I think
them?
it was just Cerberus Esports just overwhelming them, because when it comes down to the draft, like, they didn't do something that's too out of the ordinary as compared to the usual Vietnamese meta that they've been using in particular. And therefore, I just think that it was down to execution itself, where Team Flash, they try to cheese their way out, coming in with that early invade, which you give intel to Cerberus, they're gonna abuse it. Like, okay, you're gonna take my blue buff, I'm gonna eventually get to yours, right? And I think the response didn't came off all too well, coming in from Taddy as well as Empty, and with Taddy also stepping in. Sure, he may not be the veteran out of this roster of Team Flash, but I think this is at least a proving ground for him, where before they even get into the playoff stage, at least this is a little bit more room for them to wiggle with, right? So now perhaps they're just going to come up with a totally new formula. Cerberus ought to go in for very similar bans instead, as we have probably the difference maker here being the Jace. Cerberus, once again, starts on the blue side. Or is
nope,
it
Jace exactly the same.
Exactly the same.
Jace as well.
Okay.
So if they ban out the Senna on Team Flash's side, then it'll be exactly the same bans as we did. As
It
we
is.
do. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same bans as game number 1 here. And Y1 picks up the Zed, which is literally the first pick as well for their side in the last game. So it looks like they may be going for similar game plans, but TF, though, picks up the Lux for themselves.
That's going to be the change that's necessary for the team. Probably having a little bit more comfort for either Empty or Taddy to be piloting the champion. Now Cerberus will once again opt for aggressive pickups here. Now interchanging the Shyvana that was stolen away by Team Flash. Of course, they're still considering, hey, we want to kind of put this party onto the Nautilus, but they do have 2 picks to work with. So if they don't pick the Kazakhs by now, perhaps it also will be banned out by Team Flash overall. But instead of going for Kazakhs, that's where the Rengar will come into play. Oh
well.
Okay.
Ban Kazakhs.
You know, just scratch all of that. It's going to be the Kazakhs. So moving into phase 2 is going to be pretty interesting, though, because we'll see probably a heavy party from Cerberus to ban out mid lane champions, unless if they pick it right now. Janna, though.
Oh.
Okay, this is relatively interesting because, okay, we've talked about new changes and what it could benefit overall for Team Flash. Now, Alistar will come into play, which essentially works just as well as a set will do, except that he's a beefier frontline. So I would say that it's also an answer to the Nautilus that they've picked up coming in from Cerberus Esports. So moving along into phase 2, Ziggs now back away.
Yeah, it's quite a bit different draft, so I expect that the bans may be quite different from this point onwards here, as it's going to be the Ziggs banned by Team Flash first. What is CS going to ban? They're going to be banning the Camille. Oh, this is going to be interesting now. One last ban for either side. So last time they did ban Varus and Shin. Now they have Camille and Ziggs banned out. What do you think is going to be one champion that CS, or rather Team Flash will not want to have on CS side? Okay, so Corki is going to be one. So certainly they took out both the Corki and the Ziggs as well. So 2 major damage dealers here that's going to be out of pool for CS.
Well, considering the options that's still left on the table, it's going to be pretty tough because they're basically just target banning most of their go-to champions overall. As for Cerberus Esports, they still need them marksman. There's no Lucian on the table, so they might actually pivot into a mage instead. And you can already see all the safe options are already out. So I don't even know. I don't think Azrael is going to be a comfort pick for Cerberus Esports whatsoever. But that will force Cerberus Esports to snatch away the Orianna and hopefully finding a different form of result. But I'm liking the way that Team Flash approaches this instead. Hey, Kassadin has been able to slide right through, but are we looking at triple assassins here? Rather risky, though. You don't really want to put that Kassadin down the bottom lane. Not safe enough to be paired up with the Orianna overall. So with Orianna, at least you have decent clear speed. And on top of that, just look at Juggernauts that's still available. I think this is one of the safest ones that they could get, since Renekton has already been picked up. This is a natural answer to the Baron lane that they would possibly get. But Team Flash will conclude their whole draft with the Akali.
Well, likely. Haven't quite locked in yet, but I think it makes sense for them to go with the Akali once more. And yep, they do lock in the Akali again. So that's Zed, Nautilus, Kha'Zix, Orianna, Garen for CES. Lux now going to be played by TF, and I expect that's going to be put onto Taddy. So, yeah. I mean, what are your overall thoughts about the lineup here, though?
Well, I guess that now that there's a lot of changes involved, I think that Team Flash definitely stand a little bit more of a better chance as compared to back in Game 1, where even with a little bit of pressure this time around, they won't be able to crack all too easily, especially with the presence of that Alistar. And you just really have to respect the space, especially on that Dragon lane, with Paddy being a little threat with the Lux pickup. So, of course, all eyes are on both sides of the jungler. Meliodas definitely have showed up in majority of all these key instances of pickoffs, and I want to see him do it again. But how is he supposed to deny the Shyvana from scaling up? Because we last saw Evos Esports have successes on the Shyvana, also losses as well. There are measures that they will have to take proactively in order to get themselves ahead. But till then, it's definitely a tough nut to crack for now. So I'm just looking at this Nautilus on how effective could it be as compared to Team Flash's first ever attempt back in Game 1, because they're definitely relying on that depth charge shockwave combo. So basically, team fight is the name of the game once more for Persis Esports. But also bear in mind, those ultimates don't cost all too cheap because the cooldowns are pretty much high. Unless, of course, you stack all these items all together heading into the mid game, then it will look a tad better overall. And for Team Flash, you expect them to, once again, give a lot of presence all across the map. Huge rotations to move out. But I'm still kind of second-guessing on how effective a Nautilus could basically offer them early game potential, especially now Cerberus being on this champion for the first time for this week.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2. Cerberus is already one game up. They only need to win this one to win this series outright. As for Team Flash, they need to win this one to bring this to a third game decider. So a lot is at stake here for Team Flash's side. So CS, again, going to be on the blue end. Team Flash is going to be on the red. As we see Y1 and Shy laning on the top. Akali versus Garen this time around. Y1, of course, going to be on the Garen. Oof. Just jumping in and straight on the Shy. Very aggressive, but of course, at early level, Garens can of course be this arrogant.
Yep, and we're already seeing Team Flash utilizing the double relics to start things off with. Just trying to give themselves a little bit more sustainability with a little bit more charge of an added goal, of course. So BMM now will generally struggle in the early game to face off against Coyote. But he's hoping to get the honey fruit, but he's risking his life for it.
Yeah, that was so risky there, especially getting the turret shot there. If he had been hit by another turret shot, that would have been an end of this Renekton for sure. But luckily, Coyote should be able to back out of this and will pick up the honey fruit, keeping himself alive in this lane for a little bit longer. Now, Meliodas moves up to the top side jungle here, mostly to try to shadow the Renekton should he come under immense pressure yet again. But so far, I think in terms of roaming, we already have Genza doing the Skull Crab on the south side. Or I should say south eastern side, I guess, technically.
South River, I think
South
that
River.
works.
Fair enough.
Whichever one you want to call it, good sir.
Yeah,
well,
fair.
They did get spotted out by a ward. At least that gives them a little bit more of a hindsight for Team Flash to react towards the top side, while Y1 has been rather on that defensive approach as a Garen should, but they did spot out Zissou, already attempting on the Skull Crab. Not that he could challenge though. It will be a 2 versus 1 scenario. Now, once again, keep in mind, some of these players that we look out for in this matchup, it has to be Shy as well as Coyote on how they basically navigate themselves in some of all these team fights. So, early roams coming in. Duck B basically lands up. Body slam!
Oh, double knocked up there by the Alistar, but no follow-up whatsoever because they're close enough to the turret that I don't think it's going to be wise for them to go for that turret dive, so that's why Team Flash held back a little bit. But at least the message is clear. Alistar can be very, very dangerous.
I apologize. I just called body slam and I was like, wait, there's no Gragas here. I forgot. Oh, Alistar headbutt pulverized, right? My bad, my bad. Anyways, Coyote. Oh, he's looking for that dive. And once again, just
soaking up. Soaking up all of that turret damage, though. But nevertheless, keeping BMM alive. Oh! BMM attempted to kind of get a jump on the Coyote. Thankfully, there's no one around, but watch out here on the top side. Oh, first blood on to Shy. The Kali taken down already. So we already see Zaisu joining up with Coyote. Maybe they might be thinking about going for a trade here onto the Zed, but we already see Duckby coming in to try to keep this line reinforced right now. Melodius backs out, still sticking around the jungle there. Might actually get caught up a little bit. In fact, he does get caught up a bit by Duckby, and that confrontation was enough to stave away Zaisu.
Yeah, we're not expecting full-blown fights for at least a good 2 minutes for now. Hullbreaker now being built by the Garen, so it's just gonna be a little bit harder to kill for the Zakali to fully commit into some of these fights. Of course, that also means that Zaisu should not even attempt for a dive upon this Garen, because the more players that goes up against anyone who holds a Hullbreaker, they generally get more defenses, right? So at least empowering a little bit of those minions will make Shy think twice before being late. And they're just going to go in for a little bit of switch up, as it will be equally matched with Coyote now.
Yeah.
It's holding a line perfectly well.
I mean, it's swapping around the lanes very much here. Melodius keeping an eye out for the Coyote. Enemy keeping him targeted, but the ping coming through. The Y1's going to come in front. Baits him, gets a silence, gets a stun. Oh, Melodius comes in, brings in the damage onto Coyote, but the shield is broken by Y1. Melodius nevertheless still gets a kill onto Renekton anyway. So that's going to be 2 kills now for Cerberus.
And he was hoping to just slide away with a last minute attempt of the flash. Couldn't possibly save it because I don't see any way out for him, especially with all that's being thrown against the Coyote. But that's only going to hold him back ever so slightly. Cerberus Esports, they've already worked onto the Dragon. And now
coming in. Oh my goodness. So, unfortunately, they didn't quite get the Dragon. And now CS is going to try to turn it around. Empty has a barrier up. Shy is going to be bringing a chase onto Genza. And I think he will get the kill onto Oriana. Melodius maybe very much in a dangerous spot here, but he is quite far away. But nevertheless, look at that. Jumping straight onto there is Akali, and she does get the kill onto the Kazakhs. So now with all that done, and with another kill onto the Nautilus as well, Team Flash have taken off 3 members of CES in one fell swoop.
Man, these guys are experts in diving, of course. There ain't no swimming school, but you see how it goes when you have Shy prepared to land the perfect execution on top of some of all these stray units after the commotion by the Dragon Pit. So they've been able to resuscitate their hopes here to bounce back up strong. So we expect Team Flash to reenact that scene over and over again.
Yeah.
Cerberus Esports, they won their hands on this Herald.
They want to try. Alistair is getting close enough to the Rift Herald, but now he's going up against the face of Melodius. Shot's going to be coming around, but then CS does pick up the Rift Herald anyway. Now they're going to try to turn it around onto MT. MT's still tanky enough to sustain most of those damage, but then now Melodius and Genza are not going to be letting go of this opportunity here. Tries to get up close to Shy, but still not able to close the gap there. That allows the rest of Team Flash to break away without taking more damage than just the kill onto Zaisu.
They're just going to get more out of this, though. They have themselves some platings and now popping in the Herald, hoping to land a few more auto attacks. Should still have the turret standing for a little bit longer.
They just jumped straight onto him, not even caring at all that the Shelly is going front and taking down the turret. Instead, they're going to try to see if they can get the trade in the form of one of the champions. The turret still stands, nevertheless, though, as Shelly gets taken down. But the thing is, Team Flash at least forces CES back out of that turret push, so the Tier 1 still saved somehow miraculously as BMM picks up a red buff for himself, chasing Zaisu, coming down. Oh, he sees the Y1 very, very low. Karen, what were you doing there, man? He was defending, and unfortunately, Zed was not in position to save him there, so Zaisu picks up the kill.
This is being overwhelmed. Here comes the Death Mark, though, onto Zaisu. He should be able to land that kill like touch, and swiftly as he goes, finishes off the Shyvana. As we continue on, this is going to be another trade without any presence of Team Flash members over the bottom side, so expect the Zed to continue on this pursuit over the side lanes while they have the Akali on the opposite end for Team Flash to also claim number 1. So still neck and neck, though, 3,000 gold difference with Cerberus Esports securing majority of the objective. Now, onto the Cal they go.
Oh, nice shot there, and now that's going to be the blue buff picked up. Unfortunately, no one else Got taken down in that process. Melodius, Duckby, and BMM still not quite getting out of there. They're going to try to jump onto Zaisu as he's still stuck around the jungle a little bit too long. Bit of a slow and an airborne there. Nice catch up there by Duckby, but there's no follow-up coming for the rest of his team as they backed off into the river now, seeing that the rest of CS are now moving in onto the position. Thinking of maybe they want to try to force out a fight, but they're going to be meeting each other in the mid lane instead. Duckby up against Alistair. Just holding position for now, but the minion's going to be coming through, so that's going to be a good way for CS to peel out of this fight.
Cerberus Esports now putting some breaks to a lot of all these attempts, while Team Flash at least gets a little bit of breathing space. We see the Rift Maker being built as the first item for the Akali. So far, it does offer true damage that could prove to be essential when it comes down to the team fight. So you could basically find ways to still dish out a truck ton against units like the Garen. An extended trade, of course, while just eyeing out for a little bit more of a vision control. Cerberus Esports continues to push forward, just renewing the war that was about to expire, with another Herald being spawned up as the next objective. Team Flash looking pretty much ready to eventually move towards that direction. Meanwhile, Cerberus Esports, they're going really deep into the jungle, hoping to catch something here.
Yeah,
Stops the recall.
Stops the recall on Alistair, forcing the back out, but no follow-up at all, so that really wasn't a good bait for a fight. But nevertheless, objectives are coming out though, so neither side wants to suffer the unfortunate fate of a pickoff before they're going to be able to contest those objectives. But nevertheless, see Melodius, Genza, Duckby sticking around a mid. They want to try to control the Dragon side pit, it looks like, for CES, as they stacked up most of their champions on that side of the river. Now Y1 is going to be coming down to this side here as well. Oh, he's going to try to get a catch onto Shy, trying to keep him distracted while creating space. There it is, dragging the rest of TF back to the mid lane. But CS, conversely, not really starting the Ocean Drake yet. It looks like they really want to try to get that pick off first before they would attempt to. And especially knowing that Alistair is up and around, they don't want him to be able to interrupt this process that they're trying to set up here. So they're going to be taking the blue buff. Now the Alistair's going to be coming in, gets airborne, and now tries to take on BMM, who slips out of the way. Zaisu takes a lot of damage though. The Shyvanas is taken down. Now Shy is going to try to get a trade there. Double knock up there to Duckby and Y1, but they still are having a lot of help. And now going to chase after Shy, taking him down. Now Teddy, it's empty. Tried to start the Dragon, but realized that they're going to be outnumbered pretty much, so they will back out. Now, Melodius is quite low, so that might be an opportunity, but the thing is, Slime's not coming through. Doesn't quite take out Melodius, though, but Coyote, very, very low, still going to try to drag them away, and that's allowing CS to pick up the Ocean Drake, and now they will peel away with BMM getting taken down, and Shy and Coyote both taking one for the team each.
And he was just feeling a little bit hopeful to land that final blow against Cerberus Esports, where you're going up against Smites. It's not really the wisest choice out there. Team Flash, once again, over-committed into the objective, while Cerberus Esports now secures another Rift Herald for themselves, and they should be able to at least propel themselves forward with a lot more stats to go. But they still have to hold this one out, though, until it's close to the timers for the Mountain Drake to spawn. So for the moment, with so much of all these areas of play, a couple of these tier 2s are already down for, well, actually, I would say tier 1 so far. It's all about the battle of vision control that will give them a little bit more of an edge for either side of the team. And currently looking to be CS dominating the vision war overall. And BMM just causing so much nuisance, just pulling attention away on the side lanes. Same goes to Y1, just having that Hellbreaker to be used into full effect. So Y1 taunting them to commit. Of course, they're not going to be easily baited out for that. Cerberus Esports, though they are up ahead, it's not too huge of a lead. While Shy will be kept competent. So long as he sticks against Garen, it is considered a huge win for Cerberus Esports, because they are about to drop the Rift Herald over the top side. And somebody's got to answer the call. And it looks like it's a dive.
Yup, it's going to be a bit of a fight now. Shelly charges onto the turret. I think that's going to turret taken down now. TF going to see if they can try to get some champions on CS's side. But Melodius jumps on the turret empty. He sees that Alistar is low. Now they're going to try to catch him, screaming out. But then fortunately the barrier keeps him alive. So now CS attempts to try to find another one. They do bring down Zaisu very low. Melodius jumps in, takes out the Shyvanas. Now they're going to try to end it on an empty. Takes out Alistar as well. Now CS going to try to find another kill here. Can they find even more now? But then look at Y1. He's already pushing it on the tier 2. He's already taken down the Akali on the bottom lane, and it's already taken down the turret as well, while Coyote tries to hold his ground against WA Melodius, taking so much damage there, but finally, almost will not. He is going to get taken down. Melodius and Dugby still is around, and see what? Y1 takes down Inhibitor on the side. Oh my goodness, a doorway has been opened. Y1 continuing to push on. There's no one from TF that's going to be able to come out in time to stop this, but Y1 unfortunately realizes not enough minions here to help him in this push, so he is going to recall back.
Still not enough time to end the game, but this is more than enough. Cerberus Esports, they forced that fight, taking that dive, and Team Flash yet again overcommits into a certain area of play, which doesn't really benefit them overall, but they might actually find one. They'll Empty still going to be going on a chase, but overall won't be able to actually get anything out of that sort of effort with Melodius having his ult available, have to basically challenge that. Well, that was pretty low, but they're
getting it onto Genza, but in the guard, watch out for Melodius. He is doing a lot of damage on the damage. He chases down Zaisu, attempting to get a last hit. Oh, one more hit can take down that Shyvanas, as they will also take out a Lux as well. CS now bringing the tidal wave all the way towards that tier 2, catching down Chai, and now they're going to be taking him down pretty much in a 1v4, unless he's able to slip away. He doesn't quite slip away though, because Melodius is on the chase. Now they will be coming true. The bottom side has already been opened up by Y1, and with Coyote being his back's against the wall, he tries to hold his ground. He's gonna get silenced for his efforts there, and with that said and done, he backs off into the fountain. This is GG for TF, as CS wins out the series 2-0.
Cerberus Esports have been able to overcome their competitors. Team Flash has finally been shut down in the series. And now it's Cerberus here to chase up against RRQ. They're coming for you. And my goodness, I don't mind if my prediction's gonna go wrong, because this is one hell of a series out there. Cerberus Esports, they just came over prepared, just showing up so strong. And well, I definitely do look forward to the grudge match yet again when they do head into the playoffs. And you just see Melodius, he's just doing so much. Sure, the fights were taking place everywhere. And the thing about Vietnamese teams is that when they are ahead, they will look for multiple angles to win the game. And you saw Y1 was taking a 1v1 duel against Shy. Not only did he want to trade against that Akali, he just stormed his way through, opening up the inhib. And of course, Melodius was still alive. And we thought, okay, this is a perfect opening. Empty, try to seek a chance, but they don't have the damage. And BMM strike when the iron is hot, coming with the flank angles. And what can they do? They lost 3. And there's just nobody else to defend while minions are crashing in from all angles. They were just done for.
Yeah, wow, what a collapse on the side of TF. They were not having much to stand on, really, by the end of it. So, Melodius definitely earned that MVP. I mean, he was so confident to the point where he was literally straight up just chasing down that Alistar in the final phases, and really, Empty couldn't do much in that regard. He's only a level 11. What can he do against a level 14 Kazakhs?
Yeah, and this time around, sure, Shy may have actually found a few of these sort of pickoffs. I just felt like there wasn't an instance where they could safely just go like literally 5 versus 5 in a certain area of play and not have it divert into multiple angles of fight. And it's just the pressure out of BMM as well as Melodius, and you still have split pushes to consider about, where Y1 did his magical touch over on the bottom lane overall, and that definitely was the call. And they wanted this fight. Like, the goal was to buy time for this Garen, and they did exactly just that. And even CS was about to recall, Team Flash saying, okay, I'm not gonna stop you. It's like, you sure you want to do this, bro? Like, this is what they get. Like, if they were to stop right there, let them recall that 14-minute mark, yeah, it wouldn't have surged it up all the way.
All the way.
It wouldn't have been so.
Oh my goodness, 130 plus K in that one. My goodness, it just goes to show the gulf between these two teams has actually widened throughout the process of this challenge group stage. So, my goodness, I mean, I certainly didn't expect this. I was thinking that Team Flash was going to be able to pull a much closer match than this, but CES literally rolled them over.
Yeah, and man, this is just the Vietnamese region's grudge match overall that has been the talk of the town of hers back in their home region. And this is the reason why that Cerberus Esports have still been one of the teams that a lot of all these teams fear to go up against, because sure, some may say, oh, teams have good days and bad days, but on a decent day, like whether it's good or bad, like sure, challenge the top team of Southeast Asia and walk away with 2-0 victory is a statement by itself. Like, if there's anyone to take over the throne, this might be it. Cerberus Esports. We're not even getting to RQ yet, right? Like, RQ, sure, they're definitely worthy adversaries. So I think these three teams that we've just mentioned definitely will have a really good chance at the title.
Yeah, indeed. So, my goodness, with that win done there, I mean, that's pretty much confirms that CES is the best Vietnamese team right now in this group stage here. So, wow. I mean, they're definitely going to be very, very proud with that, especially given that, you know, the start of the group stage for them wasn't exactly the best of things. I mean, granted, they did win quite a few of their games, but then now they're pretty much cementing themselves as, with this kind of like progression, I would say, throughout this group stage. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what the CS will be able to bring in the future.
That's right, and of course, with Team Flash now having some of their confidence here, maybe bruised a little bit, some say ego or so, but I've talked to these boys, they're just wonderful guys out there. There's a lot of things for them to pick up and learn yet again, and we did talk about it. Sure, maybe it's a patch, maybe it's the way that they've approached this game very differently, but you know, Cerberus in this game, they're just basically laying the smackdown, and it's just basically like watching a guy that's possibly 7 foot tall, just ready to just give you like a choke slam or something, and there's no way that you could get out of that ring. All you can do is just run around. Maybe that's not the best analogy. Sure, like whatever, right? But it felt like it. Like, a lot of times it's like, okay, you try to deal with the uppercut, you want to rely on coming in from different angles, and this guy just have, I don't know, 50 stats of armor, 50 stats of damage, and I don't know, 100% pain inflicted.
Yep. Literally pain inflicted here onto Team Flash. So, my goodness, yeah, it's certainly going to be a lot for them to kind of analyze from this and figure out what exactly went wrong for them. And I'm expecting, you know, I'm going to be hoping that Team Flash will come back from this stronger, especially tomorrow.
And of course, with that being said, there's still more matches for you guys to tune into for the upcoming day, but we'll definitely lay the breakdown of what happened throughout the course of the entirety of the day. If you guys may have missed out some of the action out there, oh boy, where do we even start? We have quite the series. Sure, we have a couple of games that did end up in 2-0 victories, but some of them were pretty close games too, I would say. I think, like, okay, I want to ask, which one was your favorite? Was it this series or the one before where we saw Enigma Galaxy win over Evos Esports 2-1?
So for me, honestly, it's a bit of a tie actually between, you know, the Evos versus Enigma match and the RQ versus
You're
Echo
too
Fortius.
politically correct.
That's a bit unfortunate, right? But the thing is that there's so many good things to take out from both of these ones. I mean, one, RQ just figuring out that, you know, the support meta might be in play in this patch here, and the way they dominated Echo Fortius, especially with Exosun was basically going ham in all this 2 games there.
RQ, man.
Yeah. But then
built different.
Yeah, definitely built different. But then Evos versus Enigma, that was a very methodical game. It was so close. you can definitely feel like the cerebral level of gameplay that was going on there, because they had to not only balance the risk versus reward, but also have to take every single step very, very carefully, because if they make a misstep somewhere, that balance just completely flips over, and you know, it's easy for them to lose out as a result. And you did see, you know, during that those 3 matches, it all eventually boiled down to one final fight at the end there, because up until that point, they were just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. One final fight, that's it. Floodgates open, and they just swept that Nexus.
That's right. When it rains, it pours. And of course, that's it. We definitely have a back-to-back MVP title here, secured by Genza, as they managed to clinch the series and the convincing 2-0. You know, to say this against Team Flash, it doesn't happen that often. Not in this weekend. I expected. I mean, my predictions definitely were written for this, but twice they went in for mage pickups out there. Of course, with the Lux being his best pickup on game number 1. In game 2, there was a fair share of good performances coming out of the rest of the players, but once again, just having huge utility coming out from Genza, who's been there with this squad from the get-go. We're seeing him on the big stage before, ever since making his debut in CE Championship, and also a couple of all these regional tournaments overall. We hope to see Cerberus Esports to have a great 2022 circuit heading into the next official event as well. So far, I see so much potential in it. Not only Genza, but the entirety of the squad. Like, even with certain changes into the roster, they look like a heavy threat that can match up to the world's best.
That's the thing. Like, again, this victory they pulled off here against Team Flash certainly has cemented that potential now. So one can only hope for great things to come for Cerberus Esports. But nevertheless, for Genza, he can definitely be very, very proud of his performance here, as both the Orianna as well as Lux. Though I feel his Lux performance was definitely the better one. But nevertheless, though, he played a fantastic role here as the marksman for Cerberus, and definitely deserves all the accolades here that he has earned today.
That's right. Of course, I would say there's also a lot of credit to be given to Meliodas for both of the matches where on the Shyvana, he's been able to also find ways to basically reroute his whole jungling passage and call the shots into that invade. Sure, everybody was involved in those sort of skirmish, and what can I say? These guys, they've seen chaos 1,000 times before. They are the chaos, and they bring that energy all over the map. Like, we just love it. Like, you said that Evos Esports versus Enigma Galaxy was a test of wits. This was the test of might and flair that was being shown. Now, Cerberus Esports, they are currently tied at the #1 spot. Cerberus Esports takes over the title as the Vietnamese #1 here, at least for now, on the Saturday run. Still chances for Team Flash and the other teams to prove otherwise.
Yeah, Cerberus Esports Rex Rigam Kion currently tied for first. Enigma Galaxy and Buriram United Esports, as well as Team Flash, currently tied for third. As well, Evos Esports, after that loss, this puts them all the way down to 6. Echo Fortius and Persis Esports rounding it out at 7th and 8th, respectively. So that's the standings as it is for day number 5. We still have another day to go tomorrow, so certainly things could change by the time we get to that point. So nevertheless, though, we're going to have to remind you guys when to tune in for tomorrow for the next stream, because it's going to be exactly at the same time you tuned in for today. So the first match is, of course, going to be RQ versus Persis Esports. That's going to be at 12 p.m. GMT plus 8. Match number 2 is going to be at 1:50 GMT plus 8. That's going to be between Echo Fortius as well as Enigma Galaxy. Then after that, we'll be having our third matchup, which is Buriram United Esports versus Team Flash. And last but not least, Evos Esports versus Cerberus. That'll be at 5:30 GMT plus 8.
Any favorite matches for you to look out for? And I'm basically looking at match 4 because, well, Evos Esports desperate for a win, and Cerberus need to continue on with the streak. Team Flash, though, fighting against one of the top team of Thailand. I wonder how that's going to go in match 3.
Yeah, the 3 and 4 are definitely going to be the ones I want to pay attention to coming into tomorrow. But, you know, that's going to be, you know, literally tomorrow's problem in a sense. So, nevertheless, though, for all of you guys that have been with us from the start of the stream here, love to thank you guys for joining us here for the Snapdragon Pro Series, which, of course, has been brought to you by our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for when winning matters. And Snapdragon Elite Gaming has provided its platform that allows these Wild Rift teams to show what they got. And as well, we gotta give a thank you to Monster Energy for unleashing the beast here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming. And if you want to join the conversation here, go on to Discord, log in and join us at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series so that you can get not only more information about the Snapdragon Pro Series, but also discuss the ongoings here in this tournament. So, with that said and done, my name is Victor Cax. Joining me here is Contra. This has been the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Group Stage Day 5, and we thank you all for joining us, but unfortunately all good things must come to an end. So on that note, thank you all so much for joining us. We'll see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully you all will have a good weekend up ahead. So thank you so much. We'll see you guys next time.
เป็น Destiny ของ Twitter Fate แล้วกันครับ
The ultimate of Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate.
เพราะว่าจะได้วาร์ปไปไหนก็ได้ตามใจชอบทั่วโลกครับ
I want to TP all over the world.
Ezreal third skill so that I can teleport.
I think I want Chrono Break, Echo Ultimate.
Đột phá thời gian của Echo.
It's Chrono Break, Echo's Ultimate, so I can turn back the time and make all my mistakes right.
Cái này mình muốn có ngoài đời chắc là màn hình của Timo.
Yeah, boy.
Đặt bụng ra gấp. Nhìn ví dụ.
Like them big. I like them chunky.
Đâu được son là bay các bạn đồ. Bay nên là không bay được.
Pasif skill guanya Aksan. Karena bisa ngidupin orang-orang yang gua sayangi.
I think the rocket grab of Blitzcrank, it's because when someone trying to get out of my life, I can grab them back to my life.
Get over here!
I think I would go with Action's third skill because I want to be Eren Diego.
Okay, listen to me. So I want Twist Fate, passive, third ability, the roll dice and stack that. Okay, you think, follow my thought. So TF passive give you money every time that the minion dies, and the third ability is give you money when you hit enemy hit. Imagine I use a Uno card and I just hit my friend. Yeah. So I'll be creating my own money, easily money generator.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no.